You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how... Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Hey guys, I am Greg. Welcome to an evening of old time radio. Boy, we don't have a lot of people in here yet, but it is just starting. Let me know, can you guys hear me okay? I want to make sure I'm sounding good. Hey Billy's Joint, hello Donald Beck. Hey Daisy, good to see ya. Hey guys, am I sounding okay here? I'm assuming you can hear me. I'm not distorted. I'm not too loud. I hope, right? That would be cool. Waiting to hear back from you. Yeah, good, excellent, wonderful. So welcome to our Crime Fighters radio live stream. We got a lot of great shows lined up tonight for you. All in the crime drama genre of old time radio. As always, I have remastered and optimized each episode to bring them up to your high quality audio standards. So one of my favorite crime shows is Mystery is My Hobby, and that starts us off tonight. The episode is called Death Speaks with 10 Fingers, where Inspector Danton investigates the suspicious deaths of two deaf men. It's a great show with lots of suspense. Then we have Stand By for Crime, another great crime show in the style of Dragnet, kind of, and the Clueless Crime Spree episode. Glenn Langan plays Chuck Morgan, a news anchor at KOP radio station in LA. A series of crimes are taking place with no clues, and Chuck is getting worried because the crimes are getting more and more serious. Next after that, we have the show Pursuit, which is a pretty cool show. It stars Ben Wright as Detective Peter Black from Scotland Yard, who pursues a group of knife-wielding boys. This is one of those crime shows that doesn't get enough attention from OTR fans, in my humble opinion. It's got great writing, it's got great stories, it's got great acting. I think maybe the problem is that it occurs in Great Britain, even though it's an American show, but I don't know. But I think it's a great show. Hey, Tuco, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. It looks like people are starting to come into the stream. I'm glad to see that. But I'm going to kick things off here, and we're going to start with, like I said, Mystery is My Hobby. Death Speaks with 10 Fingers. I'll be popping in here and there in the next every few minutes to say howdy. Enjoy.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 123 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Speaks with 10 Fingers.
Now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake for the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
So that's where my money's been going, is it? I thought as much.
Oh, now, Blanche, I only took a little.
A little? Do you call $5,000 a little? And don't forget, most of that's mine. I had it before I married you.
But, Blanche, I didn't...
Oh, yes, you did. I'm sending out this suit of yours to be cleaned, and what do I find? A lot of betting tickets on the horses.
Oh, why, Blanche, I never bet on a horse in my life. I wouldn't know how.
Don't lie to me. You lost that money gambling. And I know where, too. The Sportsman's Club. The place that's run by that deaf man.
Well, I admit I do go to the Sportsman's Club once in a while, but I don't bet on the horses.
I'm going down there right now and get that money back.
Now, look, Blanche, you don't think for a minute that Ted Wallace will hand over $5,000 just because you asked for it?
He'd better. You know how I am when I'm mad. And I'm taking a gun along. You stay here until I get back, if you know what's good for you.
Holy smoke. I've got to get hold of Rose. Rose? Guy. Hey, look, kid. Something's gone wrong. Yeah, she found him all right. Then, now wait a minute. She didn't react like we thought she would. No. Well, she's coming down there to the club. You better get him out of there. Yeah, you get out too. Yeah, but I'm telling you, she's coming down there. She's coming down to kill your boss. It sure is a good thing we've got this little restaurant to meet in.
I got here just as soon as I could, guys.
You got out before Blanche showed up?
Oh, yeah.
Got out Ted, too, huh?
Yeah.
Gee, Rose, I'm sorry it worked out this way, but I just couldn't take her money all in a lump sum. She'd have had me thrown in the can.
I never did think it'd work.
I figured if I took a little at a time, she'd think I spent it. Didn't want her to find out about you and me.
She hasn't, has she?
Oh, no. Those betting tickets you put in my pocket fixed that. She thinks I've been gambling on the horses.
Oh. Well, that's what we wanted.
Yeah, but it didn't work out that way. Instead of getting mad at me and getting a divorce, she's going after Ted.
Well, we'll just have to figure out some other way.
You know, kind of wish you hadn't got Ted out of there. I wish you would kill him.
I wish you'd taken the whole thing at once. She might have killed him 6 months ago. Then we'd have $5,000 instead of this $2,500 we have now.
Dirty blackmailer.
Well, I warned you about Ted.
Oh, sure, it's my fault. It's always my fault. Everything's always my fault.
Well, you insisted in hanging around the joint all the time. Ted was bound to get suspicious and ask questions. You know he's always looking for an angle where he can make money for himself.
Well, how was I to know that a guy who couldn't hear her talk could find out anything?
Well, he can read lips. Oh, you ought to know that.
I know that now.
So he makes you give him half the dough or you'll go tell your wife.
Where'd Ted go, do you know?
Yeah. Over to Pete Millar's apartment.
Pete Millar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, holy smoke, that's the other guy who talks with his fingers.
Yeah.
But that's the guy Ted was selling those phony racing tips to.
I know. Ted cleaned them out.
I thought they were mad at each other.
Oh, they are. Pete was in the joint yesterday. He swore he'd kill Ted the very next time he saw him. I know. I saw him spell it out in sign language.
Well, then what did you want to send Ted over there for?
Can't you guess?
Rose, you're wonderful. Hey, wait a minute. Ted won't go over there, not if he knows Pete will kill him.
But I told him that Pete sent word he wanted to apologize. That he was sorry and wanted to buy some more tips on the horses.
Honey, you sure got a head on you. Well, things might work out all right after all.
It's a nice spring day, still warm even if the sun has gone behind the tall buildings that surround the police station. Barton Drake walks briskly along, his mind in the clouds, thinking of a snag he's run into in the development of the plot for his new book. It isn't fate that's led his steps to this place. It must be his subconscious mind, because all of a sudden he looks up and discovers where he is.
By George, the very thing. I did not think of it before. Well, that's the good inspector.
Quickly, he runs up the steps, only to meet the good inspector who comes slamming out the door.
Inspector, the very man I want to see.
I can't stop now, Bart. I got a lot of business.
Oh, now, Inspector, surely you can give me just a minute. I've given you many hours of my time.
Well, what do you want? But make it snappy.
I'm stuck, Inspector. In my new book, I want a murder to look like suicide. I want the victim to leave a suicide note. But there has to be a clue in the note that proves the thing to be murdered.
Things like that don't happen in real cases. Well, I gotta be going.
Inspector, surely in some of your cases you run into something like that.
Look, Bart, we just got word of a double suicide, maybe a double murder, or a suicide and murder. How do I know? There are 2 dead people, and I haven't seen them yet.
Well, maybe they laughed themselves to death,
Not these 2 guys. Neither of them can hear or talk.
Naturally, Inspector, nobody can when they're dead.
These guys couldn't do it before they were dead. They were both deaf and dumb.
That's right. Who are they, Inspector?
Ted Wallace, a guy who runs a sportsman's club. He's a bookie, you know.
Yes, I
And
know.
a friend of his by the name of Pete Millar.
Well, where did it happen?
In Millar's apartment, neighbor heard 3 shots, peeked in the window, and saw 2 bodies stretched out on the floor. Now, that's all I know, so help me, and goodbye. I got work to do.
Hey, Inspector, can't I come too?
Now, look, Bart, this time it's strictly police
But the
business.
setting, it's so bizarre. Look, Inspector, I've got to come along.
Well, all right. If you'll promise just to stand around and watch.
I promise, Inspector.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Thank you, Inspector.
Come on. Yeah, here they are, just like the guy said.
You know which is which, Inspector?
I ought to. I've run this guy Wallace in enough times. This is him here.
2 bullet holes.
Yeah. Fired at close range, too, Bart. See, powder burn.
One entered his shoulder. The other his head. That's the one that had his number on it.
This one's Millar. Only 1 bullet.
Which accounts for the 3 shots. Right through the heart. That one had a number on it, too. Also powder burns.
Well, that's kind of funny. How could both of them have powder burns and still be lying almost 20 feet apart?
Well, I'd,
Hey, just a minute. You're only supposed to be watching. I'll do the deducting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Well, the way I see it, Millar here shot Wallace. First bullet didn't kill him, so he fired another shot in his head at close range. Then Millar walked over here, shot himself. That'd account for the powder mark. And to prove it, here's the gun, a .38, lying here right where he dropped it when he died. How's that, Bart?
I'm just watching.
Yeah.
What's this over here on the table, Inspector?
What?
This piece of paper.
How should I know?
Looks like a note.
Well, read it.
Okay, if, I have your permission.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
It's all right.
This is too much. I bought a lot of racing tips from Ted Wallace, and all of them were fakes. Wallace came here this afternoon, and I accused him. He said I was wrong, so I bought one more tip. It was for the 3rd race.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure, I made him stay here till the race had been run. The horse didn't win. This tip was a fake just like all the rest. So I killed him. Then I killed myself. I'm broke. I have no further reason to live. Goodbye. Signed Pete Millar.
See what I told you, Bart? Checks.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Inspector, what time did the neighbor hear the shots?
3:30, the guy said. That checks, too. Condition of the body shows that they've been dead about an hour.
Mm-hmm. It's always handy to know the exact time the murder was committed.
Murder and suicide, Bart.
Yes, excuse me, Inspector. Murder and suicide. Well, you want to see any more?
Sure. Now, don't rush me. Look, here's some cigar butts here in the ashtray.
Mm-hmm. What does that prove?
Well, that
That the gentleman smokes cigars. You're quite right, Inspector.
it proves that these guys did just what the note says. They waited here quite a while for the race to be run. Well, I better look through their pockets.
While you're doing that, Inspector, may I have your permission to make a phone call?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Here's something in Wallace's billfold.
What, Inspector?
Identification card. Says, in case of accident, please notify Miss Rose Hope, 3436 Bell Street.
That's probably his girlfriend. Hello, Joe? Barton Drake speaking. Fine, thanks. Look, Joe, can you give me the exact time the 3rd race finished?
Now, look, Bart, don't try to gum this up.
What was that? 3:24, huh? Now, look, Joe, that's the exact time on the minute. Thanks. Thanks very much, Joe. The 3rd race was run at exactly 3:24, Inspector.
And what does that prove?
I don't know. I thought perhaps you'd like to know.
Bart, you kill me. That checks again. Millar found out that his horse didn't win at 3:24. So he had his little argument, and he shoots Wallace about 5 or 6 minutes later. You can't fuddle this case up, Bart. It's in the bag.
Yes. Don't you think we should go out and call on this Rose Pope, Inspector?
What for?
Well, if for no other reason than to comply with the dead man's last request, that we notify her in case of an accident.
Rose Pope?
Yes.
Police. We want to come in.
Police? Please, can't we talk out here? My room is in a mess.
We have some bad news, Miss Pope. We'd better come in.
But
We're coming in.
All right.
Going somewhere?
Why do you ask?
I see you're packing.
Oh, well, yes, I'm just getting ready to take a vacation. What's the bad news you want to tell me?
You know a guy by the name of Ted Wallace?
Of course, Ted's my boss.
Ted Wallace is dead.
He's dead?
Yep. He stopped a couple of bullets.
Oh, I was afraid of this. But he insisted on going over to Pete Millar's place this afternoon.
Oh, so you know who did it? Huh?
Well, I can guess as much. Pete had threatened, and he threatened to kill him. And he called this morning and asked Ted to come over, said he wanted to apologize. I warned Ted not to go. Well, I guess I'll have to put my vacation off a few days.
Yes, I'm afraid so, Miss Pope. Quite a few days.
No, you won't either. All I want you to do is come over and identify the body. Then you can go anywhere you doggone please.
Of course, I'd be glad to. You don't mind if I go into the bedroom and get my hat?
No. Go ahead.
Thanks, I'll be back in a minute.
What did you want to say that for, Bart?
Say what, Inspector?
About calling off her vacation for quite a few days.
You'll need her for a witness at the murder trial, won't you, Inspector?
There isn't going to be any murder trial. This case is solved. Now shut up and let me handle this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Inspector. I forgot. I'm only here watching.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Wouldn't you say it was about time that the hat was back?
Huh? What do you mean?
Miss Pope, she's taking quite a little time.
Well, you know how dames are.
Mm-hmm. Suppose we listen a minute.
I don't hear anything.
No, neither do I.
Hey. I get you. Come on. Hey, the dame isn't here. She's gone.
So it would seem.
The window's open.
There's a fire escape just outside.
There she is. Just reaching the bottom. Hey, you. Stop. Bart, she's got a car parked at the curb.
My.
Yeah, she's getting away. Hey, stop. Stop or I'll fire.
And now back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Darn you, Bart. Why did you have to scare her?
Scare her?
Yeah, you scared her out of her wits for telling her she couldn't go on her vacation. That's why she pulled a sneak.
Then why are we chasing her, Inspector?
Well, I can't let her get away with it. Can't let nobody make fools out of the police.
She doesn't seem to be slowing down any.
No, if I wasn't driving, I'd shoot out one of her tires.
Well, let me try it for you,
Well,
Inspector.
okay, here. But watch out you don't do anything but aim at the tires.
Right. Hold the car steady, Inspector.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey, she ran into a lamppost. Give me back my gun, Bart. You're too expensive. That lamppost will cost the city $250.
Well, she isn't hurt anyway.
No, she's running for that clump of trees. Come on, Bart.
I'm right, Bart.
Hey, Miss Pope. Miss Pope, stop. We aren't going to hurt you.
We've got her now, Inspector.
Yeah.
We're gaining.
You better stop where you are. I've got a gun and I'll shoot.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Pope. Why don't you shoot, Inspector?
Not me. I'm not going to have her blood on my hands, all on account of your foolishness.
Stop, I tell you. Stop.
Isn't this rather foolish, Miss Pope?
I'm going to take the police car and get away.
Look. You haven't committed a crime yet. Don't go in for car stealing.
I'm coming after that gun, Miss Pope.
I'll shoot. I mean it.
You don't want a real murder charge against you, do you?
I'll shoot to kill.
What in the world did you do to your stockings, woman?
Huh? Where? My arm.
Thanks. I've got the gun, Inspector.
Good boy.
I didn't do it. I didn't kill Ted. I haven't seen Ted since before lunch. I was in the office till almost 3:30, but he didn't come back.
Wait a minute. We know you didn't.
So I left. Nobody came to the office at all except some woman. I sent her away. I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I didn't.
Yes, well then what were you running away for?
I know the cops. They tried to pin it on me anyway.
Oh, come now. We really aren't that bad.
I'm sorry. I guess I was a little fool.
There. That's better. What do we do now, Bart? Bart.
I'm just watching. Remember, Inspector?
Oh, nuts. You can answer my questions if you want to.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look at Ted Wallace's office at the Sportsman's Club.
But how about Miss Pope identifying the body?
We can do that afterwards. If you come along and tell us everything you know, Miss Pope, I'm sure the big, bad inspector won't hurt you.
It's been a long day. Here it is, 7 o'clock. Dark already.
Here we are.
Door's locked.
I have a key.
Help! Somebody help!
Hey, somebody's in there.
You better hurry.
Help! Help!
Gosh, it's dark in here.
Where is he?
Must be in the office there with the light is under the door.
Let's go.
Help! Oh, thank heavens.
Guy, honey.
Who's this jerk?
Guy, honey, what did they do to you?
Dirty lug, he handcuffed me to the chair.
Who's he?
Ted Wallace, he handcuffed me to the chair. Been here since 2 o'clock this afternoon. Somebody get me out of here.
We will, just as soon as you've told us your story.
All right. They came up here to see Ted. He's been blackmailing me. He knows about Rose and me. Threatened to tell my wife.
What time was this?
Oh, about 2 o'clock.
Go on.
I told Ted if he didn't quit, I'd go to the cops. Motioned for me to sit down in a chair. Ted couldn't talk, you know. Well, then he sneaked around back of me and handcuffed me to the arms of the chair.
When was this?
About 2 o'clock, I told you.
Then what happened?
Well, he wrote something and put it in my lap.
Yeah?
Yeah, there it is on the floor.
Yeah. Says, got something to do first. Be back and take care of you later.
Been here ever since. Wallace never came back. Now, will you please turn me loose?
In a minute. We want the whole story first.
Come on, Bart. We got to get out and identify...
The body?
Bodies? Who's dead?
Wallace? Him and Molle both.
That's why he didn't come back.
Did your wife learn about your sub-Rosa love affair, Mr. Walt?
Well,
Did she watch?
Well, to tell the truth, maybe she did. At least she knew that Wallace had cheated me out of some money. It was her money. That's really the reason I came here this afternoon. My wife, Blanche, had threatened to come down here and kill Wallace if he didn't give the money back. I came to warn him. If Wallace is dead, I'll bet she did kill him at that.
Did your wife come down here?
How would I know?
Hey, Bart. Somebody just come in.
Well, do your duty, Inspector.
All right. Come in here, you.
Blanche.
Oh, so they caught you. You dirty murderer.
Blanche,
Who is this dame?
It's my wife, Blanche.
Very interesting.
What are you doing here this time of night?
Well, I might as well tell the truth. I came here to see if I could recover some of the money my husband and this Wallace person stole.
You didn't expect Wallace to be here now, did you, Mrs. West?
Of course not. He's dead.
You see, gentlemen, how could she know that if she didn't kill him?
Oh, no, I didn't. I came here this afternoon, and this young lady told me that Mr. Wallace was out. I made her tell me where he went, so I went out there. Nobody answered the door when I rang, so I peeked in the window. There were 2 bodies lying on the floor. One was Wallace. But what's more important, I saw a revolver lying on the floor. It was my husband.
But, honey, I couldn't have done it. I've been here all afternoon, handcuffed to this chair. Wallace himself handcuffed me, then he took my gun and beat it.
Well, I guess that's about all, isn't it, Inspector?
Huh? What do you mean? We haven't even taken them out to identify the bodies yet.
I mean, you and I know who the murderer is, and that's all we need to know, isn't it?
Murderer?
Yes. I'll let you tell them, Inspector.
Well,
After all, you know, I am only supposed to be watching.
And now, back to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
come on, Bart. Quit your gagging.
Oh, I'm not gagging, Inspector. I know you were about to arrest Guy Watts here for the murder of both Ted Wallace and Pete Millar.
Well,
And am I glad to get rid of the rest? This saves me from getting a divorce.
Guy, you didn't.
Of course not, honey. Let him prove it.
well, I caught you in one lie, Watts. When Bart and I were talking about the body, you said body. How did you know there were two?
Fine, Inspector. That was darn smart of you. You never referred to the two of them.
Yeah. And I've got you in another lie. How is it if you were handcuffed to that chair since 2 o'clock this afternoon, how is it that the lights were on in here when we get here at 7 o'clock?
Excellent, Inspector. Mr. Watts couldn't have possibly turned them on if you were handcuffed to the chair all that time.
And how was it that if your wife came here to the office after 3, as Rose Popierce corroborated, how was it that both Rose and your wife didn't see you? If you've been in that chair since 2 o'clock.
Inspector, I knew you could do it.
All right, I did it. No use denying it now.
You know, Bart, I do much better when you just stand around and watch.
Yes, you do, don't you, Inspector? There's one little thing, though.
What's that?
Of course, you should have realized that it was a double murder way back there when we first went in to look at the bodies, no?
How could I know that? Oh, I know. The cigar.
The cigar. And what did they prove?
Nothing.
Right. But the so-called suicide note did.
Well, I figure the Watts here must have written that.
Mm-hmm. And how did you figure that?
Well, he just must have, that's all.
Correct. You are right. He did write it, Inspector.
Yeah.
And this is what proves it. You see, our friend here had Wallace write in the note that his horse lost in the 3rd race. I checked and found that the 3rd race was over at exactly 3:24.
Yeah?
Now, the time of the murder was established as 6 minutes later, exactly 3:13.
I'll have to hand it to Watts. He had the time figured down almost to the second.
Yes, didn't he?
Sure did.
And for Wallace to get the returns of the race that quickly, he'd have had to be listening to a radio or receive the results over the telephone, wouldn't he?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
How does anybody get the race results? They have to hear them. They hear. They hear.
Yes, Inspector. Yes.
Kick me, will you, Mark?
My pleasure, Inspector.
Quite all right. They couldn't hear. They were both of them deaf.
Well, anyway, thanks, Inspector, for letting me come along. You know, I think I'll use that suicide note exactly as it is for my new book. A suicide note with a definite clue to the murder.
Yep. It sure ought to fit.
All of which makes me very happy sometimes that mystery is my hobby.
Glenn Langan will return in a moment. Mystery is My Hobby is written by Fred Howard and directed by Dave Titus. Tonight's episode was based on a story by Ray Wilson. Original music was composed and played by Len Salvo. Included in tonight's cast were Ken Christie as Inspector Danton, Jean Vanderpyle as Blanche Watts, Barney Phillips as Guy Watts, and Gloria Blondell as Rose. The events depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people, living or dead, is purely coincidental. And now, here's Glenn Langan with a word about next week's story.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Bruce Buell. Next week, plan to be with us when I bring you case history number 124. It's a story of love, intrigue, and homicide. I call it Death Turns the Tables.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. You know, in a city the size of Los Angeles, where I work as a newscaster on radio station KOP, crimes occur so frequently, and law enforcement agencies operate with such a maximum amount of efficiency, that unless a crime has an unusual angle or twist to it, it doesn't make particularly good copy from a news point of view. Well, we had one of those unusual angle crimes in L.A. about a month ago. It wasn't just one crime, it was a whole series of them. And what gave the twist was, oddly enough, lack of clues. No telltale cigarette stubs. No strand of hair or thread from a torn garment. Nothing. It was uncanny. I reasoned that if I could uncork the answer to this one, I'd really have a story that would make good copy. Well, it was on a Wednesday afternoon that I picked up Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, at a downtown street corner. Carol had been going in for welfare work lately and had been attending a meeting. Hi, Glamourpuss. Hop in.
Hi, Chucky boy. Oh, Chuck, I've just had the most wonderful experience.
That's all?
I've been watching a demonstration by some disabled veterans. You know, boys who were wounded in Korea.
Yeah? Glamourpuss, if I could crack this mystery crime deal, I'd have myself a real story.
Sure. Oh, Chuck, you really should have been there. Gosh, it's amazing what they can do. One boy's name is Johnny Owens. He has 2 metal fingers for hands. He can pick up a pencil and write, shave himself, tie his own tie, light a cigarette.
Sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing that bothers me and the police department is that each one of these crimes is worse than the one preceding it. If the mystery man keeps getting away with them, he's going to get cocky and murder someone just to make the cops look like monkeys. And we will be in the soup.
Oh, gosh, I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Chuck, do you know what I think would be wonderful?
What?
If you interview Johnny Owens on the air. Let him do his demonstration and you could describe it. Oh, it would give hope to so many other amputees.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Look, I'm going to drop you off at the studio, then go down to headquarters and have a talk with Bill Meggs.
Oh, I knew you'd feel that way about it. So I've already asked Johnny to come to your broadcast tonight.
You what?
Uh-huh.
You cute little rascal, you.
Cute little rascal.
5 minutes later, we reached the studio. I put into a loading zone to let Carol out and saw Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, coming out of the building. He looked concerned about something.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, wait a minute.
Hi, Pappy. What's wrong?
Get out to North Hollywood as fast as you can. There's been a murder. Bill Meggs is positive it's your mystery criminal.
Well, it had happened. Murder. The address Pappy gave me was a 2-story house on Kling Street. When Carol and I... Of course, Glamourpuss insisted on coming along. When we got there, it was late in the afternoon. A couple of squad cars were parked out front. There was the usual crowd of curious people. The cop on guard at the front door waved us inside. We went up a flight of stairs and found Bill Meggs in a room at the end of the hall. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol. Thought you two'd be along.
Hi, dear.
That finally happened, eh?
Yep. This one's as bad as the others.
Well, what makes you so sure it's the work of your mystery criminal?
Same deal. No clues, nothing to go on. Driving me batty.
Fingerprints?
None. Look, Chuck, take it easy on your broadcast tonight, will you?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Fill me in, huh? Who's the girl? When did it happen?
Name's Alice Carter. She's a stenographer for a law firm over on Lancashire.
Uh-huh.
Last night she was out on a date with her boyfriend. Got home late. Must have surprised the guy who murdered her.
Well, what makes you think that?
All her jewelry's missing. She'd recently inherited quite a lot of the stuff. The way I figured it is this. Alice came in quietly so as not to wake the other people in the house. Sneaked upstairs in her stocking feet and noiselessly opened the door. That's the reason she surprised the thief snitching her jewels. And that's the reason he killed her.
That makes sense. How about her boyfriend?
We've checked him. He's clean.
Well, how about the other people in the house here?
Place is owned by an old couple named Fairmont. They take in roomers to help the budget. The 3 other girls besides Alice. None of them heard anything. None of them could think of a reason why anyone would want to murder Alice.
Except that she had $10,000 worth of jewelry lying around. Carter. You know, Bill, I had an item on one of my broadcasts last week about an Alice Carter inheriting some family jewels. Quite a well-known family in San Francisco.
That's right. Kid didn't have sense enough to stash them away in a safe deposit box. Want to see the body?
Yeah, let's have a look.
If you don't mind, I'll stay here.
Okay, Glamourpuss.
Well, there she is.
Good-looking kid. When was the body discovered?
Not till around noon. Mrs. Fairmont didn't come in to clean until then.
I see. What are those marks on her throat?
Could have been made by a pair of hands. Could have been a belt or a cord.
Yeah.
Anyway, she was strangled Which explains why she didn't get a chance to scream.
You haven't uncovered anything that would give you a lead yet, Bill, huh?
Well, nothing except the fact that whoever did this job must have been a fair to middling second-story man. Trouble is, second-story men aren't usually murderers.
That's true.
Come on over here. Stick your head out that window and look around.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Walnut tree and the vine against the house. Still, the guy would have had to have been pretty good to make it. How about footprints in the ground down below?
There aren't any.
Well, it sounds like the work of our mystery man, all right. I suppose you've picked up all your suspects.
The last two of them are down at headquarters now. I haven't much hope. Just a bunch of good, decent people like the murdered girl. I feel like a heel even questioning them.
Well, a cop has to do a lot of things he doesn't like. So does a news reporter. Right now, I've got to go back and write a story about this for my 7 o'clock broadcast. Well, thanks for giving me the scoop on this, Bill, and don't worry about the way I'll handle it. I wanted to get away from there fast. Some time ago, I'd used an item about a second-story man named Benny Murdoch, a 2-time loser. 2 months ago, which is about the time the mystery crime man had begun his operations, Benny had been released. I knew where he lived, and I wanted to talk to him, just in the bare hope there might be some connection. Well, I did my 7 o'clock broadcast, gave Carol some work to do, and drove down to the address in Oxford Street where Benny Murdoch lived. It was a single-family frame house, rather the worse for wear. A light showed in the rear window, so I walked around back and knocked on the door.
What do you want?
I want to talk to Benny. Is he in?
Who'll I say wants to see him?
Chuck Morgan.
Chuck? Well, so you're him.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm Chuck Morgan. Is Benny home?
Not to you, he ain't. On your way, you lousy squealer. Benny don't want no part of you.
Hey! Get out of here! I'll call the cops.
Why don't you, Bess? It'll save me the trouble.
What do you mean by that, Crack? How do you know my name?
Benny mentioned your name several times when I interviewed him a couple of months ago. And you can take that crack any way you want to. Where's Benny?
He ain't here.
Where is he?
None of your business.
Okay, Bess, if that's the way you want to play. Hello, Benny. Come on out and be sociable.
Sure, Morgan. I was just going to do that anyhow. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Anything I can do for you?
Benny, are you going to let this meathead get
Take
away?
it easy, Bess. That ain't no way to treat a guest. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Morgan?
Just a couple of questions, Benny. Where were you last night when that girl out in North Hollywood was murdered?
How do you like that? Who does this guy think
Shut up,
he is?
Bess. I'll do the talking. You want to know where I was, Morgan? Yeah. Sure, I'll tell you. I was playing snooker over at Abe Berman's.
You can prove that. Come on, wait a minute. Abe Berman's joint was closed up 2 weeks ago.
No kidding.
Benny, are you nuts? You got an alibi. Tell the jerk.
You let me handle this, Bess. All right, anything else you want to know, Morgan?
Okay, Benny, so you hate my guts. We'll let it ride that way. However, get this through your head. I'm down here to do you a favor, nothing else.
You're down here to do me a favor, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's one for the book. Well, just tell me about it, Morgan. I'm dying to hear the punchline.
Sure, I'll tell you. The guy who murdered that girl was a second-story man. He was pretty good at his trade.
Well, that's me, all right. There ain't no better second-story man in the profession than Benny Murdoch.
Benny, are you going screwy or something? Morgan here thinks you murdered the babe.
Oh, let him. Let him think anything he wants. Got my reputation to think of. Somebody says they're a better second-story man than me, they're crazy. I can prove it.
Did you prove it last night, Benny?
Don't answer him, Benny.
Bess, I don't want to have to tell you again to shut your trap. Now, you get over there behind Mr. Morgan and don't speak till you're spoke at. Now, Mr. Morgan, what was this favor you were saying you done for me?
It isn't much. Sooner or later, Bill Meggs is going to remember that you're the best second-story man in the business, and he might come around asking questions. So, unless you've got the answers, you better leave town.
You see, Bess? That's Mr. Morgan's favor. He's giving me a tip. He's telling me to get out of town unless I got some answers.
You're a fool if you listen to him.
Well, maybe I am, maybe I ain't. Looks like Mr. Morgan's the right guy after all. He's giving me plenty of time to take a powder if I ain't got the answers, huh?
That's right, Benny.
So I take it on the lam. So then the cops figure I strangled that babe in North Hollywood whether I did or not. So they put out a dragnet and picked me up. Morgan, you got my everlasting gratitude for this favor you're doing me.
Okay, Benny. How did you know the girl was strangled?
You see, Bess, the guy's clever, too. How did I know the girl was strangled, he asks. He don't figure I listen to radio or read the newspapers, I guess.
I didn't mention on my broadcast how that girl died.
I wouldn't know about that, chum. I didn't listen to your broadcast. I listened to somebody else's. You know, Morgan, I'm kind of glad you dropped in on us tonight. You know why?
Nah, tell me.
Well, I never forgot how you helped send me up that last time. I used to while away the time and stir thinking what I'd do if I ever got things set up just right to pay you back.
So you think you got things set up just right now?
You put your finger on it, pal. Things are set up just right now. Nobody asked you in here. You forced your way. You ain't no cop, and a man's got a right to protect his own home. You all set, Bess?
All set, Benny.
So now I knew that Benny had been play acting all the time. He was a mystery man of crime, and he wanted me to know it, because the knowledge wasn't going to do me any good. Bess was behind me, and Benny had suddenly produced an ugly-looking automatic.
Don't move, Morgan. Stay right where you are. Bess, let him have it.
Bess let me have it, all right. Something hit me on the side of the head, and comets began zooming around the room. Far, far off, I heard Benny yell,
"Hit him again! This I'm enjoying."
So Bess hit me again, and I tumbled to the floor, still clinging to a shred of consciousness. Benny's leering face was above me. I saw his foot swing back and drive forward, and then a curtain of darkness closed down, obscuring everything. Eons of time later, I saw stars dancing around in an endless circle and heard distant sounds that were vaguely familiar. I closed my eyes and opened them again. The stars were still there. I realized they were real. I was lying on my back on the cold, cold ground looking up at the firmament. The sounds I'd been hearing were the normal sounds of traffic. I sat up and fell back again, conscious of pains and aches all over my body. After a while, I tried it again. This time, the world stopped spinning, and I managed to get out my lighter and look at my watch. 10:15. I'd been out cold for more than 2 hours. Benny had had his revenge with interest, and now I was going to have mine. I got to my feet and staggered toward a street light. A block away was a drugstore. Somehow I made it. The clerk stared at me pop-eyed as I swayed across the floor toward a phone booth. I found a dime and dropped it in the slot.
Police headquarters.
This is Chuck Morgan. I want to speak to Bill Meggs.
Just a minute. Meggs speaking.
Bill, this is Chuck. I've got your boy. He's Benny Murdoch, the second-story man. He's practically confessed.
Murdoch?
Yeah.
Chuck, you've missed the boat, but good. Murdoch was picked up last evening on a drunk charge and spent the night in a tank at Lincoln Heights.
The way Benny Murdoch had played me for a sucker was something I didn't like to think about. Worse, there was nothing I could do about it, which didn't help my mood any. And it didn't help it any further when I got back to the office and found Carol waiting there with a visitor.
Oh, Chuck, I thought you'd never get here. Oh, what happened to your face?
Nothing. Look, Glamourpuss, I want you to dig up all the information you can on a certain...
Wait a minute, Chuck. First, I want you to meet Johnny Owens.
Hi, son. Where's Pappy, Glamourpuss?
Hi, Mr. Morgan. Say, I'm glad to meet you. I never miss one of your broadcasts. They're swell.
Thanks. Where's Pappy, Glamourpuss?
Oh, I don't know. Now, if you'll stop rummaging through that drawer, I think it might be a good idea if you and Johnny ran through your interview.
What? What interview?
Will you please pay attention? This is Johnny Owens, the boy I was telling you about.
Johnny Owens? Who's Johnny Owens? It's the first time I ever heard his name. What does he do?
Golly, I guess I'd better be going.
You stay right where you are, Johnny. Oh, Chuck, you take this script and read it, or I'll quit.
Then quit.
Oh, Chuck, please listen. Johnny's the amputee whose demonstration I saw this afternoon.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, son.
Well, that's better. Now, are you ready for a run-through?
I can't do it tonight, Glamourpuss. It's impossible. There's a girl been murdered out in North Hollywood. If I talked about anything but that, I'd lose every listener I had. You know that.
No, I don't know it. What Johnny has to say is more important to the American people than, well, just another murder.
Look, folks, let me bow out of this one, will you? I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. Mr. Morgan knows what's best for his listeners.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Please forgive me.
Well, there's nothing to forgive you for. Well, I'll get along. Nice meeting you, Mr. Morgan.
I'm sorry, son, but some other time, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Chuck Morgan, I should think you'd be ashamed of
now,
yourself.
Look, Glamourpuss,
Don't speak to me. I despise you. And I'm quitting as of right now. Good night.
Well, this was great. This was wonderful. Besides feeling like a sucker, I now felt like a first-class heel. Well, I did my 11 o'clock broadcast, and I told my audience absolutely nothing more about the North Hollywood murder than they already knew. Well, after the broadcast, I drove out to Kling Street. With the help of the cop on guard, I examined the walnut tree and the vine outside the murder room window. It netted me nothing except a few marks made by the murderer in his efforts to scale the wall. I got back to my apartment about 1 a.m. and tried to get some sleep, but that didn't work either. Around daylight, I woke up in a cold sweat and phoned Carol. She didn't answer. I got dressed, drove over to her apartment, and spent 10 minutes beating on her door. Then I drove out to her mother's place in Encino. She wasn't there either. At exactly noon, I got back to the office. Glamour, puss.
Hello, Chuck.
I've been looking everywhere for you. Where the devil you been?
Here.
Here? What do you mean here?
I couldn't quit. You haven't hired anyone else, have you?
Glamour, puss, you're wonderful. Of course I haven't hired anyone else. You know I couldn't get along without you.
Oh, but I still think you're a heel and impolite, and I'm ashamed of you.
Yes, and I don't blame you. I couldn't sleep last night for thinking about it.
Oh, then you will interview Johnny?
Sure, I will. Get him down here for a run-through this afternoon if you want to.
Oh, Chuck, do you mean it?
Certainly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And next time, remind me to listen to what my very beautiful secretary has to say. She's smarter than she looks.
What?
Me. Well, at least I felt a little better. I took Glamourpuss to lunch, and afterwards she went out to get Johnny Owens, and I got Bill Meggs on the phone. I gave him my ideas on the subject and then went in to talk to Pappy. At 2:30 p.m., Carol called to say she'd located Johnny, and the two of them would meet me at my office at 3. At 3 straight up, they arrived.
Hello, Chuck. Here's Johnny.
Hi, Carol. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, Mr. Morgan.
Pappy, what are you doing here?
Chuck asked me to sit in, Carol.
Gosh, it's mighty decent of you to do this, Mr. Morgan.
Bill, for heaven's sakes, what is this? Did all you people come in for a free demonstration before we went on the air?
It amounts to that, Glamourpuss. Johnny, this is Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP.
Hello, son.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Mansfield.
And Johnny, this is Bill Meggs.
Hi, Mr. Meggs.
Hi, Johnny.
Johnny, Bill is from police headquarters.
Oh, I see. Then you know.
Yeah, I'm afraid we do.
Chuck, what is it? What's wrong?
You can't prove it. You can't prove a thing.
I think we can, son.
No, there weren't any clues. There were no fingerprints, nothing.
No, there weren't any fingerprints. There wasn't even a smudge of a glove. That's why we began thinking of people without fingers.
Oh, Chuck. Chuck, it can't be true.
I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't. She just stood there staring at my hooks. And there was an awful look of horror on her face. She couldn't move or speak. She just kept staring at my hooks, and something snapped inside me. I just had to do it. I just had to show her that I could use those hooks like a normal person uses his hands.
That's why you committed the robberies, isn't it, son? You wanted to show people you could do everything that anyone else could do.
People always stared at me. Oh, sure, they'd watch my demonstrations and they'd say it was great, but they wouldn't give me a job. They pitied me. They didn't have time, or they weren't willing to listen if there was anything else they had to do. Like you, Mr. Morgan. You didn't think it was important yesterday to have me on your broadcast. Well, I showed you. I showed you all.
Johnny, you're right. I feel almost as much guilt in this as you do. It isn't you who murdered that girl out in North Hollywood, Johnny, any more than it's I. And a lot of other people who couldn't take the time to listen and understand.
Now, wait a minute, Chuck. Let's take it easy. Murder's murder.
Yeah, Bill, I know. No. I wish I didn't know. Johnny will have to pay his debt to society. But society's got a debt to pay to guys like Johnny Owens, and I'm going to... Johnny, don't do it.
Stand back, all of you. I don't want to have to demonstrate on you how a guy with hooks can handle a gun. This is the end of the trail for me. I'm glad it's over. I've been trying to lick this thing ever since they shipped me out of Korea. I guess I chose the wrong way. I know it now, but maybe I'll have helped some other men who might be thinking along the same lines.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny.
Let me finish. It's people like you, Mr. Morgan, who are in a position to do us a lot of good. Remember that.
I'll remember it, son.
And Miss Curtis, Well, I've never met a nicer person. I wish they were more like her. She didn't offer sympathy or pity. She recognized that men like me are capable of doing the things any normal person can do, that we're self-reliant. Too bad I met her too late. You're lucky to have her, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Johnny.
It's okay, Miss Curtis. Don't you feel bad about me. I'm doing what I know is right. So I'll let you all take it from here. So long, everyone.
Pepe, stop him! Well, Johnny Owens is dead. He blew his brains out, with us standing there watching him and not being able to do anything. Maybe it's best, I don't know. Maybe it would have been better if he died at Korea. No, that wouldn't have been any good. Some of those boys had to come back to show us poor, smug dopes how unthinking and self-satisfied we are. It's too bad Alice Carter had to be a guinea pig. But that's life, I guess. Or death. Well, whichever way you figure it, the whole deal was a sorry mess. Pappy Mansfield stuck around my office while I dictated the substance of my 7 o'clock broadcast to Carol. There were some questions that Pappy wanted answered.
There must have been something besides the fact that there were no fingerprints to cause you to suspect the boy, Chuck.
Yeah, Pappy, there was. The marks on Alice Carter's throat to begin with. They might have passed for thumb marks or marks made by a belt or a cord, but there were 2 sets of them. A fact that meant nothing to me until I saw Johnny's metal fingers.
Anything else?
Yeah. I went out to the Kling Street house. I looked at the walnut tree and the vine on the side of the building. There were similar marks on both. Who else but a soldier, trained to lick the most hazardous obstacle course, could scale that wall so easily?
I see. Ah, well, that's the way things go. Oh, by the way, Chuck.
Yeah.
In your 7 o'clock broadcast, you don't have to
No, don't worry, Pappy, don't worry. I know how to handle it.
Good. Well, I'll be getting back to my office. Don't take it too hard.
We won't, Pappy.
So long, Pappy.
He's nice, Chuck.
Yeah, he's swell.
We haven't got much time. It's after 6.
Yeah. I think I'll ad-lib this one, Glamourpuss. Just make a few notes.
Okay, Chuck.
You know, honey, self-respect is more important to a man than anything else. He can lose most anything else, even his arm, and lick the handicap, if he can hold his head up and look at his fellow man on an equal footing.
In the case of Johnny Owens, that was almost wholly the responsibility of his fellow man, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was, Glamourpuss. How blind can people be? We thought we were doing our duty by watching Johnny do his demonstration and complimenting him, and then pitying him. We forced him to prove he was our equal. Honey, we owe so much to those boys. So big a debt. Do you think we'll ever open our eyes and realize that we've got to help?
You're in a position to help, Chuck, more than anyone. That's the last thing Johnny said.
Yeah. He said something else, too, Glamourpuss.
Yes, Chuck?
Tonight after the broadcast, when I drive you home, and every night, remind me to tell you what a very swell person you are. And I love you very much.
Oh, Chuck.
And now, Pursuit. Pursuit. A criminal strikes and fades quickly back into the shadows of his own dark world. And then, the man from Scotland Yard, the famous Inspector Peter Black, and the dangerous, relentless Pursuit. When man hunts man. Now, with Ben Wright starred as the famous Inspector Peter Black of Scotland Yard, we bring you tonight's story, Pursuit of the Knife Boys.
I'm going to ask you to pick the boys out of the group standing over there, Mr. Westbourne.
Boys. Pack of animals. Animals. One face. Just let me recognize one of them and
We'll take care of it, sir. Don't you worry about that. All we want from you is positive identification. And we'll wait here.
They're all here, sir.
Oh, thanks, Moffat. Ask them to form a line, will you?
Right, sir. All right, lad. Make a straight line. Up to it now.
Inspector, that one. The thin one.
Not yet, sir, if you don't mind. We'll wait until they're ready.
A little more room on the end. Eyes forward. Down up your edge, please. Stop shouting. All correct, sir.
Thank you, Moffat. Now, if you'll come with me, Mr. Westbourne. We'll start at this end. If you can recognize one of them, sir, you just say the word.
Oh, I shall. I'll say the word. Just you wait. I'll say it. No. No, I thought for a moment. No. That's one of them.
Oh, really? Take 2 steps forward, please.
I'll take my oath. He's the one that...
I understand, sir. Now then, if you can pick out the others.
I'm not sure. I think... Let me see his hands.
Hold out your hands, please.
They look about right, but I'm not certain. It was almost dark, you know.
Was there anything in particular about his hands, sir?
Well, they were big and very big for a boy that age. I can remember him as they pushed Gert off the pavement. Big, ugly hands. I'm not sure about this one there. Maybe the light. Yes. I think so. I'm almost sure he's one of them.
Step forward, please.
Yes, he's one.
Right, sir.
That one. The tall, thin one.
Step forward, please.
Not so brave now, are you? Having a knife with you. Let me see what you can do when you're not fighting a woman.
That's enough, Mr. Westbourne. Stop it.
Let go of me. Let me go. I want to smash his rotten little grin. I want to smash his face. I'll kill him. Kill him. Please, put me in a room with him. Give me 5 minutes. Please let me go.
Try to control yourself, sir.
Control? Were you there? Did you see what they did to my gut? Were you there?
It was a day in August, humid, cloudy, and with a promise of rain before evening. We were in an open court at the yard where men were put up for identification. Mr. Lawrence Westbourne and his wife Gertrude had been attacked a week previously by 4 youths armed with knives. The man had been badly slashed and beaten. His wife, well, according to the hospital authorities, her physical condition was satisfactory. Nothing more. The attack had taken place in Shadwell. The couple on their way home from shopping, a darkened side street, an alley, and then blind, wicked assault and robbery. They'd made off with £2, 10 4 and a gold watch. I took Mr. Westbourne upstairs to my office and gave him a glass of whiskey. He sat in the leather chair, still visibly shaking with frustrated anger.
You don't know. You don't know what it's been like these past days. Thinking of Gert. Seeing her at the hospital. Then I see him.
You picked out 2 of the others, sir. Now, what about them? Didn't you feel the same way?
I don't know. But that same one, smiling, knowing what he's done.
I must explain something to you, sir. When we put a man up, or as in this case, men, for identification, we have to be certain that the witness is very sure. Our memory is an odd thing. Sometimes it's rather unreliable.
Do you think I'll ever forget the faces of those devils? Do you ever think
You've forgotten the faces of 2 of them, Mr. Westbourne. Or let us say, mistaken the identity of 2.
What do you mean?
Now, the first boy you picked is a grocer's boy in Hammersmith. We brought him down here. The second, with the large hands, is one of our own messengers, Tommy Sutton. Now, I can assure you that neither was in any way involved in your case.
Oh,
But the third?
I don't care what you say about him. He could be your son, and I'll tell you he was there.
Yes, there's little doubt of that, sir. We're holding him for questioning and further identification.
Further identification? Why? What more do you want?
Your wife, sir.
No. I won't allow it. She said enough. I won't allow it.
In a case of this sort, sir, we have no choice.
I won't. That's all there is to it.
Now, look here, Mr. Westbourne. We know that this gang has been working the streets and parks for 5 or 6 months. Now, this is the first chance that we've had to make a positive identification. You and Mrs. Westbourne are not the first victims by a long shot, and unless we can get your cooperation, you won't be the last.
I've identified one of them. Make an example of him. Whip him. Send him to prison.
We can send him to prison, but that's not enough, sir. We want the 3 who were with him, too. He won't split on them. They never do. Unless
what?
We can frighten him enough with the penalty involved.
I can't. She's hurt and sick. It would only mean court and newspapers. No, I can't. It's not fair to her.
Will you at least think about it, Mr. Westbourne? Talk to your wife. Now, I understand your feelings, but remember, you can very possibly prevent this sort of thing from happening again to someone else. Someone else's wife. There are other gangs, and there'll be more. Unless, well, that's up to you and Mrs. Westbourne.
I don't know. I don't know.
The man whose face still bore the marks of knife and fist left my office. At that time, I had little hope that he would allow us to bring the suspect before his wife for identification. A few minutes later, Moffat came in. He'd brought up the boy who remained outside under guard.
A tough nut, sir. I don't think you'll get much out of him.
What's his name?
Henry Brule, 21 Bethnal Green Road.
Mm-hmm. Have they got him in criminal records?
No, sir.
Family?
Mother. Father's a salesman. Away at the moment.
Does he admit anything?
Not that sausage. Said he was playing pool at the time. Said you can prove it.
We'll give him a chance to. Send him in.
Right, sir. Come in.
You are Henry Brule?
Yeah. So what?
Moffat?
American film, sir.
Oh. What have you got to say about this?
Nuts.
Really? You realize that the present charge is armed robbery, and that if the man's wife makes identification, you'll go to prison for a very long time?
You've got nothing on me. I don't know nothing about that guy. I was with my chums playing pool. You can find out if you want.
We shall. What are the names of these chums?
Oh, there was Elf, Ginger, Rog, Beetle. A few more I can't think of now.
Oh. The proprietor of the pool room can swear to your presence that evening?
O'Liggins? Of course he can.
I see. And you deny having any part in the attack on either Mr. or Mrs. Westbourne?
Yeah.
You never carried a knife?
Yeah.
I assume you mean no.
Yeah, I never carried no knife.
Uh-huh. And it follows, then, that you've not been involved in any past attacks and robberies.
That's right.
Have you ever heard of a gang who call themselves the Knife Boys?
Never heard of them.
Can you think of any reason why the man who identified you should have tried to hit you?
Yeah, sure. You put him up to it. I've seen cops do that before. It's a frame-up.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, it would be. What's the address of the pool room, Brule?
Corner of Golf Line on Bethnal Green. You ask O'Liggins. He'll tell you it's his place.
At what time did you say you were there?
From 7 till 9, anyway.
Very well. Moffat, we'll drive down this afternoon. You'll have the car brought round at 4.
That's it.
And put him in a cell.
Usual crowd, sir.
Yeah. You wait here.
Walter.
You, Mr. Higgins?
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
Chief Inspector Black, Scotland Yard.
Oh, happy, I'm sure.
I shall require a statement from you concerning the movements of a boy who claims to have been in here last Wednesday between the hours of 7 and 9.
Who?
Henry Brule.
Henry. Now, let me think. Last Wednesday?
Yes.
Wednesday, huh? Henry Brewer. Nice lad. Wednesday, huh? Yes, he was here. I'm sure of it. But to be on the safe side. Alf,
What's up?
was you playing with Henry Brewer here last Wednesday, 7, 8, or 9 o'clock?
Henry? Yes. Why?
A gentleman inquiring.
Tell him Ginger was here, too. And Rog and Beetle. We all saw him.
He didn't leave the place between those hours?
Not while I was here.
Oh. You'd be willing to swear to that in court?
May I perish on this spot if it ain't the old ruddy truth.
Oh. You'd better move over, Mr. Higgins. Thank you.
Any luck, sir?
No. Either the man's lying or Mr. Westbourne made a mistake. But I don't think so, Moffat. Come on. Strikes me that memories are much too good in here.
Hard luck, Al. 2 bob on the next.
Right.
8 in the side.
8 on the side.
Here goes. 2 bob. Hugh.
Want a word with you. Scotland Yard.
Not your fault. 9 in the corner.
Oh, easy as pie. No bet.
Gone.
You're a friend of Henry Brule.
That's right.
He's with you last Wednesday between 7 and 9. Here.
Missed.
I'm not blind. What'd you say? Oh, yes. Henry. Yes, he was here.
What's your name?
Alf Pollock.
And yours?
Roger Gorman. 9 in the side.
Half a crown says you don't.
None of you were in Shadwell that evening?
Shadwell? Oh, no. Very common district. Never go there. Right, Rog?
It's rain.
Look, you're mucking up our game. If you want to know about Henry, why don't you ask him? We're not his nursemaids. They already have. Hiya, Rog. Alfie.
Henry, old cock. Nice to see you.
What's the matter, Blackie? You look surprised. Told you I'd nothing to do with that balmy old fool.
He must have escaped, sir. There's no bail for armed robbery.
Here, get your clammy hand off me. Who said anything about bail? While you was gone, the guy you had framed me double-crossed you. He dropped the charges. Now put that in your hat and wear it.
You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He never wanted to be president, since he personally felt he was unqualified for the office. When he was only 30 years old, he was appointed member of the Ohio Superior Court. He was President Grant's Secretary of War and Attorney General. In 1908, through the recommendation and support of Theodore Roosevelt, he succeeded Roosevelt as president. If you don't have his name by now, here's another clue. During his administration, the Postal Savings Plan and Parcel Post were established. Who was he? William Howard Taft, 27th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
Now, the second act of Pursuit of the Night Boys.
We stood under the white glare of a pool table light. The 3 youths between 18 and 20, dressed in the height of their fashion. Jackets too long, trousers too tight, and hats worn at an aggressive angle. 2 of them stood leaning on their queues, cigarette dangling loosely from their lips, looking with admiration at the third, who was obviously their leader, Henry Brule. He had put it across the police, knew it, and with his friends was proud of it. Now we had to find out why Mr. Westbourne had so suddenly, in our absence, dropped the charge. And after a call to the yard, we went to a cleaning and pressing establishment in Shadwell.
I still say we're going to be wasting our time, sir.
I don't think so, Moffat.
Maybe, sir. At any rate, seems to me we're back where we started with those knife boys. And what's more, they know we're onto them.
Hey, good afternoon. Oh.
Mr. Westbourne, why did you withdraw the charge?
Well, I told him at the station you'd gone. I said that I'd made a mistake.
Yes, I know that. But you didn't make a mistake, did you?
Well, yes, I did. The boy looked the same, but when I started to think about it, I knew he wasn't. He's too tall. I'd made a mistake.
Huh. And when did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, after I left.
When you returned here?
Well, yes. I thought about it. I didn't want to do the boy an injustice.
So you went back to the yard and you told them that you couldn't identify Brule?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Now, why are you sorry?
Well, I mean, the trouble it caused.
Well, I may say, Mr. Westbourne, that I don't believe you. I think that you've been threatened. And I think, too, that you've done a very foolish thing. Brule's guilty, you know that.
No, nobody said anything to me. I just made a mistake, and I wanted to make it right.
Do you understand that you've left the way open for the gang to continue their activities?
I don't know anything about that.
Now, look, if you've been threatened, don't you realize it will give you protection?
All right. I've been threatened. Someone called and said I'd be sorry if I identified that boy. What do you expect? My wife's been hurt. I don't want any more trouble. Please, forget that I ever came to you. Forget I ever picked out that boy. I was wrong, that's all.
A case of this sort would normally have been assigned to a divisional inspector. But the seriousness of the gang attacks which had been springing up in London had forced the Yard to bring into play its full resources. We had won the first round by apprehending one of the leaders of the Knife Boys, and had immediately forfeited the second by losing him. The threats which had been directed against Mr. Westbourne only proved how dangerous the situation was becoming. We were determined to exterminate this vicious pack, and we set about to do so. The following week was devoted to a thorough investigation of those boys who were known or were even thought to be involved in previous attacks. Moffat and I went over the list. It had rather frightening proportions.
These are the plainclothesmen and flying squad reports, sir. I thought I'd put them together.
All right, fire away.
It's bigger than we expected.
Ah.
The big gang call themselves the Knife Boys. There are 2 or 3 others, but they seem to work under one leadership.
Oh? Brule?
The informers think so. There's a bit of difficulty there, by the way, sir.
Oh, what?
Not one of the boys listed has a past criminal record. That seems to be the rule with them.
That'd make it hard for the informers, I should imagine. Yeah, well, go on.
The Knife Boys move about in groups of 4. There are 5 or 6 groups.
That's enterprising. Sort of minor crime cartel.
The other gangs pay what's called protection money to the Knife Boys.
Ah, to stay in existence, I suppose. No wonder the pool room proprietor wanted to help Brule. He must pay him quite a retainer for his services.
There's been no reports of attacks for a week now.
Which means nothing at all. You know, Brule must be feeling quite a little man. He thinks he's made a fool of the Yard, and he's forced a victim to keep his mouth shut.
We could pick him up again, sir.
We couldn't keep him here, though. No. If we're to catch them, they've got to be caught in the act.
All right, sir.
Now, I'm going to assign as many plainclothesmen as we can spare. Watch and follow any group of boys in the eastern section.
There's one thing, if I may, sir.
Oh?
Do you mind assigning me to Brule and his crowd? I'd rather like collaring that little scut.
Yeah, so would I, Moffat. Oh, don't you worry. You and I aren't going to sit behind a desk. But we are going to need some help.
Help? With them, sir?
Somebody, Moffat, more appealing to the Knife Boys, I think, than you. Yes?
Detective Sanderson, sir.
All right, Moffat. Oh, Detective Sanderson.
Yes, sir.
You sit down, please.
Thank you, sir.
We've got a bit of work to do together. That Knife Boy gang.
Oh? Yes, sir.
For the next few days or weeks, Sanderson, you and I are going to take walks together.
Yes, sir.
Sooner or later, I hope the leader of the gang is going to have a go at us. We'll do our best to put ourselves at his disposal.
Very well, sir.
It might get a little sticky, so if you'd rather...
I should love it, sir.
Very well. Now we'll begin tonight. Have your supper, and then you meet me at the yard at 7:30. I hope you like walking, Sanderson.
I think I shall like walking, sir.
Mary Sanderson was one of the yard's best policewomen. She was also extremely attractive. I will admit the latter qualities served to make a monotonous task less tedious. For the next 10 days, we walked from 8 until 11 o'clock at night. Moffat drove us in a radio car to lightly darkened streets where we got out and, as innocently as possible, appeared to be strolling homeward. I had assigned a man to watch the pool room, which seemed to be the headquarters of the gang. His job was to contact the yard as soon as Brule and his boys left. The yard, in turn, were to notify us in the radio car. For 10 days, our efforts were fruitless. 2 other subsidiary gangs were caught and arrested, but Brule made no move. It was the evening of the 11th day that we got word.
Is it all right, sir?
Yes, this'll do nicely, Moffat.
Car 5-6. Car 5-6.
Yes, Officer.
Don't stop, Moffat.
Car 5-6. Your men and 3 others left meeting place 5 minutes ago on foot, heading toward Cambridge Road vicinity.
Car 5-6. Car 5-6. We've received you. Stand by.
Turn left on Lehman Street and then head east on Whitechapel Road.
Right, sir.
Hand me the mic, will you?
Here you are, sir.
Car 5-6. Car 5-6 to CID. Message follows. Send a car to corner of Bethnal Green Road and Gough Lane. Pool room. Tell them to stand by. When they get the order, arrest owner Higgins and take him down. Car 5-6, out.
Car 5-6, message received. CID out.
All right, Moffat. When we get to Cambridge Road, Sanderson and I will get out. You follow without lights about a square behind. I don't want them to get windy.
Right, sir.
I hope we get them tonight, sir.
Yeah. Pete tired?
No, sir, but my young man is. We haven't seen each other since I've been on this job.
Well, then I hope we do get them tonight, Sanderson. Now, by the way, if they do turn up and it looks like trouble, I want you to run like the devil.
I will, sir.
Sanderson, would you do something for me?
Yes, sir.
Just once, don't call me sir. Now, I feel as though we've known each other all our lives, and I shan't consider it familiar if you say Inspector or Black or anything.
Your first name is Peter, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. My first name is Mary.
Ah. Under that street light. Next square. See?
4 after.
Yes. All right, Sanderson?
Yes, sir.
Hard day today, my dear?
Not bad.
Good. Get anything nice for supper?
The usual.
Oh?
They've seen us, sir. They're coming.
Yes, I hope Moffat's seen them. Run when I tell you to.
What about you, dear?
Huh?
Nice day?
Rotten.
Oh, shame.
Oh, well, there's always tomorrow. It could be worse.
Tomorrow?
No, dear, I mean...
Chum? Got a match?
Huh? Yes. Yes, of course.
Nice night.
Yeah.
All right, this is the sticker. Hand it over.
Delighted. Run, Sanderson.
Cops indeed. Naughty boy, you shouldn't play with knives.
There's another! Scram!
I'll
All right, Moffat. I think I'd better stop to that for a little while. He'll be a good chap. Call through to have Higgins arrested, and then we'll pile this lot in the car, and we'll take him in. After the arrest of Henry Brewer and his little friends, the knife boys fell to pieces. With the assurance of safety to his wife and himself, Mr. Westbourne and several other victims appeared in court and gave evidence. Higgins, the pool room proprietor, was convicted as an accessory. Detective Sanderson, I gave her 2 days' leave to be with her young man. Pursuit. And the pursuit is ended.
We invite you to join us next week at this same time when Pursuit will bring you another dramatic story of the famous Inspector Peter Black of Scotland Yard, relentlessly hunting down those whose disordered passions breed violence and murder. Another story of man hunting man when we bring you Pursuit.
Starring Ben Wright as the famous Inspector Peter Black of Scotland Yard, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Thank you to Donald for reminding me. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I totally forgot that today was Valentine's Day. Sorry to say I have no Valentine to celebrate it with, but I'm glad I can hang out with all of you wonderful people. And let me just catch up here. Welcome to Lee Parole from Wales. Welcome McDougal. Welcome Moore. Reese's Treasure, Hunting Emporium. Travis, Teresa, K-Mac, Blue One, Basic Plan, Let It Go, and of course, Laura. Thank you guys for coming by and joining the stream. It's really good seeing you guys. So I hope you enjoyed those first few shows. Kind of a tragic ending to Stand By for Crime, though. But, you know, you just can't get enough good OTR organ music. At least I can't. Next up, we have a fantastic show, Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy as reporter Randy Stone, who does just about as much crime fighting as he does reporting for the fictional Chicago Star newspaper. I'm sure all of you have heard this one before. I've done a few videos with just that particular show. In this episode, The Devil's Bible, Randy discovers that a man who tried to take a $50,000 medieval satanic book from a bookstore was blamed for the murder of the last owner. And then it just gets stranger and weirder as that story progresses. Next, after that, we have Murder Without Crime from Molle Mystery Theater. I think this is a really great show, sponsored obviously by Molle Shaving Cream. It went through several iterations over the years with several different hosts, but the stories were always excellent. Production, acting was top-notch, and they usually had a twist or surprise endings. In this one, Stephen, a married but separated man, is spending the evening with his current girlfriend when the phone rings and his wife, Jan, wants to come home. And then things pretty much spiral out of control from that point. After that, we have The Lives of Harry Lime, starring the great Orson Welles, which ran from 1951 to 1952, and it was based on the film that Welles did called The Third Man. This episode, The Painted Smile, in it, Harry attends a Sicilian circus as the guest of one of the clowns, who just happens to have a very beautiful wife. And then when Harry gets back to his hotel room, a Sicilian knife just misses his ear. And then I will say no more. So, enjoy. I will be back in a bit with even more of my massively insightful commentary.
Wheaties presents Nightbeat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Nightbeat, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Nightbeat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Nightbeat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. And sometimes when you start digging for the facts behind the story, you end up by finding that you've dug yourself a grave.
Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. On a hot August afternoon back in 1936, young Bobby Feller stepped out on the mound and started his first major league game as a Cleveland Indian. He was just 17 years old. Bob, step up here and tell us what happened that day.
Well, Ed, I was really loaded with Wheaties for that game. I struck out 15 St. Louis Browns.
You think the Wheaties helped, eh, Bob?
Ed, I'll tell you, Wheaties always help. I've been eating them for pretty near 20 years, 4 or 5 times a week. And Wheaties with milk and fruit are still my favorite breakfast dish.
That's wonderful, Bob. Thanks for stopping by, and best wishes to our real Wheaties champion.
Yes, thank you, Bob Feller. And folks, did you hear what the man said? Wheaties always help. Now, you may not play baseball for a living, but you can use whole wheat energy, too. You try it. Breakfast of champions. Have some and see yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
If anyone had told me once about seeing flying saucers in the sky, I'd have tagged him either as a joker or a candidate for the booby hatch. But nowadays, anything is possible, apparently. You know, you could tell me that you saw a little man from Mars 3 feet high, and I wouldn't disbelieve you. Because tonight, I saw someone almost as strange. Fred Molle's bookshop is a shabby little place amidst a teeming stretch of tattoo parlors and penny arcades. It was the book in his window that caught my eye as I was passing. An early edition Bible. Richly bound in antique leather, hand-tooled and inlaid with heavy gold leaf. It stood out against the books that surrounded it like a 90-carat diamond in a display of 10-cent jewelry. I looked up, and there was Mr. Molle watching me through the dusty window with the smile of a man holding in his fear. And I went in. Hello.
A little early, aren't you?
Early? It's almost 10 o'clock.
I know.
I'm just looking at that old Bible in your window.
You are a collector of old Bibles, no doubt.
No, not exactly. I just happened to see that same book on Mr. Ron Heileman's living room floor the night he was murdered about 6 months ago.
I am aware of that.
You mind if I have a look at it?
You brought the money with you? No tricks?
No tricks. Look, all I want to do is see the book.
One moment.
How much do you want for it?
The price is still $50,000.
50? Are you kidding?
I said no tricks. You've already agreed on the price.
Oh, you've got your wires crossed. I haven't agreed to anything. Who do you think I am, anyway?
Aren't you the man?
The name is Stone, Randy Stone of the Chicago Star.
Oh, a newspaper reporter. I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. I thought you were a messenger from one of my customers. He was supposed to be here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. If you don't mind my asking, why is this book worth $50,000?
Why, this, sir, is one of the finest volumes of its kind in existence. Published in 1513 by Martel, the contemporary of Caxton.
Yeah, but I know enough about books to know that $500 would be plenty. Do the bloodstains on the cover increase the value?
Bloodstains?
Was lying on the floor in Heileman's study when the police found the body. Ron Heileman had been stabbed with a pair of desk shears.
Yes, a terrible thing. Murdered by his houseboy, wasn't it? A man named...
Canto, Willie Canto. That still doesn't make the book worth $50,000.
Well, there's something different about this book.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, this book is the Black Gospel.
Fine.
Don't rush away. It's very interesting. For instance, the first 12 sections are the first 12 books of the Bible. Can you read this Old English script?
Well, not as well as an old Englishman, but I can try.
Read it.
And he burnt the house of the Lord at... What's this other stuff that follows on the next page? Hail to thee, Lucifer. What is this, anyway?
Don't you see? It's the beginning of the Black Gospel. The Devil's Bible.
What's that?
Well, you see, in the year 1513, possession of this sort of literature was a sure passport to the gallows or the stake. Now, here's the invocation to Satan himself, summoning him up from hell, which was considered the most potent of all the spells used in witchcraft.
Mr. Molle, why are you trying to keep me here?
Well,
You're not sure whether this messenger you're expecting at 10 will come with money or a gun, is that it?
Oh, really now?
Well, if you're afraid, why don't you call a cop? I got work to do. I can't stay here and play bodyguard.
Wait, please. The police wouldn't understand.
Well, if it's that kind of a deal, then all I can suggest is you make with a spell, call up the devil, let him protect you. I'm going.
Some of these prayers to Satan are remarkable, Mr. Stone. Here, let me read you one.
Oh, well, if it'll make you feel better.
Hail to thee, Satan, Lord of Death. Praises to thee, Prince of Destruction. Let transgression of the wicked be glorified, and the purple testament of war be proclaimed. Take us, Lucifer, son of the morning, for we are thine.
Good evening.
Molle's eyes popped at the apparition that had appeared behind us. He'd come in soundlessly through the open door, a bearded man in a black turtleneck sweater, dark trousers, and black sneakers.
What do you want?
The book? I came to get the book.
What? What book?
The one you have there. The Devil's Bible.
Who sent you?
Don't answer that. Mr. Stone, if you don't mind, sir, this happened to be my business.
Virgil said it would be here.
Who?
Virgil, my guide.
Who are you?
Mr. Stone, I'm going to close in a few minutes if you don't mind. Good night.
Oh, so this is your messenger. Now it's time to get rid of me. Is that it, Mr. Molle? What's your name, pal?
Dante.
Dante.
Did you bring the money?
Money? What money?
Well, this doesn't look like your $50,000 to me, Mr. Molle.
I need no money.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. Dante, what's your last name?
I am Dante Alighieri.
Oh, the 14th century Italian poet who wrote the Divine Comedy.
Now, he's a madman.
Yeah, but he writes like a dream.
It was Virgil who took me to purgatory. My Beatrice led me through paradise. We walked with the angel.
First it's a newspaper reporter, now it's a lunatic.
Princes of hell, Zamiel, Asmodeus, and Apollyon, they are powerless before me. Their testament is mine. Now give it to me.
Get out of here.
I tell you it's mine. Mine.
Take your hands off it.
Easy, Danny. Let go. That's better.
Now get out.
The fawn in the turtleneck sweater left reluctantly, looking back over his shoulder as he eased out the door and slipped off into the night. And as I watched him go, I had a funny feeling that somewhere, sometime, I'd seen that strange, thin face with the high cheekbones and the pointed ears before. I headed for the garage to pick up my car. I wondered where he'd gone and where he'd come from. And then suddenly, there across the street, leaning against a lamppost, staring back at the light still shining in the bookshop window a block away, I spotted him. I stepped off the sidewalk and hurried toward him. He turned abruptly, and I called, "Hey, Danny, wait!" But he fled into the darkness. When I got to the office, I figured that Molle's little bookshop might make the basis of a human interest yarn if I tied it in with the breakup of the late Ron Harleman's famous book collection. So I had our librarian, Benny Marcus, dig out the files on the case from the morgue. I found something that made me do a fast take.
What is it, Randy?
Well, I just looking at the picture on this story.
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Beatrice Halman, huh? Ain't bad, is she? Young enough to be Halman's daughter instead of his widow. Well, they say he was the connoisseur.
No, that's not the picture I'm looking at. This one, Willie Canto.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing?
I'm just drawing a set of whiskers on Mr. Canto's skinny face.
Randy, what kind of fool is this?
Look, Benny, look. I just brought a dead man back to life.
What are you talking?
Willie Canto with a beard or its double. If it is, Willie, I better get over to Molle's bookshop, but quick.
Well, why?
He's killed one man already. Fred Molle could be number 2. I'd have called the police if I hadn't been afraid of raising a false alarm, which proves that silence is sometimes a poor substitute for brains. It was raining as I pulled up in front of Molle's bookshop. I saw that his lights were still on. The Black Gospel had not been replaced in the window. When I went in, it was neither on the counter nor anywhere that I could see. The place was deserted. I walked to the door of the back room and knocked. Mr. Molle? Mr. Molle? Where's that light switch? Ah. Well, it's his office. He must have... Mr. Molle. The old man lay sprawled on the floor. I knelt beside him. His body was still warm, but he was quite dead. A small black bullet hole in the center of his forehead explained why.
General Mills is bringing you Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Hi there. This is Frank Martin, the man about the Wheaties. You know, I like talking about Wheaties on Nightbeat because our star really eats them. And incidentally, I eat them. The burning question is, do you eat them? Truth is, millions of Americans do eat Wheaties. And I have a hunch one reason is that Wheaties taste so good. Nothing I can say about crisp flakes and all that will tell you half so much as the fact that millions of us eat them and love them. So, not one more word will you get out of me right now on the good, solid, whole wheat taste of Wheaties. You try them, and you'll know all. Now, of course, there's another reason why so many millions of us dip into Wheaties come breakfast time. It's the whole wheat energy, the wonderful energy that makes the whole morning go better. There's a whole kernel of wheat, for goodness sake, in every flake of Wheaties. That's why they give so much. That's why they're so poppin' full of vitamins and minerals for your good morning. That's why Wheaties with milk and fruit starts a breakfast to remember. So why don't you join us tomorrow morning, us millions of Wheaties eaters? Make yours breakfast of champions, too. Join us, and you'll see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Do that, huh?
And now, back to Nightbeat and Randy Stone.
When Willie Canto showed up at old man Molle's bookshop, I didn't recognize him at first. After all, he was supposed to have drowned himself after he killed his boss, Ron Heilemann. I hurried back to the bookshop and found that Mr. Molle was dead, a bullet through his head, and the book he'd been trying to sell for $50,000 gone. I reached for the phone. The phone is dead. He must have cut the wire.
Yes, I did.
Oh. Willie Canto.
My name is Dante Alighieri.
Oh, yes, I remember that. You've been standing behind the door all this time pointing that gun at me?
Yes.
Now, look, Dante.
Don't come any closer. I must kill you.
Why? You usually kill your friends?
You're no friend.
But I am.
Oh, then why did you plot to harm my Beatrice?
Beatrice? Oh, yes, Dante and Beatrice. I forgot.
You've made spells against my Beatrice. But you are finished. You must die. The book can't save you now.
Wait a minute. Let's talk some more, Dante, old boy. So you've got the book, huh?
No. Virgil has taken it.
Virgil? Oh, sure, Virgil, of course, your guide through hell and purgatory. Where is he now, on the Chinatown at night run?
That's enough of talk. It makes my head hurt. Yeah. You must die.
You don't want to kill me, Daddy Chum. If you killed me, you'd be a murderer.
No.
You'd never see paradise with Beatrice. You'd go to hell.
No.
Give me the gun, Canto.
No.
We stood facing each other, about 12 feet apart, while he struggled with himself. I couldn't afford to wait. A little pressure on that trigger, and I'd be featured in the obituary column. I tensed for a spring, and then Willie Canto's gun hand fell to his side, and his dark eyes were suddenly filled with tears. I stepped forward and took the automatic from his long fingers.
I should kill you, but I cannot. I cannot.
Oh, don't feel too bad about it. I don't. Now, let's get on out of here and go for a little drive. The fresh air will do us both good. The rain stopped. There's my car. Hey, Willie, come back here. Canto, come back or I'll shoot. I wasn't going to, of course, but on the bare chance it might give him pause, I pointed the gun to the sky. The shot seemed to give him jet propulsion. He dived into an alley and vanished. I turned around and headed back toward my car. I got there just as a couple of prowl cars pulled up behind mine.
Joan?
Oh? Well, Sergeant Blank.
No, it was you who called the police. Why didn't he give you a name? You bashful or something?
I haven't had a chance to call anybody yet.
Well, somebody called. He said that some guy just killed the fellow that runs this bookshop. What are you doing with that gun?
Oh, don't look at me like that, Buzz. It belongs to a fellow who was found dead in the river 3 months ago.
Well, who gave it to you?
He did.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Willie Canto, the fellow who killed Ron Heileman. He's as big as life, and he's twice as crazy.
You're the one who's crazy. Everybody in the Heileman household identified Canto's body. His wife, his secretary, John Talbot, the butler, the gardener.
So they made a mistake.
Then we better go out and have a talk with Mrs. Beatrice Heileman. If Canto's on the loose, he may be planning to call on her.
Mind if I come along? The Heileman estate featured a lot of formal gardens, 2 or 3 guest cottages, and a mansion about the size of Mount Vernon. The only thing that could have made the interior more early American was a stuffed Indian over the mantelpiece. Tears shimmered in Beatrice Heileman's lovely violet eyes as Sergeant Black told her what had happened.
Oh, poor Willie. I guess I was wrong when I identified that body as his. But even John Talbot, my husband's secretary, thought it was he.
I don't want to alarm you, Mrs. Heileman, but there's a chance Canto may show up here.
Oh, but Willie wouldn't harm me. Why, he was always devoted to me.
He was devoted to your husband, too, but look what happened.
I still can't believe it. My husband was so kind to him, so gentle. He even tried to teach Willie to understand some of those dull books of his.
Like Dante, hmm?
Dante? Why, that was my husband's nickname for Willie. How did you know?
Willie thinks he is Dante.
Oh? Ron was always giving people the names of characters in his books. Sometimes I don't think they were very complimentary. But I was never too sure.
Who was Virgil?
Virgil?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. That's what he called his secretary.
John Talbot?
Yes, Mr. Talbot.
John Talbot, Virgil.
I suppose he doesn't work here anymore.
Well, yes. I've needed him to help me wind up my husband's estate. There were so many things to be done. Why?
Does he live here on the premises?
Yes, but he isn't in town now. Poor man's been working so hard cataloging the rest of those books that I told him to take a week off. He left yesterday.
I see. Where'd he go?
He mentioned something about fishing in Minnesota.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Heileman. Homicide will probably talk to you about this further, but in the meantime, keep your doors and windows locked, just in case.
Oh, I'll be careful. Thank you.
When we stepped out into the night, it had begun to rain again. Sergeant Black drove off to make his report to headquarters, and I stopped to light a cigarette and try to make some sense out of the mess. And then I saw a dim figure emerge from a side entrance to the big house. The figure of a man standing momentarily in a yellow fuzz of light that shone from the open door, a small, familiar silhouette. The door closed and the darkness swallowed him, but there was no doubt about it. It was Willie Canto. I jumped out of the car. Willie! I caught sight of a shadowy figure as he whirled and ran toward the back. Willie! He headed toward the guest cottages, barely visible in the faint glow of a distant street lamp, and for a moment I lost him. Then I heard him leap across the veranda of one of the cottages, and I charged after him. He didn't have time to bolt the door in my face. Willie, what's the matter with you? Just want to have a word. Where are you? Turn on the light. Where's the switch?
Wait.
Well, that's better. What are you scared of?
You're the police.
What gave you that idea?
I heard you. In the house. You were talking to my Beatrice.
Oh, I see. She knew you were there all the time, didn't she?
Why, yes, of course. I was in the next room.
Well, I'm not with the police. I'm just a broken-down reporter. So put that nice big knife down, Willie.
Huh?
First a gun, then a knife. You're a bad boy, Willie.
What do you want of me?
That knife, put it on the dresser, and then we'll talk. Now, that's better. Now, what were you doing out there in the rain?
Going away. Far away.
Why?
She says, if I love her, I will go away. Farther than before.
Than before? Where was that? Where you been spending the last 6 months?
On the island.
What island?
Where Mr. Heileman has his summer cottage.
So she told you to go there?
Yes. She's so kind. She gives me money. She sends me food. But it's so lonely. I had to see her. Why does she tell me to go? She told me before she loved me. Beatrice doesn't change. She's kind and generous. Her heart is like gold.
Yes, yellow and hard.
What?
Did she ask you to kill Mr. Heileman?
Oh, no. I wouldn't kill her. Yes, I killed him. It was me. I killed him.
Pretty mean, wasn't he, Willie?
Oh, no. He was a nice man.
You kill people who are nice to you?
No, I wouldn't. I killed him.
Beatrice wouldn't want you to lie, not even for her sake. She'd want you to tell the truth, Willie. Did the secretary stab Mr. Heilemann?
No.
But he killed the man in the bookshop.
Yes.
And you know who killed the man who was so good to you, Mr. Heilemann, don't you? Don't you, Willie? You know. You saw it, didn't you? You know who killed him.
Yes, I know.
Go on, Willie. Tell me what you saw.
I saw through the door into the library. Mr. Heilemann was there and Beatrice.
Yeah? What were they doing?
He says he knows about Beatrice and Virgil. He says he will get a divorce.
Yeah? Go on. Then what happened?
She picked up the scissors and... No, I did it. I did it.
She told you to say that, didn't she? What happened after she stabbed him?
She ran out of the room. I went in, and Mr. Heilemann was trying to get up. He said, Willie, get me some paper. Some paper. There was no paper. There was only the book. My book. And I put it on the floor so that he could write.
The Black Gospel?
Yes. He wrote in it. On the empty page in front, he said, give this to the police. They will know who killed me.
Well, why didn't you?
I was afraid. For Beatrice. She comes in again, and Mr. Talbot is with her. They say that I must go away.
You never told them what Mr. Heilemann wrote in the book? No, of course not. They'd never sold it with the rest of the collection.
I don't remember. Everything is all mixed up.
So that's why it was worth $50,000.
What? What do you say?
Nothing, Willie. So they identified that body as yours, hoping the police had dropped the search. Oh, you're lucky to be alive.
Mr. Stone.
Everything falls into place. Not a pretty picture, but it's clear enough.
That's unfortunate, Mr. Stone.
It was our old pal, John Talbot, the secretary. He stood in the open door of the next room, framed against the darkness. I hadn't seen him since the inquest on Heilemann's death, but he hadn't changed. He was a slender, handsome man, looking like a college professor in tweeds and rimless glasses. The type generally pictured carrying a pipe or a book. But what he was carrying was a snub-nosed .38 revolver.
A touching little tale, Willie.
Virgil.
Does that gun mean I should have knocked before entering?
Opportunity is always welcome, Mr. Stone, whether it knocks or not.
Opportunity for what?
To dispose of an unforeseen problem.
Oh, meaning me, I suppose.
Meaning both of you.
It's Beatrice. Her footsteps.
John, it's all right. They've gone. I've been waiting for you. Oh, Mr. Stone. Willie.
Beatrice, I was going away, but Mr. Stone...
Shut the door.
John, what is this? Why the gun?
It seems that your faithful Dante has been talking to this newspaper fellow.
What?
Rather extensively, I'm afraid.
Willie, have you gone crazy?
Oh, Mr. Stone wouldn't harm you, Beatrice. You wouldn't touch her, would you, Mr. Stone?
Not without gloves.
What did he tell you, Mr. Stone? That lunatic. And you believe him? John, is that why you're holding a gun? You fool. What does it matter what Willie said about me? There's no proof.
You consider yourself safe just because I destroyed that wretched book. Oh, no, my dear. That's not enough. I've got to silence them.
Put away that gun!
Let go of me, you little fool. This fellow knows too much.
I can't stand anymore.
Let
I can't stand it.
Let go of my arm.
So many terrible things. I can't stand it anymore.
I said let go.
Oh!
You hit her. You hit her.
Willie, no.
I'll kill you.
Get back and drop that knife.
Willie Canto staggered as I leaped forward and knocked the gun from Talbot's hand. Talbot reeled backwards and sat down heavily on the sofa behind him. It was then that I saw the dagger in his side and the red stain spreading. Beatrice stood with her back against the wall, her eyes wide, staring at Talbot, and then at Willie lying doubled up on the floor. And suddenly she gave way. I snatched up the gun and went to the phone. As I reached for it, I saw that Willie had risen to his hands and knees, his thin face glistening with sweat. He began to crawl towards Mrs. Heilemann, one hand reaching out for her, his eyes glazed with pain.
Beatrice. My Beatrice.
No! Don't touch me.
Beatrice.
Keep away. I can't stand you. No! No! No!
Beatrice, come back. Oh, please.
Please. My Beatrice.
Dante's Inferno. Yep. Hello, operator. Get me the police. Well, the clock hands are converging on 4, pinching out the last hours of the night. The rain has stopped and a new moon is out. No lover's moon, but thin and curving. Like a knife or a dagger. The curved dagger that Willie Canto used. Poor Willie. He wasn't the first who was betrayed by what he thought was love. Love is like eating mushrooms. You don't know whether it's the real thing until it's too late. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Nightbeat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
If you're a mother or a father with a warm spot in your heart for pink-cheeked, happy-eyed youngsters, here's something you should know. Good food builds good health, and Wheaties are good food. Now, I don't know what you've been doing about breakfast for the kids, but did you know that there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake? With the sunny, wholehearted goodness of field-grown wheat in every flake? With the full strength of whole wheat vitamins, minerals, proteins in every flake? It's true. Whole wheat in all its richness. That's what you furnish when you fill the cereal bowl with Wheaties. Don't slip up. See that they get Wheaties. Crisp, sunshiny, good. Pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and know the youngsters are getting all that whole wheat can give. Do that now. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Willie Canto was played by Ben Wright. Beatrice Heilemann was Lorene Tuttle. Others in tonight's cast were Fritz Feld, Herb Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
This is Frank Lovejoy reminding you of today's biggest bargain, United States savings bonds. You pay for 3 and you get 4. Save with United States savings bonds and build your own future.
Nightbeat came to you from Hollywood. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
And now, the Molle Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you, as a return engagement, one of the most successful plays ever presented on the Mystery Theater. It's entitled Murder Without Crime, and was written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger, featured recently on Broadway in the play Thérèse, is the star of tonight's story and will be heard as Matthew. John Sylvester plays Stephen. And by the way, a most important element in tonight's play is a piece of furniture, an ottoman. Not like the usual footstool, but quite large. Large enough, in fact, to hold firewood or perhaps a body. Say, look here, Dan Seymour. How can you laugh at such a grim thought?
Well, a man can laugh at worse things. For instance, shaving torture. You know, a lot of men can laugh at that because they use Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, with Molle, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. That's right. Molle is the shaving cream that's heavier, the cream you need if you have a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molle is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straighter and makes it easy for your razor to cut them off. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molle. the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Now for tonight's Molle mystery, Murder Without Crime.
Oh, that's so funny. I've never heard anything funny in all my life.
Just a minute, dear. It's the phone. Sit down while I answer.
I can only stay a few minutes, Stephen. It's 1 a.m.
That's long enough for a drink, Greta, darling.
Are you thirsty?
I'm always thirsty. Hello? Hello? Whoever it was hung up. Must have been a wrong number. It probably got tired of waiting. What are you staring at, darling?
That picture on the mantelpiece. It wasn't here the last time I was here. That's Jan, your wife, isn't it?
Uh-huh. It's a picture Jan taken just before she left me.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about her. Turn on the radio, darling. I feel like music. Something soft and sweet to fit my mood.
Sure. Come and sit on the ottoman with me.
Oh, darling, this is so wonderful. Soft light, sweet music. Whom do you love?
You.
Oh, let me hear you say it.
I love you.
Say it with more passion.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
I wanted you to act more like a lover, not like a caveman. You keep that up, I'll go upstairs to your landlord for protection.
Ah, Matthew will do you no good. You are entirely in my power. Oh, darling, I love you more than anything in the world.
More than you loved your wife?
Jan? She means nothing to me anymore. Oh, now what? Now, turn off the radio, darling.
All right.
Hello?
Stephen, this is Jan.
Jan?
Stephen, what's the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
Are you alone?
Yes, of course.
Darling, speak louder. I can't hear you.
I said I am alone.
Then could you meet me?
Where are you?
I'm at the Nelson Hotel.
All right, I'll be right over.
Stephen, do you love me?
You know I do. I always have.
Darling, do you want me to come home?
Yes, dear, but I'll come and get you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Stephen. I'll be waiting.
Who was that?
Why,
It was Jan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Is she coming back to you?
Well, she wants to.
Oh, she does. And all she has to do to have you running in dizzy circles is drop on Dick on the pay telephone.
Now, look, darling, I hate to have to ask you to do this especially tonight, but I'm afraid we'll have to call it off.
Really?
Now, please don't make a scene. I'm sorry, darling, but you'd better go home. I'll phone you later.
No. She'll not get you back. I won't give you back to her without a fight. I won't leave.
Perhaps I can change your mind. I'll write out a check for you.
A check? You think you can buy me off? All you have to do is to run to your checkbook.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It was rotten of me. Brenner, what are you doing? Don't take that dagger off the wall. Leave it alone.
All right, Steve. Go ahead. Go ahead, meet your wife. Tell her how you love her. How you've always loved her. Meet her. But when you come back, I'll be dead.
My dear, you're not doing your nightclub act now, you know. And be careful with that dagger. It's sharp, even if it is old.
I said I'd rather die than give you up. Well, I meant it.
If you're thinking of taking such a step, I'd suggest another method. This might be bad, you know. Men don't like their women scarred.
I'll show you. You dirty rotten. Oh. Hey.
Granna. Oh, Lord. Bed. Must be Matthew. What'll I do? I must do something, but what? The ottoman. I'll put her in the ottoman, and nobody will know. Oh, gotta take the dagger. Just a minute. Gotta clean the blood off this dagger. There. Put it back. Yes, I'm coming. Just a minute. Oh. Hello, Matthew.
Stephen, I was just leaving my apartment upstairs when I heard something, and as your landlord, I thought... My dear man, you look ghastly. What on earth have you been doing?
Doing? No, nothing.
Are you sure? Do you mind if I have a drink, Stephen?
Help yourself.
Thanks. You gave me quite a fright just now.
Oh? How?
When you didn't answer the door. In fact, I had to summon up all my courage to come in at all.
Good heavens, why?
I don't know. I should have said, I wondered if you would answer the door.
Why shouldn't I answer the door?
Oh, I thought perhaps you might have got tired of it all. Or whatever people get tired of when they make up their minds to blow their brains out. I was quite prepared to find you dangling someplace.
Why should I want to hang myself?
Well, I heard a rather loud gasp, almost a scream. You know, the kind of a scream you expect a woman to give when she finds her lover dead.
Oh, it's probably a wild party across the street.
Strange. I could have sworn it came from here.
Well, it didn't. Well, Matthew, I don't want to turn you out.
By the way, is Grenna here?
Grenna? Good Lord, no.
I could have sworn I heard you coming in with her a few minutes ago.
Well, you're wrong. Now, Matthew, you must go.
Oh, must I? I was hoping we could chat a while tonight. Anniversaries are so fast, don't you think?
Anniversary? What anniversary is this?
It's yours. 4 years ago tonight, you came to live here. Remember? 4 years ago tonight, necessity forced me to become a landlord, and I rented you this bottom apartment.
Well, this house was certainly too big for one person. What are you staring at, Matthew?
That knife, a dagger you've got on the wall there.
What about it?
I don't know. There's something... Oh, yes. You've cleaned it or polished it or something. It's shining so brightly.
Oh, it's your imagination. Now, Matthew, I do wish you'd get out.
Well, I must say you're most inhospitable.
I've got to meet Jan.
Jan's coming back? Oh, my dear Stephen, you should have told me. Oh, well, what's this?
Huh? What's wrong?
That handkerchief in your breast pocket.
Oh.
It's covered with blood.
Yeah, I cut myself on a glass.
You cut yourself rather badly from the looks of the blood. Where'd you cut yourself?
My wrist.
Well, let me look at it. You know these things can be dangerous.
No, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Well, if you insist.
Good night, Matthew.
Yes. Good night.
Oh, thank heavens he's gone. Now, I'll have to go meet Jan first, but then I can get rid of the body later.
Stephen? Stephen? Gone. Now, I must find out why that man was so nervous and why he kept staring at the ottoman. Now, let's have a look. It's Grenna. Grenna! Good Lord.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's play, Matthew runs into a bad situation. As for Stephen, well, it looks as if he's gotten into even worse trouble. Wouldn't you say so, Dan?
Yeah, Mr. Barnes, he's as bad off as the fellow with the TWs.
TWs? What's that?
Why, that's when a fellow has, tough whiskers. Now, that kind of fellow can be in real trouble every time he shaves. But not if he shaves with Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Yes, Molle is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straighter and lets your razor cut them off close and clean. With Molle, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with Molle. Molle, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Murder Without Crime.
Stephen has accidentally stabbed his sweetheart Grenna and hidden her body in the ottoman. Unknown to Stephen, Matthew, his landlord and neighbor, has entered the apartment and discovered the body. And now Stephen returns home with his formerly estranged wife, Jan.
Come on in, dear.
Ah, Stephen. Home at last. Well, it doesn't look too bad, darling.
Oh, you know it's a mess. I wish you had given me a few hours to clean up a bit. Men aren't good housekeepers, you know.
Stephen, you'll have me thinking you didn't really want me to come home.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, Jan, if you had only never gone.
Well, I'm back now, darling.
Yes, you're back, and it's wonderful. Jan, I love you. I really do. You know that. Who could that be? Hello, Matt.
Jan, my dear.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Oh, you're looking even more beautiful than when you went away.
Well, that must be because I'm so happy to be back with Stephen. Has he been bad while I was gone?
Jan, much as I hate to drive that light of ecstasy from your eyes, Stephen has had a ravishing blonde up here every night of the week.
What's more, I believe you. Well, Stephen, you and Matthew chat while I freshen up a bit. I won't be too long.
She's beautiful. Perfectly beautiful. You know, Stephen, if I were 10 years younger, I'd take her away from you.
No chance.
Am I as bad as all that? I came down, Stephen, because I seem to be hearing too many things tonight. Remember how I thought I heard Grenna with you earlier? There's nothing worse than an imagination, unless it's a conscience. Stephen, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, there's something wrong.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong. Well, Matthew, I must write some letters.
I must say, Stephen, you're not at all the genial host tonight. Whenever I'm alone with you, you spend all your time thinking of schemes to get rid of me. I really brought you an important message.
Well, what is it?
I have a friend who has lots of money. You said you always wanted to get rid of that ottoman, and he wants to buy one.
Oh, so?
So I sold him yours.
Mine? But I'm afraid I couldn't...
Don't be silly. You've always complained about that ottoman being an eyesore. You can't have any reason for not wanting to sell it, can you?
Oh, of course not. As far as I'm concerned, you can take the thing out tonight.
Can I? Oh, what's this book lying on it? Crime and Its Consequences. What a pedantic title. But interesting, isn't it, Stephen? Listen to this passage. No murderer can boast he has committed the perfect crime if the body of his victim is discovered. Stephen, doesn't murder fascinate you?
Well,
of course it does. Everyone loves a murder. And shall I tell you why? It's because they think that murder can never touch them. You, for instance. You can't possibly imagine yourself being involved in a murder, can you?
I suppose not.
But why not? Stephen, why did you tell me that Grenna wasn't up here tonight?
Why? Well, because she wasn't here.
Shall I tell you how I know she was up here, Stephen? By her scent. Jasmine.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, she was here, but only for a few minutes, and then I made her leave. I thought it wiser, what with Jan coming home.
And she left without a scene. Then she must be waiting for you somewhere else.
Oh, that's what you suspect. I'm sorry, Matthew, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Well, I feel better. What's the big joke?
Well, I've just accused your husband of planning to lead a double life with another woman. And apparently he finds it amusing.
Ah, the ravishing blonde. Where do you think he's keeping her, Matthew?
Well, from the way he's been acting tonight, you'd think he was keeping her right here. Perhaps in that ottoman.
I've had all your idle talk I can stand, Matthew. You refuse to take a hint to leave, so now get up.
Stephen.
It's all right, Jack.
Really?
I can understand how a man becomes irritable under certain circumstances. well, I'll see you both later.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jan, but he does get on my nerves. Besides, I'm upset tonight. I gave my wrist quite a gash.
Oh, darling, let me see. Oh, how did you do that?
The refrigerator, you know how those ice trays jam. It bled a good deal, and the way it aches, I think it's become infected.
Well, let's put some iodine on it.
Huh? Iodine? There isn't any.
Yes, there is, dear. At least there was something in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, well, it's gone.
Well, let me take a look.
Oh, I looked. There is none, Jan. I guess I'd better find a drugstore and get some, although I don't feel much like going out.
Well, I'll go, darling.
Oh, Jan, would you?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you could take the car. I hate to ask you to do this, Jan.
It's all right. I know you hate to drive at night, and I'm quite good at it. I don't want my newfound husband to die on me.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Don't drive too fast.
No, I won't.
20 minutes. Now, got to get Grinner's body out of here. I'll get that old trunk out of the back room, put the body in it. Then carry the trunk down to the car. I've got to hurry. This darn trunk is heavy. Oh, that must be Matthew again. I won't answer. Maybe he'll go away. Good. I think he left.
Hello, is anyone
Matthew!
home?
Where did you get the key to my door?
Well, Stephen, after all, I am your landlord.
Get out! Get out!
I don't like your attitude, Stephen.
My attitude?
Yes, Stephen, your attitude. I think you're up to something, and I want to know what it is. What's more, I don't intend to leave here until I find out.
All right. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what am I up to?
That I won't know until I find a clue. But Oh. Well, I think I've found a clue. Of course. There's a trunk over there against the wall. The proverbial trunk.
Oh, still think I'm moving in somewhere with Grenner.
No, not exactly. But the trunk is there, ready to receive the body. How grim and ominous.
Oh, really, Matthew, you're a bore.
Yes, Stephen. And perhaps you're a murderer. Perhaps I arrived just in time to keep you from removing the body of the girl from its present hiding place and putting it into that trunk.
You better go sleep it off, Matthew. You've had too much to drink.
No. Let's reconstruct our problem. Let's see. I have it. A husband is entertaining his girlfriend in his apartment. Suddenly, the husband learns that his wife is returning. There's a quarrel and a loaded revolver. No, a knife. Perhaps that very knife there on that wall, that dagger.
You certainly do suffer from imagination.
No. The fear in your eyes betrays you. Confess, Stephen. Confess that you're keeping the body of Grenner in that ottoman.
Yes, it's full of bodies.
I'm not concerned about the number of bodies, but with one body. The body of Grenner. Is it in the ottoman?
Yes, if you like, yes.
I know it is, Stephen. Because I came back here while you were out meeting Jan, and I did look inside the ottoman.
Huh?
And it gave me quite a scare.
You looked?
Yes, Stephen. I suppose I could have saved you a certain amount of fear and anguish, but I must confess I enjoyed watching your emotions. Now, I'm going to call the police.
Matthew. Matthew, you wouldn't kill me. Send me to the electric chair.
Why not? I pay taxes to provide, among other things, for a state executioner.
Matthew, I'm asking you for my life.
Your life. And what of the life of that poor girl there in that ottoman? One moment she was warm and alive. The next she lay cold and dead. You sit there whining and cringing for your miserable life. Oh, no, Stephen. I will not spare you.
No, wait, Matthew. I didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident.
Accident? Who'll believe that? A man stabs his sweetheart the same night his estranged wife returns. Oh, really, Stephen? Really?
Matthew, think of Jan. You once said you'd do anything for her.
Hasn't it occurred to you that perhaps Jan might find consolation with me?
You?
Yes. Was that so fantastic?
You mustn't send me to the chair, Matthew. I'm afraid.
What of it? We're all afraid. I can remember as a small boy thinking about death. I used to lie in my bed and I'd wonder what it would be like if I didn't wake up the next morning. It gave me a peculiar sensation to frighten myself.
Then you couldn't turn me in.
No, but I could.
Matthew.
To my mind, the greatest of all emotions is to feel other people suffer.
No.
I'm the sort of a man who likes to stand outside a prison in the gray mist of an execution morning,
Matthew, no.
to see the poor wretch taken from his cell and hear the prison clock chiming the hour of his deliverance.
Stop! You've got to have mercy!
But you're wrong, Stephen. I don't have to have mercy. You listen to me. You're going to die, Stephen. Do you hear? You're going to die.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Murder Without Crime.
Thousands of people who suffer the social and business handicap of dandruff are discovering that the way to combat it effectively is with double danderine. You see, double danderine is unlike many hair preparations available today, for such products really do no more to fight a common type of dandruff than plain water does. That is, they simply wash loose dandruff away.
But double danderine actually combats this dandruff by killing the germ that many outstanding authorities contend is its cause. And double danderine kills this germ on contact. Now, a special ingredient named Alzan is the reason for double danderine's astonishing effectiveness. Alzan is an active antiseptic so remarkably efficient, many hospitals use it. And of all hair preparations, only double danderine has it. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
Matthew, you can't turn me over to the police. I'll kill myself first. I'll kill myself.
What? And keep me from the pleasure of seeing you squirm in court? Oh, no, Stephen. You're going to die properly and legally. And after that, Jan and I will...
Matthew, can't we talk this over like civilized human beings? Of course. Let's sit down and be rational. Let's have a drink.
Drink? That's a wonderful idea. Shall I fix them?
No, I shall. I'm the host.
Oh, yes. And I'm the guest, and it's about time you treated me like one. Wait. No, wait. It's not like you to be so generous pouring your drinks, Stephen. It's just occurred to me that I can't see exactly what you're doing. You're not putting deadly nightshade into my drink, are you?
Don't be silly. Here's your drink, Matthew.
Well, I don't like to appear to have a suspicious nature, Stephen, but I think I will feel better if we exchange glasses. But no, I insist. Here, you take my glass, I'll take yours. There.
I insist on having my glass back, Matthew.
No.
You must not drink from that glass.
And I insist that I must drink from that glass. Your health.
Matthew, no.
Yeah. It's excellent, Stephen. Now I feel a generous mood coming on me. Perhaps I shall leave off tormenting you soon. You know, I've enjoyed myself more in the past hour than I have in years.
Have you, Matthew?
And would you like to know why? Because, Stephen, I've hated you for as long as I can remember. Hated you and envied you. Because you've always had the things I wanted. Plenty of money. Jan. Even Grenna.
But you never showed it.
Especially I hated you for your way with women. They like you. And they've never liked me. And yet I love women. And I desire them. And I'm strong. You weak, cowardly...
Have you quite finished, Matthew?
Something's wrong. Stephen, you've poisoned me.
Ah, no, Matthew. You poisoned yourself. You insisted on switching the glasses. I tried to stop you.
Stephen, you can't. It's all a horrible mistake. Save me, Stephen. Save me. You mustn't let me die. They'll hang you for murder.
They'll hang me anyway for killing Grenna.
But Grenna's not dead. Look. In the ottoman.
Not dead? What are you talking about? She's gone. Her body's not hit.
Yes, I know. You only wounded her last night. I found her and took her to my apartment. And the two of us thought we would teach you a lesson. You're not a murderer, Stephen. Listen, yes.
Matthew. Matthew. Hello?
Stephen, this is Grenna.
Grenna?
Yes, Stephen. I'm alive. I'm here alive. Stephen, let me speak to Matthew. Stephen. Hello?
Matthew, did you hear her? She wants to speak to you when you're dead. You're dead,
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again, inviting you to be with us next week when we present The Further Adventures of Kenny Andrews, A few weeks ago, we introduced a funny little smart guy named Kenny Andrews. He made a great hit, and we've received floods of mail demanding his return. So next week, smart little Kenny, who thinks he has an angle for any situation, returns in a mad adventure when he becomes entangled with big-time gangsters and a lovely girl named Nikki Passions.
Murder Without Crime, written by J. Lee Thompson and Jack DeLeon. Barry Kroger and John Sylvester were featured in tonight's program. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight until next Friday at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents the further adventures of Kenny Andrews.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I've got a story for you. A story about a canvas cloud, a tinseled world, and bloody murder. And if that wasn't enough, it all happened in Taormina, which is in Sicily. I know it happened because I saw it. Call the story The Painted Smile. Stick around.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Painted Smile.
I've always had a fondness for the exception that breaks the rule. Maybe it's because I like to break rules myself. Take a smile, for instance. One of the intangibles of life, so everyone says. But what about that smile of the Cheshire Cats? That grin hung around long after Puss had vanished. You call that intangible? Like the smile I'm going to tell you about. The horrid humor of that painted smile lingered long after the man who wore it was quite dead. As I'd come to Taormina for a holiday, the circumstances were ideal. I had some extra cash in my pocket, the climate was fine, and the local police were completely disinterested in me. But I no sooner entered my room at the Santa Monica Hotel, was testing the mattress, as a matter of fact, when a long-bladed Sicilian knife whispered past my ear and wickedly winked at me from the bedpost. Since I was naturally somewhat curious, I turned rather quickly, and standing there in the doorway was a slim man with pale brown hair, pale monkey eyes, and the face of a tragedian. Why, Tony, you old clown.
Harry, you old devil, what bring you to Taormina?
Money, old friend. The climate, a certain weariness, and this happens to be one of the last places in the world where Harry Lime is welcome. You?
Same old reason. The circus is playing here.
A circus in Sicily? Mm-hmm. Isn't that bringing coals to Newcastle, old man?
Not everyone is laughing and happy in Sicily, and clowning is my business. I was born to make people laugh.
A clown. Yes, you were born the greatest con man of them all.
No, Harry. I have a certain talent for crime, perhaps sleight of hand, facility with a knife, but not the heart. I'm afraid I'm an honest man, Harry.
All the more reason to be my guest tonight, Tony. Share the pleasure. My first night in Taormina.
To the contrary, you shall be mine. I'll serve you Sicilian pasties for hot dogs, champagne for pink lemonade, introduce you to every freak on the Midway, and seat you in a box for the main show. How would you like that, eh?
Yes, I'd like that. But just this night, I'll step inside your canvas cloud, old man, pop the enchanted peanut in my mouth, and enter the circus heaven of youth. I believe every gilded angel and tinsel queen I see, smell the animals, walk the sawdust stairway to the stars. Yes, Tony, I'll be happy to accept your invitation to the circus. And who could ask for a better host than a clown? We left the Midway crowd, the lights and the blaring calliope. Then the growl of jungle beasts came to me. We approached a small dressing tent. Then the clown humbly called for his friend.
Nola! Nola! Are you in there?
You again, Antonio? What is it?
I want to see you.
You will see me later. Go away.
But I have a surprise for you, Nola. A wonderful surprise.
A surprise? A present, perhaps?
The canvas flap snapped back and she stepped into the yellow glare of the lamps. Nola. Hair as black as though it had been poured out of an ink bottle. Body sinuous, graceful. Like a cat's. She was like a cat. And her ice-gray eyes flared strangely when she looked at me.
So this is your wonderful surprise, Antonio.
Nola, this is Harry Lime, my friend.
I'm always happy to meet a friend.
The way she said it, the way she was looking at me, made it seem like we were all alone. Just Nola and me. I know what kind of female. I also knew that Tony was in for a bad time. Funny thing, he knew it, too. Told me about it a little later while he was putting on his clown makeup.
So you feel sorry for me, Harry?
Well, I don't feel one way or the other about anyone, but if you fancy Nola for yourself, you're a chump, old man.
I know.
Oh? And you like to be kicked in the teeth, is that it?
Look at me, my friend. What is there about me for a woman to love? There is a great deal about Nola to love.
Mm-hmm. To admire, to desire, yeah. To love?
You're forgetting something.
I am?
All clowns suffer.
Oh, yes.
Paint a smile on their face to hide a broken heart.
Ah, really, old man, don't be trite.
Nola's like a fever in the blood, a disease. She's not good for me, perhaps, but the pain of loving her is better than the ecstasy of loving any other woman.
Well, I agree with you, Tony. You never would have made a good confidence man.
You think the clown white has gone deeper than my face? That my thinking has become as theatrical as my profession? Perhaps. But the show is about to begin. Help me with my wig, Harry.
Oh, there you are.
Am I not the funny man?
Yeah, very funny.
See you later, my friend. Now Antonio must go to clown and dance like a puppet.
While Nola pulls the strings, Laugh, clown, laugh. You poor schmoo. It wasn't a very big circus, but it looked like the greatest thing on earth to the folks in Taormina. They laughed at Tony's antics till they cried, moved, nodded at the trapeze performers, and gasped at Nola's animal act. Then came the grand climax.
Senora, Signorina, you have seen the beautiful Nola command the tigers, the pumas, the lions, like they were house kittens. Now you shall see the unbelievable. Antonio, the great clown, shall enter the cage of the black puma and make him dance.
And he did. Going into the main animal cage, Tony pantomimed his bravery to the crowd. He cracked his whip, he strutted. He proved to himself, at least, that he was afraid of nothing on four legs. And then a smaller cage was rolled in and opened on the main cage, and another clown in the costume of the black puma sprang inside with Tony. First, my friend was terrified. Then he saw the pumas as frightened as he, and they made friends and waltzed around the cage together as the audience screamed with mirth. It was as simple as that. But Tony's clowning was touched with genius. In his performance, there was all the posturing and heartbreak and fear of the world. And by conquering his fear in the shape of the puma, he put a happy ending to his story, and everybody went home happy. That was everybody but Tony. I saw him after the show waiting for Nola. She ran up from the main tent, still carrying her animal whip.
Nola!
Get out of my way.
But, Nola, I must talk.
Take your hand off me. Let me go.
Her whip, cruel and quick as a puma's claw, cut across his face. I could see a livid wheal rising under his clown white. But Tony took it silently. Just looked after Nola with big eyes. Then he saw me. Thanks for the show, Tony. It was swell, but the rest of the night's on me. Now let's do Taormina, Like men.
You will excuse me tonight, my friend. Tomorrow I'll come to the hotel. Tomorrow.
I went back to my monastic cell to do some thinking. I say cell, call it that, because the Hotel San Domenico in Taormina was in the 16th century a monastery. And now in the 20th century, it's a very un-monk-like character who walked its sacred tiles and pondered on human passion. And then I had no reason not to answer the door. Yeah? Oh, hello. She was small, very young, very dewy. You know, the moonlight for hair and stars for eyes sort of thing.
You are Mr. Harry Lime?
I am.
I am Therese.
Oh, it's enchanting.
You will invite me in. I would speak with you.
Well, I can't imagine a more satisfactory conversation.
I will sit here.
If you like. It's all very femme fatale and very intriguing, but just how do you happen to know my name?
I asked the manager.
And they do make things easy in Taormina, don't they?
What?
It's unimportant.
I just arrived at the hotel a while ago. I am staying here, too.
Alone?
Oh, yes.
I see.
You do know Antonio Vega?
Oh, sly dog. You're another one of his girls, is that it?
I am his only girl.
Oh, of course, of course.
I am his daughter.
Oh.
The manager told me that Papa was here to see you this afternoon. He said you were his old friend. Is that so funny?
No, don't start that again.
I came to you, Mr. Lime, because I could not find Papa. He wrote to me he was going to be here. He is a traveling salesman, you know.
Oh, no.
So when school closed for vacation, instead of staying there as usual, I thought I'd come here and surprise Papa.
Papa and me,
Hasn't he told you about me?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
Then you know where he is. I can go to him.
Well, as it so happens, your father's coming to the hotel tomorrow, my dear. Why don't you wait for him here and really surprise him,
What a wonderful idea. Oh, Mr. Lime, I could kiss you.
Oh, no.
Now, Orson Welles, as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, The Painted Smile.
Teresa didn't know her father's real profession any more than I'd known Tony had a daughter. My clown friend was beginning to interest me more and more. A man of many lives, one of those still waters run deep boys. And in spite of the sheltered life he'd lavished on Teresa, she'd walked into the finest emotional trap the devil himself could set. What to do? I breakfasted with the young lady on the terrace. Well, they're Potter. They're public.
Harry, is that you? Oh, pardon me, you are busy.
Papa! Oh, Papa!
Therese!
Oh, kiss her, Tony. Go on. I'm sure I would if I had such a daughter.
Oh, it's so wonderful to see you, Papa. Be with you again.
But the kitten, you should have stayed at the school.
You are not glad to see me?
Of course, my darling. But my work, you know, I have so little time. That is why I always visited you instead of you coming to see me.
If it's only one little minute of the day, it's worth it, Papa. Just to be near you.
Don't have a heart, Tony. She'll have me in tears.
Your cheek. Oh, Papa. What happened to your poor cheek? That terrible scar.
It was an accident, Therese. Another reason why you must not stay. It is impossible. You understand the situation, Harry.
Sure,
what
old man,
situation? Why should not a daughter be with her papa?
It is impossible. You will go back to school like a good girl, yes? Or to the relatives in Naples.
No.
Therese?
No, 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 no. I will never leave you, even if you don't want me around.
Well, just who won that round, Tony, old man?
What can I do, my friend?
Why not tell her the truth?
And bring her shame? Therese thinks of me as a businessman, dignified, honorable. What would she say if her father told her that he was a clown?
You're going to have to tell her something.
I said I was an honest man, my friend. That isn't true.
What do? Pick the pockets of the other clowns?
I smuggle emeralds.
Again?
Smuggle emeralds. It was for her, Harry, Therese. How could I support her in such a fine fashion, good clothes, private schools, on the earnings of a clown in a wandering circus?
Well, I hadn't thought about it much. Didn't even know your kitten existed, you see. So
That is one of many things I haven't told you, my old friend. Forgive me.
Well, forgiven, but the emeralds. What about
You
the
see,
emeralds?
I've been very successful in the smuggling trade, but very careful. Over the years, I've saved a small fortune. And now I want to ask you a favor.
For the fortune? Anything, old man, for the fortune.
It's for Therese when she reaches 21. If anything should happen to me before, see that she gets it.
Why be so morbid?
The way things are lately, you know, Harry, with my life, with Nola. I think my luck's changed.
Well, how do you know I won't keep the fortune for myself, old man?
The same way I know you won't inform on me to the police.
Yeah. You figure this pot's too smart to call the kettle black, is that it?
That's
old man?
one way of putting it. Come to the circus tomorrow night, Harry. I'll show you where my savings are hidden.
And Therese?
Therese, I will think of something. Better her heart should break a little now than learn the truth about me, and then
I'll meet you tomorrow night, Tony. I didn't like the way things were going. Not that Harry Lyon's averse to learning the exact location of a man's fortune, but this particular collection of Molle seemed to have entirely too many strings attached to it. However, I decided to let tomorrow take care of itself. I was deep in the arms of Morpheus when... Oh. Yeah. Yes. What the devil you mean, waking a man up in the middle of the night?
That is Mr. Lime, Mr. Harry Lime.
Who's calling?
This is Signor Borgia, Questore of Taormina, Department of Public Safety.
The police?
And it is not midnight, Mr. Lime, but 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, sir.
You will do me the great favor of coming to my office within the hour,
Well, I'll do nothing of the sort, Borgia. As I told you...
You will come, or you will become a fool. You are already under surveillance.
Well, I'll do you the great favor, Questore Borgia.
Your generosity is exceeded only by your wisdom, Signor. Within the hour.
I never argue with a policeman over the telephone, beyond a certain point. And when he bears the name of Borgia, well, when in Taormina, do what the Taormaniacs do, I suppose. I visited the Questore. I found him a small, alert man, all spit and polish. He eyed me like a hungry robin views a fat worm.
Sit down, Signor Lime. You are a friend of Antonio Vegas?
Oh, Tony must have many friends, I should think.
Too many. At one time, this Vegas was in your profession. A confidence man.
Tony's a good clown.
And a smart one. His buffoon makeup hides more than the proverbial broken heart, doesn't it?
Does it?
Vegas heads a smuggling ring, emeralds. Are you trying to tell me you know nothing about the traffic?
I've never dabbled in emeralds, Borgia, old man. They're too hot for my blood.
You refuse to admit that you are in partnership with Vegas?
If what you said is true, well, I wish I was.
Do not try to warn your friend. He will never leave Taormina.
Oh, there are worse places to live.
Good morning, Signor Lime.
Good morning. That mean I can go now?
It does.
Oh. Well, am I still under surveillance?
Yes. Why?
Well, my holiday mood, that's all, old man. I hope your bloodhounds are broad-minded. Good morning. How is it that I always get into these things? Here I was about to do Tony a favor. There was no profit in it for me at all. Well, I went to his dressing room that night, and he showed me his fortune, all tucked away under a false bottom of his costume trunk, and all in American bills of high denomination. It's a pity to see it lying there just doing nothing.
Well, now that you know where the money is hidden, I'll replace the bottom.
Tony, old boy, I still say I'm not in this. It's not my kind of caper. Send the nest egg to the relatives in Naples,
I don't trust them.
Oh, really?
You know how it is with good people.
Yeah.
Sudden wealth may change their natures completely. Whereas you...
Say no more, old man.
And here is something else for you to see. Hidden in this bladder I use for one of my props.
Emeralds. Perfectly cut. Some of them are as big as robin's eggs.
I deal in nothing but the finest merchandise.
Evidently. Who's your fence?
Lazzetti.
Oh, the best.
I find him to be the best.
Tony, you're one of the few men I've ever underestimated.
Who would suspect the clown?
Yes, but I must warn you, Tony, that there are some who...
You say Mr. Vegas is in this tent?
Si, senorita.
Therese.
Yes, she must have followed me here.
Quick, help me hide these.
Yeah.
Papa, I have found you.
Yes, Therese, you have found me. And now you know what your father really is.
He's the best.
A clown. I think it is too wonderful. Oh, Papa, did you think I would look down on you because you were a clown in a circus? It is much finer than a traveling salesman. You are angry because I found you out?
Well, why should he be?
What can I do, Harry?
Well, I guess give her a pass to the show. I'll take charge of her.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What can I do?
That's not...
Am I intruding, Antonio?
Nola.
There were no introductions. I took Therese out of there as soon as possible, but before we left, I caught Nola's eyes on the emeralds. They narrowed like a cat's. The lady knew her way around gems as well as men, and that bothered me. The climate of Taormina had suddenly become very unhealthy. I would have quit the place that night if Borgia's bloodhounds hadn't been guarding every point of exit.
Why is Papa going into that animal cage, Mr. Lime?
Oh, it's nothing. He's pretending to... He's a cat trainer, you know, like Nola. See how brave he is.
Oh, how funny he is.
Yes.
How wonderful is my Papa.
Oh, that's great. Tony's funniest routine began. He was giving the greatest performance of all his life because his daughter was in the audience. The puma cage was wheeled up to the main cage and the door opened. Out came the puma. But no costume clown this one. A very large, very live, and very vicious cat sprang into Tony's cage. It stood there a moment, lashing its tail and blinking in the lights. In that moment, before it sprang at my old friend, I saw Nola's face watching from the tent entrance. Her eyes wide, her lips drawn back in an animal smile. Her hands stretched before her like claws, as though she were about to attack.
No, help!
It was over very quickly. For once I was glad to see the police. The puma was shot and killed. Nola was apprehended. What was left of Antonio Vegas was taken to the hospital tent. As I said, he found a way out of Taormina. The hard way.
No, don't cry, kitten. It was an accident.
No, it was no accident. Like the scar on your cheek. She did it. She did it.
I did nothing. It was an accident. Somebody switched the cages.
What do you mean?
Well, Questore Borgia, I think I can prove differently. It wasn't an accident at all.
He lied?
Antonio Vegas is my friend, Senora. You can understand that word, friend. Why should I lie? I saw you switch the cages deliberately.
No, I did not. I did not.
And I know why you did.
No. Harry.
It was because of jealousy.
Jealous? Of that clown?
Stop it! Stop it! You shall not laugh at my Papa!
Your Papa?
Thank you. Thank you, Harry.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
I think somebody before me once pointed out that women are very curious creatures. You take Lola, for instance. Lola was quite prepared to murder the man she loved, just out of a fit of jealousy. Some women, of course, indulge in a more refined and less dangerous form of vengeance. They arrange matters for the men they love so that life just seems like death. I sometimes wonder what life would be like without women. So quiet and peaceful, and so very, very dull.
Belatedly, hello Sears, hello MB, hello Justa, and goodbye Justa. Shout out to Melissa, who had to take off as well. Good seeing you all. Good night to Laura. Sleep well. And Justa, belatedly, thank you so much for the donation, my friend. I really appreciate that. That lesson, The Lives of Harry Lime, is one of my favorite OTR shows. Yes, Orson Welles is a large part of that. It would be hard for any show with Orson Welles in it to suck. But I really like the character. It's kind of an anti-hero. And every single story is just great. Coming up, we have Crime in Peter Chambers, starring Dane Clark. We have The Saint with Vincent Price. And Walk Softly, Peter Troy, a South African Springbok radio show that ran from 63 to 64. I'm a pretty big fan of that show as well. Hey, Tuco, how are you doing? So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to kick off the next 3 shows.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry King, transcribed and starring Dane Clark.
A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn. Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. It's one of those dark brown nights, dirty with rain. You're home and you're doing calisthenics with a scotch bottle. It isn't so much that you enjoy a drink, but after all, you're a private eye. You might get waved out of the league if you didn't keep in practice. You're contemplating a warm shower and an early go to bed when... Hello?
Mr. Chambers. Peter Chambers.
At your service, ma'am, if it's service you want.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad I was able to reach you.
Well, I'm glad you're glad, lady. What is it, please?
My name is Doyle. Mary Doyle. I own a rooming house at 801 West 53rd.
That's quite near.
Perhaps 10 minutes from where you are. Now, look, Mr. Chambers, it's kind of a bodyguard job for tonight.
Tonight? Oh, lady, it's murder tonight. It's pouring rain.
I know it, sir, but it's kind of an emergency, sir.
Oh, better be.
$100,000 in cash. She's got $100,000 up there. Oh!
Hello? A fine night to be making a house call, but emergency, the lady said, and it certainly sounded like the emergency had bust wide open. So, you're fighting the rain, making tracks for a rooming house at 801 West 53rd. And then you're there. And you shove at the buzzer. And you get no answer. And you turn the knob, and you're inside. Inside is a spacious downstairs room. A flight of steps going up. There's a phone on a corner table, and its receiver is dangling. And there's a lady seated in front of it. About 40, red-haired, buxom, quite attractive if you're thinking in large terms. She's wearing silk lounging pajamas with shoes to match, and she's out like the proverbial light. You go to her quickly, and you slap her back to life. All right, there. Come on,
stop.
come on.
Stop.
Easy does it, lady. You coming around now?
Oh.
All right?
Yeah. Oh, somebody slugged me, but good.
Miss Doyle? Or is it Miss Doyle?
Yeah, Miss Doyle. You. Who are you? What are you doing here? Who are you?
Peter Chambers. You were talking to me on the phone.
Oh, good. Look, I'll be with you in a moment.
Wait a
Please
minute.
don't go
Hey.
away.
Here's a new gimmick. You find an unconscious woman, and when you bring her round, she shoots off like a rocket come Mardi Gras. Well, screams to a private detective are like spurs to a racehorse. You fly up the stairs, and you find Mary Doyle in a room with an open door. And there's a lady on the floor, quite rigid. And near her, a small instrument of large consequence, a nickel-plated revolver.
Dead. She's dead. They shot her. There's the gun.
Don't touch that.
But the gun.
Just leave that lie. Now, what's all this about?
Just a minute.
Well, what are you looking for now?
A little black bag.
Little black bag. What's that got to do with this
There
whole...
was $100,000 in it, cash money. And it's gone.
Look, one thing at a time, lady. Who's the corpus delicti?
Algodino,
And who that?
an opera singer. From Italy. She was here in this country for a year.
Oh, Algodino. Oh, great soprano. What was she doing here?
She didn't like hotels. I run a very correct theatrical boarding house here. The best.
Algodino.
We were good friends.
Look, you better go downstairs and call the cops, and you and I, we'll pick it up after that.
All right. All right, sir. Whatever you say.
So now you go for the gun, only you lift it with a pinky through the trigger guard. But all your careful care is wasted because there's an interruption slightly from mayhem, and the mayhem is directed at you.
Get him.
off.
All right, people. You still got the gun. You got me with my hands up in the air. So what's our next move?
What are you doing here? What kind of a boarding house is this anyway?
Well, let me tell you. I'm sure I can come up with a good answer if I think about it.
And now you get another interruption. But this one's of the opposite gender. She stands in the doorway, blue-eyed, red-lipped, blonde, and statuesque. And you'd be wildly interested if it weren't for a slight matter of murder.
You with the gun. What's between you and Mr. Brown?
Who, wants to know?
My name is Joan Bradley.
Well, I do a low bow, Miss Bradley, except I've got to keep the gun pointed at our friend here.
At Mr. Brown?
Well, Mr. Brown to you, maybe. Bill Craig to me, a hood from Louisiana hiding out from a grand jury investigation.
Mr. Brown?
Just a little misunderstanding.
Never mind him. Now, take a look at this, miss.
Olga Dino.
Very dead and very murdered.
No.
You live here?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I'm a lady magician.
Who else lives here?
Mr. Brown, Olga, Ralph Hardwood, me, and Miss Doyle.
That all in the entire house?
It's being renovated.
That's all she could accommodate at this time.
Okay. Now, my name is Peter Chambers, and right now I'm in charge here.
Yes, Mr. Chambers.
Is Ralph Hardwood at home?
Well, yes, he is.
All right, then, my dear lady magician. A favor, please.
Yes?
Make yourself disappear. And tell Mr. Hardwood to stay in his room, and you stay in yours. We'll come to you in due course.
All right, sir, if you say so.
And now you're alone again with a corpse and Mr. Bill Craig sporting around under the name of Brown in a theatrical boarding house in New York. Bill Craig, tall, rugged, shrewd, and rotten as a wormy apple.
Any questions, Peeper?
Oh, a lot of them, pal.
Well, as you know, I'm hiding out from a little heat in New Orleans. So I'm here as Bill Brown, retired actor. That's a crime?
I don't know. Maybe it ain't. But what's with jumping me and tussling for that gun?
Simple. It's my gun.
Hey, that's a pretty frantic admission for a wise guy. That figures to be the heater that deheated Our Lady here.
I got the same figure.
So?
It's my gun, period. Took a look at my suitcase a couple of minutes ago. My gun was lifted. And I'm coming down past this open door, see the dead dame, see you with a gun, and it begins to add. Maybe I lost my head. But I can't use trouble, brother. And how I can't use trouble.
Where were you this evening?
Took in a movie. Lousy one. Cops and robbers.
When'd you get back?
About a half an hour ago. Ask Miss Doyle. I called down for coffee maybe 5 minutes after I got in.
You know anything about a little black bag?
Yeah, sure.
Know what was in it?
100,000 cash bucks.
How do you know?
Everybody in this house knows.
Look, Bill, you didn't kill this dame, did you?
No. But I got a hunch that whoever did used my gun to make it look like I did.
This, Joan Bradley, did she know about that little black bag?
I told you, everybody knows.
What am I wasting my time with you for? I can get the same information and she's prettier.
It's your time, Peeper.
You get Bill Craig back to his room, admonish him that a run-out powder would be a clean admission of guilt, and then you mosey along to Miss Joan Bradley, who keeps growing on you by leaps and bounds.
Come in, Mr. Chambers. Make yourself at home.
Hey, you're awfully pretty. I wish I had the time.
Oh, so do I.
Really?
Well, you're sort of pretty yourself.
Well, let's make a date then.
For when?
As soon as this thing is over.
You twisted my arm, Mr. Chambers. I sort of like the way you twist arms.
Okay, then. Let's get back to cases. What's with the little black bag?
Oh, well, we were talking about it at dinner today, all of us.
Where?
Here, downstairs. Miss Doyle was serving.
All right. Let's have it, huh?
Well, it begins with Olga Dino. Fine, sweet woman.
About how old?
Oh, about 45. She had $100,000 in a vault, and tomorrow morning at 9, she was taking the ship to return to Italy. They were going to be married on board ship.
They? Who's the they?
Olga and Ralph Hardwood.
Same guy that lives here?
Yeah, they met here. Young English actor.
So?
So, she drew the money out of the vault today. She was taking it with her, and she had it in that little black bag.
Everybody in the house knew about it?
Oh, that was Olga. Sweet and trusting. That was the way she was. Never had a bad word for anybody. Never a bad thought. She felt that the money was just as safe here as in the bank vault, but Mary, Miss Doyle, kept after her all day.
Kept after her how?
Well, Mary Doyle insisted that Olga hire somebody, sort of a custodian, bodyguard, somebody properly trained and equipped to act as custodian until tomorrow morning when they got to the ship. She kept after her all day.
And by nighttime, she probably convinced her.
Meaning what?
Meaning me.
I don't understand.
It'll be explained to you. There'll be lots of cops here
Pete.
shortly. Uh-huh.
Pete Chambers, come on down here.
Downstairs, the place is crawling with cops. Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, friend and gentleman, is in charge. Louis is involved in the interrogation of Miss Mary Doyle and a fine-looking young man who turns out to be Ralph Harwood. You turn the gun over to Louis, and you bring him up to date on your end of the affair, and then he returns to his questioning.
Well, two things we got established definitely. The dame is dead, and that bag of loot ain't in the house. That's definite. Now, you, Hardwood.
Yes, Lieutenant.
That Olga Dino was 15 years older than you. Was it love or was it money?
Love, Lieutenant.
Was the dame 15 years older than you?
Oh, she was younger than any of us, Lieutenant.
All right, with the lieutenant. Let's not make with the metaphors, huh? Were you out of the house tonight?
Yes, Lieutenant. I was visiting my sister. Got back about 3/4 of an hour ago.
After the rain started?
Yes, sir, after the rain started.
Miss Doyle?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What about that Joan Bradley? Was she out too?
She was at a rehearsal. She returned about 15 minutes before I called Mr. Chambers.
Everybody was out in the rain tonight, huh?
Except me.
You sure there were no strangers around here?
Very sure. I wasn't out of the house for a minute.
Cassidy, get the rest of them down here. Soon the whole quorum will be gathered. Pete, come over here. You and me alone. So, what do you make of it?
I don't make a thing yet, Lieutenant.
Crazy artists carrying their loot in a bag, begging to get knocked off.
It figures that Bill Craig's gun was a weapon.
No, I'm sure of that. 3 bullets out of the gun, 3 in the dame, but he's already produced a license for it, so don't give us no office to hold him. Yet.
You think he'd kill for 100 G's? You know, he's pretty much of a big shot.
Never tell with them. Any of them.
Well, how do you make it?
Well, the facts we've got, Mary Doyle is calling you. But somebody doesn't want a bodyguard around. So she gets conked on the cranium, put out of commission, and that Olga gets knocked off and the bag of loot is stolen. Gets taken out of the house. Our murderer returns before Miss Doyle recovers consciousness, joins the rest of the boys and the girls. Yep. Then you show up and the deal busts wide open. There's the rest of them. Yeah. Let me go and make a speech.
Speech away, Lieutenant.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going downtown to the lab to see what the science boys may have dug out for me, but my cops stay here. Is that understood?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Lieutenant.
All right, nobody leaves. It's clear?
What about me, Lieutenant?
Sooner you leave, the less trouble we're likely to get into.
Now, Lieutenant, you're beginning to sound like a lieutenant. No objection to my moseying around a little, is there?
No objection, provided you report your findings to Papa, and I'm Papa.
Yes, sir, Papa.
Well, bye now, everybody. Try to act like good little murderers.
Well, now, the first step in the moseying around department. Anybody hear the shot?
Oh, that would have been quite impossible, Mr. Chambers.
How do you know my name?
Miss Doyle told me.
And let Miss Doyle tell the rest. Why would it be impossible to hear a shot, Miss Doyle?
Because I've been soundproofing the house. It's a theatrical boarding house, you see.
Yes. Step number 2. Are all of you dressed as you've been dressed, say, for the last couple of hours?
Well, yes, of course.
Of course we are.
Good. Now, step number 3. Get your shoes off. All of you.
Oh, really?
Now, look here, old man. It's a rather high-handed procedure, don't you think?
Shoes off, all of you. Under the supervision of the good officer here, Mr. Cassidy. Now, come on, off there. And lay them there on the table. Good, that's good, very good.
And what now, sir?
And now you all go upstairs, each of you to your respective room. Come on, off you go, my barefooted brigade. Come on, let's go.
Really, a most high-handed procedure.
And so, under the rather astonished eyes of Parker's policemen, you do the old Sherlock. You examine the shoes. You feel them, you touch them, you bend them, and you put them back. Then you wriggle into your raincoat and you wave goodbye to the taciturn gentlemen of the law. See you around, fellas. And remember the lieutenant's orders. Nobody comes, nobody goes, except me. And now you're walking in the rain, trying to think. An idea is beginning to glimmer in your mind, and you're waiting for it to catch fire. Then a block away, you see a subway station, and a fire in your head has started. You jog down the subway steps, but you're not going anywhere. You've got no train to catch. And downstairs, you see an object of interest, a tall section of public lockers. You go near and insert your dime, but you don't check a thing. Then you prance up the stairs and you make for the nearest tavern and a couple of drinks, but this time they have a purpose to ward off pneumonia because you're wet through and through. And then you're back in the boarding house and you're greeted.
Well, the return of Sherlock Holmes.
Parker's got them all downstairs again, but none of them are wearing their shoes yet. My orders.
Look, my dear friend, I like my murder suspects wearing shoes, if it's all right with you.
It's not all right with me. Not yet, Lieutenant.
Boy, when a private eye goes nuts, it's a matter for the paddy wig.
Look, I'm just trying to put two and two together, Lute.
You certainly got a crazy way of adding, boy.
I'm attempting to produce the murder of Algodino.
Well, produce away, detective. Pray don't let me interrupt.
Well, sir, first off, we've got motive.
100,000 motives, all green, and all stuffed into a little black bag.
Right. Also, we've got a small but select group.
Granted. So when do we produce some murder?
Gently, Lieutenant, gently. Come here. Dig these shoes.
Jay, I'm a hipster. I dig these shoes. The most.
Notice? They're all damp.
What did you expect them to be? Dry? It's pouring out, remember?
Contain yourself, Lieutenant.
I am contained.
All right, let's get back to the beginning. Mary Doyle called me on the phone. Purpose? To protect Algodino's little black bag.
Yeah, and the killer heard her and had to act fast. He slugged her, then knocked off the opera singer, then clipped the bag all before you got here. How long did it take?
About 10 minutes.
Okay, so what's with the damp shoes?
Joan Bradley's figured to be damp.
And mine, didn't they? Didn't mine?
Why don't you
No, he's right, Lieutenant. His figured to be damp, too. And so did Bill Cragg's. They were all out in the rain. But not Mary Doyle.
What?
You weren't out of the house. Were you, Miss Doyle? That's what you told the lieutenant, remember? Not for a minute, not you.
What are you trying to say?
I'm asking you to explain why were your shoes wet?
Now, look, you're not going to push me around with your smart aleck private cop politics. Maybe the shoes are wet. So what? I got a leaky pipe in the kitchen. The floor is damp. Oh, that's a hot one. Explanations for wet shoes.
Look, your
brother.
shoes are wet from the rain.
That's a lie.
Were you out in the rain, Miss Doyle?
Absolutely not.
Oh, yes, she was.
Can you prove it, Pete?
Certainly I can prove it.
But she's the one that called you. The one who was most worried about that opera singer and her loot.
Strictly a cover-up, Lieutenant. Let me do it right side up for you. First, she knocked off Algodino up there with the door closed in a soundproof room. And then she called me.
Lie!
Either you be good, lady, or I'm going to have to put you under restraint. Let me get you straight, Pete. According to you, she sort of conked herself on the head. You found her like that, supposed to be unconscious.
And she made sure to leave the outside door unlocked so I could get in.
And you got here during that 10-minute period from the time she called.
That's when she got her shoesies all wet.
You're going to have to prove those statements, Mr. Wise Guy, because I'm going to sue you. I'm going to drag you into court and teach you a lesson. It's about time one of you guys got a lesson.
Shut up, lady. Will you please shut up? Now, wait a minute, Pete. About the shoes. She could have changed them, couldn't she?
No, she couldn't. They're lounging shoes that go with her outfit. If she changed her shoes, she'd have to change the entire getup. She simply didn't have the time. Remember? 10 minutes.
So?
So she wiped the shoes as best she could, which left them damp.
Yeah.
She had to work fast in those 10 minutes. While you were down in the lab with your bright boys, Lieutenant, I was out in the rain figuring angles.
What did you come up with?
A subway station.
What?
There's a subway station a block from here. Downstairs, they've got a flock of those dime parcel check boxes. Now, that figured to be the closest drop. Remember, she was in a hurry, so she checked the little black bag.
That's a lie. Check boxes have little keys. I got no key. Search me. Search the house.
There'd be no key here.
Backing down, huh? Figured I'd break down under your phony third degree.
You want to know why?
Why what?
Why there's no key here?
Yeah. Why? Tell me why.
Because I've got it. See? Right here. In my hand.
What the heck is all this about?
She used the oldest gag in the world. Probably thought it was new because she dreamed it up. They all do.
Who all do?
Amateur criminals. Sure, she didn't keep the check key on a person. Too risky. Instead, she put it in an envelope and she mailed it to herself.
The old maileroo.
It's a lie.
Miss Doyle, you made one mistake. Under certain circumstances, mail can be intercepted. And that's exactly what's been done. See this key? That's the final bit of evidence that's going to fasten you to the electric chair. For murder. The rest is easy. A bit of expert prodding from Parker, and she breaks down, and they cart her away. The police open that panel of lockers and find a little black bag. Downtown, she confesses that she mailed the check key to herself, care of an aunt in Brooklyn. And 1 hour later, you and Miss Joan Bradley are at your place, munching corned beef sandwiches and drinking beer. You've kissed her a couple of times, but you've gotten very little response. So you ask why.
Because when my mind is troubled, I can't concentrate on kissing.
But what's troubling you?
That malarkey about intercepting the United States mail.
Malarkey is precisely correct. Mary Doyle was a type who would fight back until you had her convinced. Even if they found the bag in that locker, they still have to tie it up with her. So, I had to dream up a ruse to convince her.
But where'd you get the key?
That wasn't the key. It was a key. But of exactly the same type, out of exactly the same group of check boxes. I went there, I paid a dime, I checked nothing, and came away with the convincer.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Thank you.
And for all that work, not even a fee.
Well, everything isn't measured in dollars, my sweet.
You've got all the right answers. Come here.
Your mind still troubled?
No, sir. Not a trouble in the world.
Can you concentrate now?
Try. Find out. Pete, there's one more.
Quiet, please. Man at work.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers Transcribed was created and written by Henry Kane. Bill Zuckert was heard as Lieutenant Parker with Bryna Rayburn and William Griffiths. It was directed by Fred Way. And this is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
The Adventures of the Saints, starring Vincent Price.
If a body meets a body coming through the old-fashioned, need a body...
It should be coming through the rye.
I prefer old-fashioned. That's my doorstep you're on.
I know.
Do you like my doorstep?
Oh, I think it's a very nice doorstep.
Well, thanks. Are you collecting doorsteps or merely homesteading them?
Well, my idea was to wait until you got here and then go in with you.
That's a very nice idea. To match my doorstep, I suppose. Will you come in?
Uh-huh.
You have a couple of nice ideas. That is, would you like a drink?
We haven't been introduced yet.
You're right.
I'm Wendy Brown.
How do you do? And will you still have a drink?
I don't think so.
Oh, why not?
Because I'm afraid.
Wendy, may I assure you there is no fate worse than death?
But it's death that I'm afraid of.
We'll postpone the drinks. Death in general, or...
Have you ever heard of a man named Harry Morgan?
Harry Morgan? I used to be a pirate by that name. And... Hey, wait a moment. The contemporary Harry Morgan was a crook on a very high plane.
That's the one I mean. He's going to kill me.
But I thought, if I remember correctly, that he was spending the rest of the 20th century in Guatemala, a point south.
Oh, he's coming back to this country.
Oh, I see. It was in the newspapers?
Oh, no. He owes the government lots and lots of money on income taxes. They've been after him for a long time. He wouldn't dare come back openly.
Well, then...
He's being flown in secretly tomorrow night.
It's not been a terribly well-kept secret.
But he is coming, and I'm afraid.
Harry Morgan doesn't like you.
Well, he and I... We used to be... That is, we were sort of friends.
That sounds comfortable.
When he had to leave the country suddenly, he asked me to keep some things for him.
Things like what?
Things like jewelry.
And you did?
His idea was I would sell the jewels and send the money on to him.
And you didn't sell the jewels?
Oh, I sold them all right, but...
But you didn't send him the money?
Well, I felt that he owed me something.
And you collected. Now he's coming back, you're afraid he'll try to collect, huh?
Yes, he'll want to hurt me. Simon?
Hmm?
Do you think I should be hurt?
Whenever blondes with ideas get closer than a foot from me, I stop thinking. It's a family failing.
I'll go away.
The family disowned me. Wendy, how did you find out about Morgan's returning to this country?
Oh, Sammy told me.
Sammy being...
He's a punch-drunk little prize-fighter who spends all his time hanging around bars. His favorite's the Green Star on 3rd Avenue.
Which might explain how he picked the news up. Where is Morgan's plane landing?
Oh, Sammy didn't tell me that.
That's important for a number of reasons. I think maybe I'll have to find Sammy and have a talk with him.
You're going to help me, Simon?
Well, I don't believe in blondes being killed. I think it's unconstitutional or something. Besides, Harry Morgan is a bad man, so...
Oh, Simon, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. How much
if you can't tell me, better not demonstrate. Not tonight. I've got to find Sammy. Now, you go home, lock your door, and stay behind it.
All right, Simon.
There's less than 24 hours in which to find Sammy, discover where Morgan's landing, and pacify him, if that's the word I mean. Good night, Wendy, and wish me luck. You'll need it. Taxi! Taxi!
North to south, east to west, yell for Louis, he'll do the rest.
Hello, Louis.
Hello, Mr. Templar.
I'm glad to see you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Would it be too much trouble for you to drive me someplace?
Where would you like to go?
The Green Star Bar on 3rd Avenue.
Okay. Hey, but that's a very low-type bar. Sawdust on the floor, sulfuric acid in the drink.
Well, I'm not going there to drink, Louis.
Oh, you got a date there?
Perhaps.
Blonde?
I don't know. The name is Sammy.
Don't sound like a blonde.
Relax, Louis. It's a business date. Sammy, I've been told, is a broken-down prize fighter.
Oh, I know the guy you mean. He's a lush with cauliflowers.
Sounds like an accurate description.
Also, he ain't very healthy.
I'm sure he's not. However, I hope he lives until we get to him.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, Sammy.
Another shot, huh?
Okay.
Leave the bottle sitting there, huh?
Take it easy, Sammy.
What's the matter? You afraid I ain't got the dough? Yeah. Got a load of this.
Okay. You got the dough.
So leave the bottle.
Where'd you get all the folding stuff, Sammy?
I bet you'd like to know.
Suit yourself. Clam up.
I got it 'cause I'm smart, see?
Yeah.
I know things. Things a few certain parties was very much interested in.
Fix on a race?
Nah. About another certain party who's arriving in these here United States tomorrow night.
Anybody I know?
Hey, what's the matter? You think you can make me blabber all over the joint?
Okay. Only I wouldn't go around shooting my mouth off if... forget it. The phone keeps yapping all the time. Green Star Bar. Yeah, Sammy's here. Who wants him? Who? Hey. Hung up.
Who was it?
I don't know. Kind of a whispering voice.
Yeah? I better get out of here. I better get out of here fast.
But, Sammy...
Save the rest of the bottle for me. Well, that's the Green Star up ahead. Oh, Mr. Temple, you see that little guy just coming out?
Yeah, I see him.
That's Sammy.
Oh, wait here, Louis. I want to talk to him.
Okay. Hey, be careful, Mr. Temple, of that car.
That was Sammy. Come on, Louis. After him. Come on.
But Sammy might need some help.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Louis, faster. Are you a man or a mouse?
I don't know. I squeak easy, then never mind. The car ahead of us got mud on the license plate. I don't think by accident. Hey, they're shooting at us. I ain't insured. What'll happen to my wife and 6 kids?
You don't have a wife and 6 kids.
One thing I'll tell you for sure. If their aim gets any better, I'll never have a wife and 6 kids. I've been hit.
What? Louis, where?
In the left rear. The tire.
That's that. Come on. We may as well go back and see how Sammy is, if he still is.
Ambulance ought to be here pretty soon, Mr. Temple. He don't look good, though.
No. Sammy.
We couldn't have seen who shot him. We didn't either.
There's something else. Sammy, who were the people you told about Morgan? Sammy?
Girl. The daughter. Girl.
Wendy?
Yeah. Nice.
Who else?
Couple of guys.
Who were they? Sammy?
Yeah?
Where is Morgan being landed? Where is his plane coming in?
No.
Sammy? Goodbye, Sammy. Bartender?
Another cop.
I beg your pardon?
I said another cop. You mind?
No, except that I'm not a policeman. You're a bartender, though.
You must be a detective.
My name is Simon Templar.
Templar? See?
Yes. I saw Sammy gunned to death outside this bar a couple of hours ago.
Is that so?
Yeah, I went down to the hospital with him. They did a quick autopsy.
So?
Sammy had a lot of money in his pocket. He only had 1 or 2 drinks before leaving this bar.
I already told the cops that.
Yeah, they're terribly grateful.
He bought himself a bottle.
And didn't finish it. That's why I came back here.
You want to finish it?
Bartender, I think you'd better listen closely. From what I've heard of Sammy, nothing but the fear of death would have driven him away from an unfinished bottle of liquor. Why did he leave the bar?
Somebody called up, asked for him.
Who?
The guy didn't say. He hung up on me.
Guy, meaning man?
I don't know. It was a whisper. You can't tell much from a whisper.
Who'd be worried about Harry Morgan's returning to this country?
I don't know that neither. And I don't want no part of it.
You've already bought yourself a part, bartender. You didn't tell the police about that phone call.
They didn't ask me.
Yeah, they'd be unhappy about your coin. You wouldn't want them to be unhappy. They could do things about your license in their sorrow.
Oh.
Who'd be worried about Morgan?
I'm talking to myself, you understand? I ain't telling you nothing.
Go ahead. I'll eavesdrop.
Morgan had a girl named Wendy Brown who...
Never mind her. I already know about that.
Also, he left the nightclub in charge of a couple of guys named Kerrigan and Molle. Talk's been going around that Kerrigan and Molle ain't been too regular, shipping the gambling receipts to Morgan. I just finished talking to myself.
Thank you, bartender. You may have a drink on...
On you?
No. On Sammy. Oh, go away. I'm in Alaska. Saskatchewan, Alaska. And besides, Saskatchewan isn't in Alaska.
Simon, you've been drinking.
Sure, a bottle of real lemon juice.
Lemon juice?
Yeah, the weather forecast said rain. An ounce of prevention's where... Hey, it is raining out. Now, look, Wendy, why don't you wait until morning?
It happens to be 12:30 in the afternoon.
I've been robbed. I guess I was up pretty late last night.
Simon, have you seen the papers yet? About Sammy?
No, I did better. I saw Sammy.
Oh, Simon, I'm frightened.
Stay where you are. I'll grab a cab, come over, and we'll be frightened together.
Oh, but if you were here, I wouldn't be frightened.
Neither would I. But we're not going to be there. We're going to visit a couple of gentlemen. And I probably used the word ill-advisedly, named Kerrigan and Marlowe.
Oh, Simon. Now I'm afraid all over again.
Yeah, it's still raining, Wendy.
Simon, do we have to?
We have to.
I don't get it.
Louis, has anybody passed a law recently that you should?
I still don't get it. Fella takes a girl to a nightclub. Fine, this I understand.
Hooray!
But not in the middle of the day. A nightclub is called a nightclub on account of...
Louis!
Yeah.
We've arrived.
Oh. I didn't recognize the joint in the daytime on account of...
I know. It's a nightclub. Wendy?
All right.
I wait.
You wait. You've been here before, Wendy?
Yes, with Harry. He owns it.
Tell me, is there any other entrance than this one?
Yes, through the alley.
Let's go that way, then. I like alleys. You meet interesting cats in them. Don't be frightened. Hello.
Why, Wendy.
Hello, Kerrigan.
And I'm Simon. And where are you going with that nice suitcase?
Ain't none of your business.
Perhaps not. It could be Morgan's business, though, or the police department. Come on, let's go back in.
Look, I got some dough in here. You can have...
No, it might have blood on it.
I told you...
Don't reach into your pocket to tell me. Pretty little pistol. I think I'll keep it to remember you by. Come on, you're going back in.
All right. The officer's down here. I'll put the suitcase away.
It's tidy of you. Where's your partner?
Marlowe? Well, he's around someplace.
Where's Morgan landing, Kerrigan?
I don't know. Marlowe got the dough from Sammy.
You're sure he didn't...
Why not ask me, friend?
You would be Marlowe. All right, I will ask you. Where is Morgan landing?
Guess.
Sammy told you that?
Punk was dead before I got to him.
Oh? Then you've been out looking for him last night, huh?
Kerrigan, you...
No, Kerrigan didn't tell me. Doesn't have to now, does he?
I think maybe you ought to take a walk, friend.
Oh, no, my feet hurt, huh?
More than that's gonna hurt.
Sorry, I have a gun, too. True, it happens to be Kerrigan's, but then I did leave him his suitcase.
Suitcase?
Don't pay any attention.
What's in it, Kerrigan?
It's just some clothes.
Open her up.
Now, as a matter of fact...
I said open her up.
All right, Marlowe. I'll open it.
Stay away from that light.
Simon, the lights. Simon? Simon?
Oh, Wendy, let go of me.
Simon, no, please. Don't leave me, please.
Take it easy, Wendy. I think we're alone. Light switch was over this way.
Simon, look. Near the door.
Yes, correction. We're not alone. Mr. Marlowe is still with us. A very dead Mr. Marlowe.
Kerrigan shot him in the dark.
Maybe.
You said that awfully funny.
Did I? Oh, don't forget, Wendy, Kerrigan wasn't the only one here in this room with Marlowe.
Simon.
Sit down a minute, Wendy. I've got to call the police.
And then?
Then we'll go back to our cab. Louis must be doing a lot of ticking outside.
Oh, Simon, my poor hat.
It's just another couple of steps.
Oh.
Here we are, Wendy. Well, Louis, did you miss us?
What else? Welcome home. Well, where to?
I wish I knew.
Who made with the firecrackers?
That happens to be the problem, Louis.
I don't want to hear about it, because if those were firecrackers, I'm driving a truck.
What's wrong with driving a truck?
Who said something was wrong?
Truck drivers happen to be among the most courteous drivers on the road.
Yeah, well, look, Mr. Templar, I got nothing.
They're always there to help a motorist in trouble. They'll
Mr. Templar, stop already with the truck drivers. I know they're a wonderful class characters. All of them got PhDs. What happened back there in the club?
A man got shot very dead because another man carrying a nice suitcase filled with money not belonging to him didn't want to open the suitcase and let the other man see it.
Ask a silly question?
Simon, it's getting late, terribly late. Harry Morgan is on his way, and I'm...
Oh, stop worrying about Morgan. Maybe the whole thing was just a rumor.
Oh, it was not.
What?
I said it was not a rumor about Morgan coming back.
Oh?
Furthermore, what's been bothering you is where his plane is going to deposit him, no?
Yes.
So ask me.
Louis, I will probably assassinate you.
It ain't a joke. Ask me.
All right. Where is Morgan's plane landing?
A private landing field up at Boonchester. Want to know what time it's landing?
Look, I don't believe any of this, but what time is it landing?
Midnight tonight.
I'll hate myself in the morning, but tonight I've got to know. Louis, how did you find out?
I listened to the radio.
What time is it, Simon?
10. How much longer to Boonchester, Louis?
Hour and a half, maybe.
We should be in time. Louis, repeat.
Huh?
The broadcast you listened to.
Oh, yeah, sure. The man said Morgan, who has been spending the last couple of years in Guatemala, is returning via private plane to the United States.
Sammy was right,
When
Simon.
questioned by correspondents about his wanted for income tax evasion, Mr. Morgan replied he's been in communication with the United States Treasury Department. He's arranged to meet his obligations to them.
Sammy was right, but in that case...
Mr. Morgan's plane is due to land at Boonchester Airport midnight tonight. A bulletin from a woman's college in the Midwest states that from now on, all women are.
All women are what, Louis?
How do I know? It's where I turned off the radio, because people started shooting guns in the nightclub.
Simon, I don't understand. If Harry had told reporters he was coming back to this country, if it was even on the radio, why did Sammy make such a big secret of it?
Well, he did have the news earlier than anyone else did.
But not earlier enough to make any difference to anyone.
Except Sammy. To him, it meant the difference between it's corny, but it's true, between life and death.
We're getting close.
The time is, a few minutes before 12.
Simon.
Yes, Wendy?
Oh, well, why do we have to meet Morgan when he lands?
Well, he has to know that he can't plan to murder you.
But maybe he'll try at the airport.
No, that's the only place you can be absolutely sure he'll try nothing.
Well, what do you mean?
He's coming back to put himself on the right side of the law. Murder's against the law.
Oh, he'll find a way. A way to kill me, to kill Kerrigan. Marlowe's already dead.
Can't afford to risk anything here, Wendy. Perhaps I can make him realize that he...
Hey, this must be the airport. It ain't much.
No. It's a private field. It's deserted at the moment. The landing lights are on, though.
No welcoming committee. Here's the landing strip. I better pull up.
Well, at least the rain has stopped.
Oh, but it's so cold.
Yeah, the ground's wet. Now be careful.
Gee, it's like a stage set, Simon. Brilliant lights and then the darkness all around. And the emptiness.
It's only a little longer.
Simon, listen.
Yeah. Hey, that's a plane. It's getting closer. Sky's overcast,
Wait a minute.
but...
I can see his lights.
Oh, yeah. He's angling for a landing. Hey, Louis, stay in the cab.
Okay, Mr. President.
He's setting her down. Hey, he did a beautiful job. Not very far now. The plane's skidding a bit, but he's got her straightened out. Come on, Wendy. Mr. Morgan, I presume?
You presume right. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Harry.
You mind if we join you? It's a little damp down here.
Come on up.
All right. Up you go, Wendy. Now me.
Well, Wendy, they put you on the welcome committee, huh?
Harry, don't look at me like that, please.
My name is Templar.
Yeah? What are you doing here?
I'm insurance.
You're what?
Wendy's insurance. Against your losing your temper.
I never lose my temper. I never lose anything.
How was the weather back in Guatemala?
Fine when I took off. Why?
Nothing. Anything happen on the flight?
No.
It's a very nice plane.
Happens to be the best twin-motor job built.
Yeah, I can believe that. The pilot seat's nice and dry. Floor of the cabin, nice and dry.
Hey, what cooks with him, Wendy? Does he want to grow up and be a weatherman?
Everything's nice and dry, Morgan. Except your shoes.
What was that?
Your shoes are wet.
Hey.
Here's company. Let's see who it is. Well, the vanishing Mr. Kerrigan. Come in.
My, Kerrigan. Carrying a gun like a real big boy.
Never mind the gags, Morgan. Sammy's dead, so's Marlowe.
That's very sad news you're telling me. Want me to break down and blubber?
I'm on the spot for both killings, Morgan.
That's very sad. Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
You might as well save your breath on that one, too, Kerrigan. You see, Morgan's shoes are wet.
What?
It was fine weather in Guatemala when Morgan took off. The plane doesn't leak. He just landed it. Hasn't been off the plane yet. How did he get his shoes wet, huh?
Look out!
Very nice shooting, Morgan. You got his arm. Very nice shooting indeed.
Yeah, even wearing wet shoes. I'll take your gun, Kerrigan. Thank you. You were saying, Templar?
There's only one way you could have got your shoes wet, Mr. Morgan. You must have been out in the rain.
Yeah?
Which means this is your second landing. Yeah, Mr. Morgan was around New York yesterday and today. Then he got back to his plane, flew around a bit, and landed it all over again on the schedule he'd given the press. It would have made a nice alibi.
Alibi for...
For Sammy's murder and Marlowe's. Too bad he got his shoes wet.
Yes. Too bad for you, Templar. Sure, I landed here yesterday, went to town, and took care of a couple of things. In other words, Sammy and Marlowe got killed while I was officially flying in from South America.
It's a lovely alibi. One of the loveliest alibis I've ever met. It's a pity it had to be destroyed.
It hasn't been. It's going to stand up after the three of you get yourselves mixed up in a gunfight and knock yourselves off.
Think you could get away with it?
I can try. What have I got to lose?
Your pilot's license at least.
What?
Simon, you knocked him off.
So I did. He must have a very weak jaw. Louis, you angel. Why,
No, I seen the other guy, one bleeding from the arm, seen him climb into the plane. I didn't know you was expecting him, so I thought maybe I'd come and keep you company, too.
And I'm very glad you did, Louis. But even the best of parties must come to an end, so, Louis, will you phone the police and inform them that Harry Morgan has made his last landing?
But, Simon...
Yes, Wendy?
You must have known that Morgan had killed Sammy and Marlowe before we even got to the airport.
I did. The wet shoes helped me convince Morgan I knew, but... Wendy, why was Sammy killed?
Well, I thought because he'd gone around telling people about Morgan. That's not right, though, is it?
No, because we know Morgan had openly announced his return. And Sammy's information would have bolstered Morgan's alibi. But how did Sammy find out about Morgan's return before the newscasters did?
How? Well, I suppose... Oh, Morgan himself.
Yeah, it had to be that way. Morgan told Sammy to spread the word around and then killed him before Sammy got too drunk and let the fact slip that he'd seen Morgan a day before Morgan was supposed to arrive. Sammy's only function was to help protect Morgan's alibi and get the three people he was after thoroughly jittery and on the run. Morgan's job would be simpler then.
It really was. But how did you know he killed Marlowe?
Well, you didn't. No gun. I didn't because it wouldn't be proper. And Kerrigan didn't because Marlowe had taken his gun, remember?
Oh. Gosh, Simon, the way you say it, it all sounds so simple. But it isn't. And I'm grateful, and... There.
Well, that was a nice kiss, but fleeting.
Well, in that case, let's take a little longer, huh?
Mr. Templar. Hey, Mr. Templar, The saint, huh?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Joan Banks as Wendy and Larry Dobkin as Louis. Paul Frees played Sammy and Ed Max, the bartender. Barney Phillips was Kerrigan and Tony Barrett, Marlowe. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Being a private investigator means two things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you'll get out of it. Well, there's not much you can do about it, I guess. Except, like Julie always says...
Walk softly, Peter Troy.
And now, Peter Troy investigates
the blue-eyed Brazen.
Friends, in a lifetime study of the weaker sex, I've come to one startling conclusion. The guy that tagged the word weaker onto the label was out of his mind. Take Julie, my secretary, for instance. Now, she can reduce a fellow with bulging muscles into a quivering jelly just by giving out with one gentle smile. Take another, for instance. Take Hetty Jensen. Now, there is a blue-eyed bundle of sheer dynamite for you. Hetty can get more out of a man with a murmured sigh than the income tax boys can squeeze out with a bundle of Ritz. Yes, sir. Just one murmured sigh.
It's yours, Hetty. It's all yours. You like it?
You show me a single girl in London town who doesn't adore a mink coat. Oh, yes, I like it. I love it.
Well, here, you better take this, too.
What is it?
It goes with the coat. Just the insurance policy.
£2,000.
That's the valuation on it, Hetty. Don't go leaving it in any railway trains, huh?
I won't let it out of my sight, Rick.
I've never given a woman a mink coat before.
I'm glad.
Come to think of it, I've never spent that much money on anyone but myself.
It's appreciated, I assure you, Rick. I'll treasure this all my life.
That coat's more than a gift, Hetty.
Oh?
It's a token. A contract between us.
Mm-hmm.
If it ever comes back to me...
Oh, now, why should it ever go back to you, Rick?
You may feel inclined to return it one day.
A mink coat?
Or I may take it off you.
Oh, now, you wouldn't be an Indian giver, would you?
I hope not.
What do you mean, Rick?
As I said, if that coat ever comes back to me, Hetty, for any reason, it'll be because we're through.
So?
Think about it.
I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sure you do, my sweet.
Rick, will you please stop acting so mysteriously?
Here. Let's drink a toast, Hetty. To us.
To us?
Till death us do part, my dear. There's something so definite about that, isn't there, Hetty? Till death us do part.
Julie's eyes nearly popped out of her head when that fur coat came walking into my Chelsea office just 1 week later. Of course, it was adorning the slim, trim figure of Hetty Jensen. Then I must admit I did a bit of oogling myself. I have trouble with rent collectors, and it makes me nervous to see £2,000 parading around my inner sanctum. Well, I got around to thinking about what I could do with that sort of dough. 2,000 nuts. That is a lot of lettuce.
Yes, it is a nice coat, isn't it?
Oh, magnificent, Miss Jensen.
What is it with women and fur coats?
Oh, minks, Pete. Mink coats, please.
Sorry.
It's insured for £2,000.
Oh, I believe it. And I'll wager it's worth every penny of that.
And I'll wager that the minks that subscribe to that coat wouldn't agree with you.
Oh, but they died for a wonderful cause.
Well, Miss Jensen, I gather you didn't just come here to model your fur coat for us.
No, of course not. Do you mind if I take it off?
Not at all. I guess you'll be more comfortable. After all, it is the middle of summer.
Who cares? If I owned a coat like that, I'd wear it on the equator.
Would you take the coat from me, Mr. Troy?
Certainly. I'll hang it over here.
Don't bother to hang it up anywhere.
Well, what do you mean?
Perhaps your secretary could find some paper to wrap it up.
Sorry, Miss Jensen, but I'm not tuned in.
The coat was given to me by, an admirer just a week ago.
Well, he really was an admirer, wasn't he? But still...
I want it returned to him.
It's the first time I've ever seen my secretary look as though she was about ready to pass out. Now, look, Miss Jensen, if you came here to pitch a gag,
I'm serious, Mr. Troy. I want the coat returned.
You have to be joking.
And I want you to return it for me, Mr. Troy. There's a fee of £50 for you to do it.
£50 just to deliver a fur coat?
Worth £2,000. I want to make sure it arrives safely.
Where does the admirer live?
Teddington Square, Mayfair.
That's a threepenny bus ride away.
Do you want the job or not, Mr. Troy?
All right.
Well, there's your fee in cash, Mr. Troy. Now, the address...
Now, hold on. There's the whole of the £50 here.
So?
Well, the usual routine is you give me a retainer, I get the balance when I finish the job.
I'm leaving London tonight. I trust you with the assignment. You have a reputation to uphold. The address is apartment 7, Teddington Towers, Teddington Square.
And the admirer's name?
Oh, I don't think
Now,
that's...
listen, I have to know who it is to give it to him.
Roderick Banborough.
Uh-huh.
You know him?
Oh, I've heard of him. Playboy around town. He's the fellow whose picture's featured weekly in the glossy society magazines. Now, look, Miss Jensen, Rick Banborough belongs to a wealthy family. As I recall, he's had a flock of girlfriends and...
What are you getting at, Mr. Troy?
Well, it's just that Banborough can afford to buy a girl a coat like this. He's stacked. Now, if you're through with him, okay. He wouldn't expect to get the mink back. It's the luck of the game with fellas like him. Be smart. Now, I can put you onto a reputable dealer who'll...
Mr. Troy, that mink has to go back to Rick. Now, I've got to trust you. I'm giving you £50 to make the delivery. Please don't let me down. Just get that fur back to Rick Banborough.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there any message to go with it?
No, none at all.
Well, it'll be at Banborough's place within an hour.
Good. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you again, Mr. Troy. And goodbye.
Well. I wonder if that fur coat is mink or skunk.
Skunk?
Yes, Julie Honeybun. There's something about this setup that smells mighty peculiar.
Well, I don't see the mystery.
Huh?
Hetty Jensen is finished with the gentleman, and she's returning his gift.
Now, Julie, even you did a double take when she said she wanted him to have this thing back.
Well, all right.
And I'll tell you why you did a double take. You summed up the beautiful Hetty in one glance. That little blue-eyed Brazen's a gold digger.
Well...
And gold diggers don't go handing back their loot.
Oh, I suppose not.
Oh, one other point, Honeybun.
Mm-hmm.
For all her aplomb, I figured her to be a very scared little gold digger. There's a little chink in the armor there for a second or two.
Yes, I noticed that.
And why does she pay a private investigator £50 to make the delivery? Why not get one of the city messenger services to do the job for $10 bob? There's no risk. They'd take it around in an armored car if she wanted them to.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, there's something cockeyed somewhere.
Trouble, Pete?
I don't know. I can't see us running into much trouble with Mr. Roderick Banborough. I mean, playboys get all their action in nightclubs.
Well, there's Teddington Towers.
Yeah. Anyone who can live in a pile like that can afford to sling mink coats around. Okay, hand me the parcel, Honeybun.
A mink coat wrapped in a newspaper. But it's sacrilegious.
And that's life, Julie.
Yeah. When you look at that place, it's just a fraction smaller than the Houses of Parliament, Pete. I said, what are you staring at?
The black limousine parked across the way from the entrance to the apartment building.
What?
No, don't look around. There's two men on it.
What about them?
Come on, let go. I recognized one of them. Eddie Krantz.
Who's he?
Professional killer. Internationally known assassin, big time, the biggest. With the finger on anyone in this wide world if you can meet his prices.
What's he doing here?
Well, I don't know. I tangled with him in Montreal some years back. Client hired me to protect him from Krantz. Well, I fell down on the job. He'd have done much better recruiting the whole of the Canadian Mounted Police. Even then, he mightn't have made it. Krantz never misses on an assignment. All right, apartment 7. It's on the first floor. Take the lift, huh?
You think it's just coincidence that he's out there?
Yeah, probably. There's more than just Roderick Banborough living in his apartment building.
Oh, of course. Banborough and Krantz. A playboy and a professional killer. That doesn't make any sense. But shouldn't you warn someone that he's out there?
Well, he's not breaking the law by just sitting in a car. Our friend Inspector Caswell's probably got him tagged anyway. What was the apartment?
7.
7, that's right.
Oh, it's 2 doors down.
You know, the question is, who's employing Krantz? More important still, who's going to get the bullet? Yeah, I'll give that some thought after I've delivered the lovely Hetty's mink coat. Here we are. Well, this radio is someplace, isn't it? You know, when I get rich, I'm going to...
There's a two-way speaker beside the door on your left.
It's cute.
Well, who is it?
Yeah, my name's Troy, Peter Troy. I've got something for you from Miss Hetty Jensen.
No?
It has to be delivered personally.
All right. The lock on the door is released. Come in.
Well, this way he does without a butler. An intercom beside the door. That's really something, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Banborough likes his privacy. Well, come on, honey bun. Let's see how the other half lives. Yes. Well, where is everyone?
I've got a funny feeling we're being watched.
All right, Troy, drop the parcel and get your hands up. That goes for the lady, too.
Now, what
Do as I say, Troy. You're covered from both sides. Joe, Larry, if he hasn't dropped that parcel in 3 seconds, open fire on them.
That's better.
Now, would you mind telling me what all this is about, mister? Look, I'm just the delivery boy.
And you came to deliver a bulletin.
What?
And Hetty Jensen sent you. Oh, I like that touch. The final proof, huh? I wondered who it was. I should have guessed it was the delectable Hetty that organized this.
Now, look, I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Who's the girl with you?
She's my secretary, Julie Summers.
A gunman with a secretary? What does she do, Troy? Keep a tally on your killings?
Now, you must be some sort of a nut, Banbury. But right now, the gag's grown stale.
Keep your hands up. My boys are very itchy trigger fingers. This is no gag, Troy. You're not delivering any bullet this trip, my friend. On the contrary, you're going to receive one.
It just had to be some sort of a joke. Didn't make any sense. Roderick Banbury was standing in front of me, and he was holding a gun in his elegant little hand. A Mayfair playboy, a gun, a mink coat, and Eddie Krantz, a professional killer, sitting in a car in the street below. Behind Banbury were two of the toughest-looking hoods I'd seen in a long time. Now, if it was a playboy's gag, it was growing thin. I was getting impatient. And I was reminded that nothing ever comes easy for Peter Troy. Not even 50 pounds for a simple delivery job.
Eddie Krantz still sitting down there in the car, eh?
He hasn't moved.
Krantz?
Eddie must be getting old, Troy. Sending other men to do his job now?
Now, look, you've got your lines crossed.
Search him, Joe.
Order, Rick.
I suppose Eddie's sitting down there waiting for the gunshot, Troy. Well, there'll be some shooting in a little while, but he won't hear it. This place is soundproof.
Hey, he's packing a gun, Rick. Smith & Wesson police positive.
Well, of course, he's carrying a gun. How else is he supposed to do the job?
I've got a license to carry that thing, Banbury. I'm a private investigator, and...
He really does have a sense of humor, doesn't he?
Look,
But this is a new departure for Eddie Krantz. He never sent anyone else to do his shooting before.
Could be some sort of trap, Rick.
Yes, I thought about that. But I doubt whether it is. He walks gaily up to the front door, says he's something from Hetty, and expects to come right in and start shooting. Nice, direct approach. Perhaps he thought it'd put us off.
Pete, I don't understand.
The girl was a clever idea, though. You'll never think of a professional killer taking along a girl with him to do a job.
Pete, he really thinks you're a professional killer.
That's right, honey. He thinks I'm employed by Eddie Krantz.
What?
She'd make a fortune on the stage, Troy.
Look, Banbury, I'm not fooling you. My name's Peter Troy, and I am a private investigator. Now, if you just get that gorilla of yours to reach into my inside pocket, he'll find my identification.
And once he's got one hand in your pocket, you jump him. Oh, no, Troy. I wasn't born yesterday. I knew Krantz was on his way here. That's why I was prepared. That's why I had Larry and Joe waiting here. Krantz didn't take me unawares.
I tell you, I have got nothing to do with Krantz. All right, Banbury, all right. Now, let's make a deal.
Ah? I believe our Mr. Troy is cracking. Positively breaking apart,
Yeah, well, just let Julie go, and I'll do anything you want.
Pete, no.
Save your breath, Troy. You're both going to die, you know. There's nothing in this world surer than that.
All we did was to deliver that fur coat.
Yes, the great denouement. Hetty played the double cross and wanted me to know about it. Yes, she wants me to know that it was she who sold me out. The mink coat was the sign.
Who are you?
Oh, come now. Surely you've seen my picture often enough, haven't you? Roderick Giles, Fitzroy Banbury, my dear chap, Mayfair gadabout, bon vivant, society fop, ne'er-do-well aristocrats.
No. Krantz wouldn't be interested in a Mayfair gadabout.
Didn't they tell you? About me, I mean. My name really is Banbury, you know. My father was a major general in the Indian Army. Frightfully Pacha. That's the truth. But it makes a good disguise.
Now, look, Rick, don't.
Don't tell him. Why? Why not? He's a dead man, Larry. A few more minutes.
Tell me the story, Banbury.
Certainly. This is my town, Troy. Yes, I virtually own London. Thousands of people pay homage to me. Bookies, gamblers, shopkeepers, dope runners, nightclub owners. I allow them to exist.
Do you mean to tell me that... Oh, no, you couldn't be.
Mr. Midnight? Yeah. There's a file in Scotland Yard labeled Mr. Midnight, a great, thick, bulging file.
Yes, I know. London's crimes are.
That's right. And not a soul in Scotland Yard knows my true identity, Troy. But then who would think Roderick Banbury, Mayfair gadabout, was the sinister Mr. Midnight?
Well, I'll be... Okay, tell me one thing. Why is Eddie Krantz after you?
He's being paid. Lawrence Fidella is paying him to get rid of me.
What, the Manchester Racketeer?
That's right. Fidella's ambitious. He wants to move into London. But no one can operate in London unless they get rid of me.
And Hetty?
She must have joined up with them. Hence the return of the coat.
Yes, but even with you dead, how does Fidello think he can take over?
Because I made the one grave mistake of my career, Troy.
What?
I trusted Hetty. I told her who I was and how I operated. That sweet little head of hers, she's carrying the facts and figures about my operation. By now, it'll have passed on to Fidello. But he can't move unless I'm dead.
Rick. Look.
Yeah. Someone stopped at Eddie Kranz's car. There. Talking to him. All right, Troy. This is where Kranz makes his second move. And this is where you make your exit. You and the lady.
Yes, I thought so. Eddie Kranz, isn't it?
Who are you?
Caswell's the name. Inspector Caswell, New Scotland Yard.
I haven't done anything.
Haven't you? Mind if I join you in the car? Thanks.
Now, wait a minute, Copper.
My feet are killing me.
Hey, look, you got no right to come barging in here.
You're a visitor to this country. I think I ought to warn you that we take a pretty dim view of people walking around London carrying guns without a proper police permit for them. You are carrying a gun, aren't you?
How do you know about me?
Been following you for the past 48 hours.
Why?
Oh, Manchester police gave us the tip.
About what?
About you hobnobbing with Lorenz Fidello. Mr. Kranz, he's a known criminal. He's under constant surveillance. So if he's seen around with any strangers, we check on him. You've got a very colorful record, we've found.
Yeah. Well, no one's ever been able to pin a rap on me.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so get out of the car.
You're a suspected professional assassin, Kranz.
Suspected. Get it? Suspected.
And you came to England to do a job for Fidello, obviously.
Nuts.
Well, he was seen to pay you a sum of money. Considerable sum. And rumor has it that the amount was £25,000 sterling. All in nice, new, crisp banknotes.
Now, you're getting nothing out of me.
Nevertheless, I'm going to arrest you, Mr. Kranz.
For what? Carrying a gun?
No.
Well, then?
For passing counterfeit money.
What? You're out of your head. Listen, I never touched Dudley.
An hour ago, you made a purchase at a shop in Half Moon Street. The officer that was following you inspected the note. He found it to be a clever forgery.
Well, that's impossible. I told you I don't have any of that.
I believe you. In fact, I go so far as to say that you didn't even know you had it in your possession.
You know, what are you getting at?
Well, Mr. Kranz, Lawrence Fidello is big time, but he's not all that big. He'd have a job laying his hands on £25,000 cash.
You mean he...
Fidello started off as a counterfeiter up in Manchester. Obviously, he's still at the game.
He gave me the...
Yes, I'm sorry, but he was making his payoff with that money, Mr. Kranz.
I'll get him for that.
We'll get him for that. In the meantime, I'm going to arrest you on two serious charges, carrying a gun and passing counterfeit money.
That counterfeiting's a put-up job.
I'm aware of that, but it's still counterfeiting. However, you could possibly make it a little easier on yourself.
Oh? How?
By telling me what you're doing sitting outside this apartment.
Now, hold it, Banbro.
Sorry, Troy, but this is the end of the line.
Rick, that fellow's got into Eddie Kranz's car.
Oh, another one of his men.
Yeah, could be Fidello. Look, see if you can recognize him.
You watch Troy and the girl while I see what's going on down there.
Julie, it's now or never.
Yes, please.
When I give you the tip, duck for that desk.
Hey, you stop mumbling, you two.
Car's driving away. Maybe they've given up.
Joe, is that my gun you're holding?
That's right, Troy.
Well, I hate to have to tell you this, but that model of the Smith & Wesson has a double safety catch.
That's Julie. Troy, stay where you are.
Now, look.
Hey, you got Joe.
And I got the gun.
So what?
No Smith & Wesson ever made as a double safety catch, Buster. Any two-bit hood could have told you that. Julie, you all right?
Peter?
Certainly she's all right, Troy, but she won't be if you try anything else.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. It all happened so fast.
Drop your gun, Bambra, and come over here. Joe's dead and Larry's wounded. You're on your own. Someone will have heard the gunshots and
You've
they'll...
forgotten, Troy. This place is soundproof. It's like a fortress. An electric lock on the door, bulletproof glass in the window.
You harm her, Bambra.
The only chance you've got that I won't is to drop your gun, Troy. What the...
Can't be all that soundproof. There's someone at the door.
Krantz! Well, he can't get in. You can't pick an electric lock. What was that?
Unless I'm mistaken, it was that electric lock of yours.
It could be.
Please, Barbara.
Hey, watch it. He's got a gun.
Julie.
I'm all right, Pete.
Troy, what in the blue blazes?
It's okay, honey. It's all over. Oh, I'm glad you got here, Inspector.
What the devil are you doing here?
Well, we just came to deliver a coat.
Eh?
He's dead, sir. This one over there is dead, sir.
And that one over there is wounded in the shoulder.
Troy, I repeat,
Now,
what the
first
devil...
you tell me how you got here, Inspector.
Incredible though it may sound, we got a tip-off from a professional gunman.
Eddie Krantz.
Yes. But how
And where's Lorenz Fidello?
In Manchester, under arrest, passing counterfeit banknotes.
Oh, well, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah, I'm afraid Krantz rather blew his top about being paid off in dud money. Sang like a proverbial canary.
Oh, so you know who Benbra is, or was?
Yes, Mr. Midnight himself. Oh, yes, I know. Now, will you please tell me what you're doing here?
It's just as Pete said, Inspector. We came to deliver a fur coat.
I'll phone for the ambulance, sir.
Good, I may need it.
Oh, come on, honey, I got some inquiries to make.
About what?
The whereabouts of a certain blue-eyed cutie called Hetty Jensen.
That is dangerous ground. And you'd better walk softly, Peter Troy.
They caught up with the blue-eyed brazen Hetty Jensen in Manchester. She'd hitched her wagon to Lorenz Fidello's burned-out Star. She told him all about Mr. Midnight's operation, how he could knuckle in after Krantz had finished off Roderick Benbra. Sending him that fur coat could have tipped him off about the double-cross if he hadn't already known about it. But I wish she'd chosen somebody else as her errand boy. In the meantime, the police have taken custody of the mink coat. It'll become Exhibit A when Fidello, Krantz, and Hetty come up for trial. Julie? Well, she couldn't care less. Since the episode of Teddington Tower, she seems to have gone right off, Mink. She says ermines are much more chic, anyway.
The big story.
Okay. So Crime and Peter Chambers, The Saint, starring Vincent Price, Walk Softly, Peter Troy. All great shows. I hope you enjoyed those particular episodes. Several more good crime shows coming up. The Big Story, crime classics, and a lesser-known but excellent show called The Crime Files of Flamond. The Crime Classics episode, The Axe and the Droot Family, How They Fared. It's a dramatization of a historic true crime, as all the show's episodes were, taking place in Pennsylvania in 1795. Starred Mary Jane Croft, Sam Edwards, Paul Frees, and Charles Davis, and it told the story of Peter Droot as he writes his will. And by doing so, he unknowingly dooms his two sons to death. Let's just say that greed and family jealousy can be a dangerous mixture. Then The Crime Files of Flamond was a crime show that ran from 44 to 48, and then again from 56 to 57 on another network. And in this one, The Case of the Squealing Duck starred William Everett as Flamond and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra. A nightclub comedian thinks someone's trying to sabotage his act, and he hires Flamond to find out who it is. And then another great episode that's coming up, another show that I like a lot, is The Lineup, a police drama that was always based on real-life crimes and cases. And one of the coolest names for an episode ever, The Malingering Martinelli Madcap Caper. It's about the kidnapping of Police Lieutenant Guthrie, and it starred Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Guthrie and William Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb. Also Tony Barrett, Ted DeCorsia, and Dick Ryan. So, enjoy these great crime stories, and I will see you in a little bit.
Story.
Sounds kind of complicated, doesn't it, boys?
Yeah, it sure does.
Why,
no, it's very simple.
Well, we think it's complicated. Suppose you get in the car and show us the way, Vaughn.
Oh, wait a minute. How do you know my name?
Get in the car.
Now, look here.
Get in the car, Vaughn. Come on, get in before I blow your head off.
The Big Story. The story you're about to hear actually happened. It happened in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. It's authentic and is offered as a tribute to the men and women of the great American newspapers. From the front pages of the Elkhorn Independent, the story of a cub reporter who used a fish story to make the biggest catch of his career in the world of crime. Elkhorn, Wisconsin. The story as it actually happened. Don Morrissey's story as he lived it.
You're just a kid, Don Morrissey, but you've got a dream. And that dream is to be a newspaper reporter. Elkhorn is your hometown, but it so happens that you're a junior studying journalism at Marquette University. At the beginning of this particular summer, you're doing part-time work as correspondent for the UP and AP in your hometown. But you've got your eye on the future, Don Morrissey. And one day in late June, you walk up to the editor of the Elkhorn Independent, a weekly.
Mr. Merritt, I wonder if I could talk to you for just a minute.
Make it just a minute, Don. Got a paper to get out here. We go to press tomorrow.
Yes, sir, I know.
What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Merritt, the fact is, I graduate from Marquette next year, and I thought maybe you'd be interested.
Why don't you come right out and say it, son? You want a job with the Independent next year?
Yes, sir. I'm working part-time for the AP and UP right now, but if you could take me on full-time next year, why, I'd sure appreciate it.
Oh, you want to be a full-time reporter, do you?
Yes, sir. That's all I've ever thought of. That's why I'm going to the School of Journalism now.
Oh, School of Journalism. All they teach you is how to type neat copy. Dot your I's, cross your T's. I never heard of them showing any boy how to get a good story. You want a job with us, Don? You have to prove yourself.
Yes, sir, but how?
How? How does any young fella prove his ability? Goes out and finds a story, that's how. Not just a little brush fire or church social. A good story. You understand?
Yes, sir. I guess I do. Well, I'll keep my eyes open, Mr. Merritt.
You do that, son. Do that. And, shut the door on your way out, will you?
He gives you the brush off, and it smarts a little. But you've got your eye on that job, Don Morrissey. And you figure if there's ever a decent story to come out of a quiet little place like Elkhorn, it'll come out of the police station. So you go down to talk to Sheriff Oliver Clayson, tell him what you're after.
Son, let me ask you something.
Yes, Sheriff?
You're supposed to file copy out of Elkhorn for the Associated Press and the United Press, is that right?
That's right.
All right. How much have you filed?
Well, nothing, sir. Nothing's happened.
That's it, Don. That's your answer. People here are decent, law-abiding. Oh, we have an occasional drunk, burglary once in a while. Want my advice?
Sure do.
Get out of Elkhorn after you graduate. Go to a big town. For instance, look at this. This morning's Milwaukee Journal. Here. Look at those headlines.
Edward Vaughn missing. Wealthy Milwaukee brewer kidnapped by armed thugs. First ransom note received last night.
See what it means, son? Okay, Mike. I'm in for $5 more.
I'll see you, Sam.
Well, I'll raise you both. Cost you 10.
Well, I'm in.
Me too. What do you got, Leo?
Full house. Queen's high.
How do you like that? Me with a lousy straight.
Me with 3 bullets.
Better luck next time, suckers.
Next time. Are you kidding, Leo?
Yeah, you're in me and Sam now for a couple of hundred.
Oh, you cheap punks. What are you whining about? Crying your crummy heads off for nickels and dimes when we're sitting back waiting for $100 grand?
Yeah, waiting is good. We've had Vaughn stashed away in his broken down hideout for a week, and still no payoff.
Takes a little time to negotiate.
Taking too long.
Either of you two think you can do it better?
Now, look, Leo, we didn't mean nothing.
We was only thinking of
You're not supposed to think. I'll do the thinking around here. We'll spring Vaughn when his contact agrees to pay off, and until he does, you two crumb bums are going to sit on your lard bottoms and wait. You understand?
Yeah, sure, Leo. You're the boss.
Only we was just wondering when you're going to make contact again, Leo.
Well, I figure they must be getting ripe about now. I'm putting in a phone call tonight. Look, we're tired of waiting. Either we get $100 grand tonight or you don't get your boy, you understand? That's better. Now, we want it in 50s and 100s. That's right, 50s and 100s. Unmarked bills and no cops around on delivery. Just keep your mouth shut and your ears open. I'm going to tell you how we want it.
Hey, Leo.
Yes, Sam?
You think we're cool by this time?
Yeah, we should be. We've laid low a month since they paid off.
Brother, I can't wait till we get to Miami.
Miami. Boy, am I nuts about Miami.
Hey, Leo, what town is this?
The sign says Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Elkhorn. You can have it. These towns. They all look the same and they all sound the same. Ha! Elkhorn.
step on it, will you, Sam?
What do you want, egg in your beer? This is the main drag. I'm doing 60 now.
Yeah, and there's a curve up ahead. You better slow it down, Sam. Don't want any of these jerkwater cops to catch. Slow it down. Watch the road, you crazy fool. Look out for that telephone pole. Look out!
Sheriff Clayson?
Sheriff, Don Morrissey.
Oh, yeah, Don.
I was just driving down Main Street when I saw a big car smacking into a telephone pole. Knocked the pole half over and kept right on going.
Where did this happen?
At the curb in front of Bethel Church.
What kind of car, did you notice?
Well, it looked like a Chrysler Imperial. Must have been going 60 at least.
60, huh? The speed limit's 30.
Yeah, not only that, the telephone pole's ruined. Phone company's gonna be plenty sore when they find out about it, Sheriff.
All right, Don, thanks. I'll alert the highway patrol right away.
Hey, Leo.
Yeah, Mike?
Take a look through the back window. There's a motorcycle cop on our tail.
Yeah, you're right. Someone must have seen us crack that pole.
I better pull away from it.
You're nuts, Sam. Slow her down.
But, boss...
I said slow her down. Now stop the car.
We don't want to talk to any cops, Leo. Not right now.
Put away that gun, stupid. I'll handle this.
But how? Leo, I don't like it.
What are you worrying about? A small-town cop? These local characters don't even know the time of day. Now slow her down, Sam.
Yeah, but...
But nothing. Put away those guns and act dumb. That shouldn't be too hard for either of you. Let me do the talking. We'll be out of this burg in an hour.
You, Don Morrissey, stop in at headquarters shortly after the three men are brought in. One of them, a man who says his name is Joe Winters, seems to be their spokesman when the sheriff asks him...
Where'd you think you were going, mister? To a fire?
I'm sorry, Sheriff. We were anxious to get to the lake and get set up for some fishing in the morning.
At Lake Geneva, huh?
That's right. My friends and I came down from Milwaukee for the weekend. You know how it is. You get three fishermen together and there's only a weekend. Well, you want to get in all you can. That's why we were going so fast.
Mr. Winters, that's no excuse. We got speed laws in this town. 30 miles an hour. You were going 60. That'll cost you $25 or 10 days.
Sheriff, as I said, I'm the first to admit we were wrong. And we'll be glad to pay the fine. That right, fellas?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Sheriff. $25. All right, boys, let's go.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Winters.
Yes?
I ought to jail the whole bunch of you for driving in a manner to endanger the lives of the public. But seeing as it was so late at night, I guess there wasn't any danger to anybody but yourselves. However, there's a little matter of damage to that telephone pole.
You ought to see the front of our car.
That's your business, but that telephone pole is our business.
Well, we'll be glad to pay for any damages, Sheriff. How much you figure it'll cost?
Can't tell yet.
Well, suppose you name a price.
Can't tell until we get a man from the telephone company over here.
How long will that be, Sheriff?
Might be an hour. Might take till tomorrow morning.
You mean we may have to hang around here all night?
Can't let you go till I find out the exact amount of the damage.
Look, Sheriff, we said we'd pay.
Both of you just shut up, huh?
Yeah,
Shut up, will you? The sheriff says we have to stick around. Why, we have to stick around. After all, we want to do the fair thing, and you wouldn't want us to break the law, would you?
There's something about these three men, Don Morrissey. Something about them that makes you suspicious. The way they talk and act. And now, as the three strangers wait in the deputy's office, you try to tell Sheriff Clayson.
Sheriff, there's something funny about these three men.
What do you mean, Don?
Oh, I don't know. I can't explain it exactly, but the way they act, their clothes.
What's the matter with them?
Well, that's just it. They're all dressed up as though they were going to some fancy summer resort. They look like fishermen to me.
Now, look, Don. Their car's right out front. You take a look in the back. You'll see it's loaded with fishing equipment.
Yeah? I still don't believe it. I'll bet they don't even have fishing licenses.
You're wrong, son.
I am?
Well, the minute they came in, I asked for their papers. Each of them had a fishing license, all in order. Each of them had identification papers. They were all in order, too.
Oh, I see.
Now, why don't you forget it and let me take care of this, huh? I call the phone company. They'll have a man over here in a few hours. The rest is just routine.
You mean after they pay the damages, you let them go?
Naturally. What else can I hold them for? On what charge?
Gosh, I don't know.
Neither do I. Now, look, son. I know what's in your mind.
You do?
Sure. You're looking for a story where there isn't any. You're pressing too hard, Doc. Take my advice. Go home and get some sleep.
Well, why kid yourself, Don Morrissey? Sheriff Clayson is right. You want a story so bad it's running out of your ears. But somehow you can't get yourself to go home. Not quite yet. And about an hour later, you're still in the sheriff's office when...
Come in. Oh, Mr. Winters.
Sheriff, what about that man from the phone company? Any idea when he'll get here?
They told me in a couple of hours, but it may take longer. The man's got to go down and take a look at the pole, Mr. Winters. Then he's got to report back to the company. After that, he'll probably get here with a statement on the cost and damages.
I see. Sheriff, tell you the truth, my friends and myself are getting a little fidgety just waiting around here. I'd like to settle this little thing just among ourselves.
How do you mean?
Well, we're anxious to get up to the lake and bait our hooks, and we figured if we have to pay a little more than the pole's worth, why, we just as soon do it. Will you take $100 for that pole and give it to the phone man when he gets here?
Can't.
Why not?
You'll have to pay the exact amount. It's not legal otherwise.
Look, Sheriff, if it comes to less than that, you can do what you want with the extra money. Give it to the policeman's benefit if you like.
Sorry, can't do it.
We'll make it $300.
Sorry, Mr. Winters.
$500. All right, we'll go to $750 if we have to. Now, be reasonable, Sheriff. That ought to buy 2 or 3 telephone poles.
I told you for the last time, Mr. Winters, I can't do it. And if you're suggesting this is some kind of bribe, I'll show you some real trouble. You'll have to wait till the phone man gets here, and that settles it. You understand?
All right, Sheriff. That's it. Guess we'll just have to wait.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Why should they offer to pay all that money just for a damaged telephone pole?
You heard him. They want to get on with their fishing.
Yeah, but they want as high as $750.
Son, you don't know fishermen. When they get a smell of their favorite game, money's no object. Not only that, these fellows seem well-heeled. To a lot of people in this world, that kind of money doesn't mean a thing.
Sheriff Clayson passes it off. But not you, Don Morrissey. You figure these strangers are just anxious to get going for other reasons of their own. You try a shot in the dark. You go into the deputy's office where the men are waiting. Introduce yourself.
So you're the local news hound hereabouts, huh?
That's right.
Glad to know you, Morrissey.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
What's the matter with the sheriff? He out of his mind or something? We offer him $7.50 for that lousy telephone pole, and he turns us down. Why?
Well, that's the way he is.
Well, he's a lame brain if I ever saw one. Joe, maybe you should have told him we'd pay in cash. Maybe he figured you'd try to palm off a rubber check on him.
Why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Well, I was only
Button
saying...
it up and keep it buttoned, will you? You have to excuse my friends, Morrissey. They got one-track minds. They think you can buy anything with money. I don't know why I took them fishing with me. I should have left them home.
Well, you'll enjoy the fishing in Lake Geneva, Mr. Winters.
Yeah, I hope we will. I hear it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're catching a lot of bluefish this summer.
Fine. I haven't got myself a good bluefish in 2 years. If we get a few this time, I'll figure the weekend was worth it.
Sure, Mr. Winters, sure. Well, I wish you luck. Sheriff Clayson, these men are phonies.
What do you mean, phonies?
They weren't going fishing. They don't know a thing about the sport. Just talk to them. It seems that they hope to catch a couple of bluefish down in Lake Geneva. Only there's one thing wrong with that picture. Bluefish is a saltwater fish. Why, they could fish Lake Geneva for 100 years and never hook one.
All right, son, but I see no reason to get het up about it. They could be amateurs. Their fishing equipment is brand new. Maybe they don't know a bluefish from a smallmouth bass. You take Wisconsin this time of year, it's crawling with amateur sportsmen.
Yeah, but, Sheriff, I'm trying to tell you
Look, Don, I told you. Don't go looking for a story where there isn't any. Come in.
Say, Sheriff, my friends and I are getting a little hungry. Any place we can get a bite around here?
Well, there's a diner just across the street.
You mind if we step across the street and get a hamburger?
Well, one of you'll have to stay, just for insurance. The other two can go.
Thanks, Sheriff. I'll send my 2 friends and stay here by myself. Andy, Bill.
Yeah, what is it?
The sheriff says it's okay for 2 of us to go, so you 2 go ahead and bring me back a couple of hamburgers. Rare.
Mike, Leo's taking a big chance trying to bluff us out of trouble like that.
Yeah, but he's getting away with it.
So far.
What do you mean, so far?
He's outfoxed the sheriff, but that kid Morrissey, I'm not so sure.
You think he's wise to us, Sam?
I don't know. The way he keeps looking at us, I don't know. Like he figures we're phonies, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But Leo's smart, Sam. Like I said, he's got by with it so far.
Yeah, sure he has. But how do you know what's going to happen until this telephone man gets there? How do you know some joker won't come in, some state trooper off the road and spot us? You never can tell. It could happen, and do you know what that'd mean?
100 years and stuff.
Yeah, maybe 200, and I don't feel like running the risk.
Sam, I don't get you.
You want me to write you a letter or something?
You mean take off? Blow?
Why not? We got our cut of the dough on us, haven't we?
Yeah, but if we blow, we leave Leo holding the bag.
I'm crying in my beer. Leo had to do it his way, okay? Let him sweat it out.
But how are we going to get out of this tank?
They got trucks coming through here all night. We could stand on the corner and thumb a ride. Well, you with me, ain't you?
Okay, Sam. I'm with you. Let's get out of here.
You, Don Morrissey, grow fidgety after a while. The other two men seem to take a long time about getting themselves a bite to eat. You decide to take a look in the diner. They're gone. On your way back to the station, you stop and look over their car.
Nothing but fishing equipment here. Well, the apartment's locked. Well, I'll just move this seat cushion. Wait. Oh, brother, wait till the sheriff sees these. Take a look, Sheriff. Found these two guns under the front seat, .38 caliber. Some fishermen.
And the two men took off?
Yeah. The waitress told me they left a half hour ago.
Well, son, I guess they had me fooled. Maybe I should have listened to you in the first place. I'll send out an alarm to Highway Patrol, and then we'll talk with this man, Winters, whoever he is. All right, Winters. For the last time, you're going to talk? Why did your friends run away?
I don't know.
What about these two guns this young fellow found in your car?
Look, I got nothing to say.
All right. In that case, I'll have to lock you up and book you on suspicion.
You watch the man's eyes shift. You know that already he's planning some way to break out of the building. And somehow you, Don Morrissey, are more than ever convinced that this is big game. Really big game. You get on the phone, call the FBI in Milwaukee. Talk to John Welch.
Give me that again, Morrissey.
Well, the leader's a big man. Dark, wild black hair, thick lips, small scar left side of mouth.
The second one small, blonde, watery blue eyes.
What?
The third partly bald, reddish hair, a lumpy right ear.
Why, yeah, Mr. Welch, that's right.
Morrissey, you know what you've done?
What?
You just put your finger on the Duran gang. Leo Duran, Sam Falco, and Mike Reno. Wanted all over the country in connection with the Vaughn kidnapping in Milwaukee, as well as several others.
Holy smoke.
Tell the sheriff to triple his guard, Morrissey. That's Durant he's holding right now. I'll get the Elkhorn as soon as I can.
The FBI sets in motion a four-state alarm for the two escaped men. Meanwhile, the agent, John Welch, comes up and identifies Leo Duran. And a short time later, in the sheriff's office.
Well, speaking. Oh, yes, Harris. What? Where? Good. Bring him back here and we'll take him on back to Milwaukee.
Good news, Mr. Welch?
Couldn't be better. They just picked up Sam Falco and Mike Reno in a gin mill near Lake Geneva.
And that's it, Don Morrissey. Except for one thing. On the same day, Mr. Merritt, the editor of the Elkhorn Independent, calls you in.
Don, I'm proud of you. You certainly put Elkhorn on the map.
Well, thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Yes, sir. Got reporters from all the big papers in the Middle West in town right now. All those fellas from the big papers trying to find the Duran gang, and we find them right here in Elkhorn.
Yeah, sure. I guess we were pretty lucky, Mr. Merritt. Now, about that job, I'll be going back to college in a couple of days, but I figure that maybe next year
Next year? Son, if you want it, the job is yours right now.
Now we read you that telegram from Don Morrissey of the Elkhorn, Wisconsin Independent.
During trial, one of the kidnappers hung himself in his cell. The government failed to convict the other two on the kidnapping referred to, but convicted them on a previous kidnapping and successfully brought them to subsequent trial. They were both sentenced to 99 years at Joliet.
And so ends another big story. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the newspaper reporter.
The Big Story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. A man writing. Listen closely because it's a quiet sound, an intimate sound. The year is 1795, and the man who is doing this quiet, intimate thing is named Peter Droot. He is writing his will, making with goose quill and parchment his bequest to his children. When he is done, unknowingly, he will have made certain the death of his 2 sons. And now he is done. Now he has made certain. And tonight, my report to you on the Axe and the Droot family, how they fared.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Heidelberg Township, Dauphin County, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. During the closing years of the 18th century, Heidelberg snuggled against a bend of the Susquehanna. Its chief product was people, who were sent downstream to Harrisburg and overland to Philadelphia. So great was the margin of export over import that I can no longer locate Heidelberg Township on a very good map of Pennsylvania. However, during the time that it flourished, it was noted chiefly for its rocks, which were used all over the county to build churches, sheds, barns, and gravestones. The Droot family lived in a stone house, and Peter Droot was so wealthy that he was buried in a coffin imported from Bavaria, which was decorated with cherubs painted on porcelain and other sad scenes. His shroud was of genuine black Westphalian lace. His lawyer was of 100% Saxony stock and came from Philadelphia.
And to my daughter Elizabeth, I, Peter Droot, do will and bequeath the sum of £1,000. However, the sums I have already advanced to her in the amount of £800 shall be considered a part of this legacy. And to my sons, Francis and Peter, I leave the residue of my estate. But in the event of the death of either of my sons, without issue...
And his daughter Elizabeth, pure product of Heidelberg Township, was moved.
Some father I had, to leave to his own true daughter a measly £200.
You have done a deception to me.
Deception? How?
To tell me you were the favorite of the old man's children and would inherit the money. This is deception, to get me to be the husband of you.
John.
What?
I did not mean to deceive you.
Get thee away.
I begged you to believe me. Get thee from the chair and take my hand.
The likes of you, a spouse to the likes of me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I said it, Elizabeth. Get thee away.
That vile man, that father to me, to have done this to his daughter, that I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brothers.
Yes, I heard it.
And that as each one of them would die, I would get £500.
Yes, I heard it. Elizabeth.
What, husband?
How well do you love your brothers?
Francis is the oldest, and I can recall one day at the quarry when he struck me with a stone. This scar.
And the younger one, Peter.
Who was named for my father, and as cruel as my father, and who became my father's favorite in my stead. Who once called me a name I shall never forget.
Were they to die?
I am sister to them. I should weep. In your arms, husband. And you would make me smile again.
Smile now.
In your arms?
Yes.
John and Elizabeth Hauer, Pennsylvanian lovers. He, a stonemason who had more epitaphs at the tip of his chisel than any stonemason in the county. She, noted for her scar and her elderberry jelly. The old man just growing chill in his coffin from Bavaria. And John and Elizabeth, daughter and son-in-law, were getting ready to lay the rest of the family beside him.
I think we should start with the younger one first.
Why, whatever are you talking about?
He's better off dead than alive, anyhow.
Why, whatever are you talking about? Put me down. Put me down.
John put Elizabeth down and got on his horse. He rode to Harrisburg at a clip which can only be described as furious. Now, in Harrisburg, there lived a friend of his, an elderly gentleman who distilled things and bottled them. It is said that this gentleman could do a thing with toadstools and snake venom that you wouldn't believe. The gentleman, whose name is recorded in state annals as Uncle Hess der Kleine, was finally ducked in a pond for 12 minutes by the authorities. Well, John bought a few ounces of an essence from Uncle Hess and rode back to Heidelberg Township. And the next day, in the stone quarry, this is what happened.
And how is your brother Francis these days, Peter, lad?
I don't see much of him these days.
He's busy counting his money, I suppose, and yours.
He is a farmer. He farms.
A question, lad.
Aye, John?
Have you had the fancies lately?
How do you know about that?
Your sister, lad. She told me. How since a lad you have been seeing strangies and ghosties and whatnot.
And what of it?
Nothing, lad. Nothing.
It is true that I have been visited.
And me, too. Last week I was lying beneath the stars near the barn. There was a wailing, and I look about me. Such a beautiful fancy she was. And she was crying.
Go on, John.
Of such beauty. And I reached out my hands to her, and her image was smoke.
Wondrous.
I can see her any time I wish it.
How?
I have a thing here, a potion, a small bottle of it, prepared specially to lie under the stars to see this wondrous, beautiful lady.
Was she indeed so beautiful?
I am unschooled. I have not the words for her beauty.
Please.
What, lad?
Give me of that vial. Let me taste.
She stirs your imagination, lad.
Yes, oh yes.
You can almost see her in your mind now, can you not?
Even while you talk, I try to imagine her. Please, give me of the vial.
Here, drink it.
Yes.
All of it. Good lad. Tonight, lie down under the stars and see what will happen to you.
Thank you, John.
The bottle is good no longer. Throw it away, lad.
Poor lad. 18 years old and given to fancies. Now, all of us know that many lads of 18, even today, are given to fancies. But young Peter Droot was very rich and lived in Pennsylvania. And it was a rare moment indeed when he wasn't beginning or ending a fancy. And too, this, we must remember, was the era of potions to conjure up most anything, from rain to a lady made of smoke. So, young Peter Droot had everything going for him that night: youth, imagination, and potion. He went out under the stars and lay down near the barn, just like his brother-in-law told him to do. What happened then may be described as a good night in the country gone to waste.
Oh, my stomach. Ooh, my stomach. My stomach. My stomach. Oh.
That rooster crowing really upset schedules in old Heidelberg Township that night. People and animals looked out of the window and wondered what ailed that rooster anyhow. It was too early to get out of bed and too late to go back to sleep, so they gave ear to the commotion. Through the din rose the wails of Peter Droot, who had seen no fancies but was writhing with a terrible ache in his stomach. His brother Francis brought him back to the house and applied an old Pennsylvania poultice, which relieved the lad no end. So, the next morning in the stone quarry...
And all that happened, John, was an ache right here. A grievous ache.
Poor lad. Lad.
Yes?
When you lay yourself down under the stars, which way were you facing?
Toward the east. Toward Bruder Gansel's farm.
I should have told you.
I did it wrong?
Oh, 'tis my fault. You faced the wrong way. However, come here. Walk with me. Sit yourself down here by this pile of rocks.
Here?
To your left a wee bit. Very good. Now close your eyes and think hard.
Of what?
Of beautiful things. And silently I will say a magical thing. And I will go from you a little and behind you. Peter, keep closed your eyes.
Say it. Say the magical thing.
Aye, right now. Men, all of you, the lad Peter Droot is buried beneath the rocks. He is dead.
No. No, I am not. The slide of rocks did not touch me. I heard their sound and I leaped, and I...
What a relief it is to me. Oh, how happy I am.
But why have we come here, John? To the loft of the barn?
I have another way to show you the fancy.
How?
This rope I have here tied to the rafter. Place it about your neck.
Very well. Do not let me fall, for the rope is not long enough to reach the floor.
Is the rope tight enough about your neck now, lad?
Tight enough? For what?
For this!
John? The rope broke, John. Please don't be frightened. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all.
And as long as Peter stayed alive, John couldn't collect any of the legacy, which is why John sat in a hayloft, head in hand, and pondered. Then John thought about an axe, and he pondered no more.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Patrolman Kirk reported in from Box 23 at 1:42, on time to the minute. His next call was to come from Post 7. He never made it. When they finally found him, he had been shot to death. Was it suicide or murder? The steady, detailed work the real police do will again be evident on CBS Radio's 21st Precinct tomorrow evening as the world's largest police force tackles the case of Patrolman Kirk and Post 7. 21st Precinct is broadcast on most of these same stations. Be at Post 7 tomorrow. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on the Axe and the Droot family, how they fared.
A few notes about Pennsylvania as it neared the end of the 18th century. It was already a state to be reckoned with. General Washington had camped there during the winter of 1777-78 at a place known as Valley Forge. In the town of Chester, Mad Anthony Wayne drilled his troops in an unusual manner in the courthouse square. The western part of the state was rife with forests, game, trout streams, and beneath it, the silent flow of oil, to be discovered 50 years later in Titusville, of all places. A dominion of wealth, discovered and as yet undiscovered, of history, made and as yet unmade. To prove my point, a person by the name of Barbara Fritchie, who was born in Old Heidelberg Township, had not quite yet been born. But across the street from the house where Barbara would first see the light of day, where her grubby little fingers would reach for her first needle, across the street lived John and Elizabeth Hauer, man and wife. As is our prerogative, let's look in on them.
The rope broke.
What a pity.
It seems I can't kill him. Something always goes wrong.
You always were a hasty man, ruin things.
In the barn this morning, I did everything neatly.
The rope broke.
It was a new rope.
And both of my brothers still live.
I thought of something.
And both of my brothers still live. And both of my brothers still live.
Would you listen, spouse?
I
thought of an axe.
And what did you think of an axe?
How it can smash things.
What things?
Tables.
And cups.
Chairs.
And chickens.
And skulls.
And skulls. And husband?
What?
Will you do it?
It will be done.
By whom? By you?
By a man I know and his friend.
And after it's done, what shall I have?
You will have no brothers.
And in their stead?
Money.
Husband.
Yes?
Lift me. Lift me. Spin me around.
Aye? What is it?
To talk with you, Charles.
Come in, man. To talk with me?
Aye. Where's your friend, Patrick?
Has the talk money in it?
Aye.
Before or after the occasion?
A little before and much after.
Patrick. Wake. Wake. Wake, Patrick. There's money in it.
Huh?
John Hall.
Aye.
Come into here.
Good evening to you, Patrick.
Now, John Hall, speak to the both of us.
My wife's brothers are alive. If they were to die, my dear wife would receive all of their money.
And, is this the end of it?
A very great sum of money.
And?
And this axe I have brought...
It cuts deep.
Aye.
Well, Patrick? Uh-huh. Well, John Howard? Wait. It is enough. For now. Patrick, get out of bed, man.
There were frontiers in those days. As a matter of fact, our country was more frontier than anything else. And the people, those who survived, were the fittest. I would like to describe two fit people of the time. Charles McManus.
Which is my name. I am 42 years old. I stand 6 inches above 5 feet, and my weight is close to 200 pounds. Once in Killarney, I killed a man with my fists. I fled to America. In New York, I killed again with my fist. I fled to the backwoods of Pennsylvania.
Patrick Donegan.
That's me. I am much too slight to kill with my fists. I must have steel in my hand. There was a woman in Donegal County. Her death brought me here, where I am now.
Very fit persons indeed. Killers. And attuned to the wilderness. They moved quietly.
The older one sleeps there, he said. Hold him, Patrick. And the young one sleeps in there, he said. Hold him, Patrick.
Are you a fancy?
Now we can go.
Oh, now I'll do the dancing.
Come to me. Come to me.
They are dead. They are dead.
Outside the night is warm.
And there is moon.
And there will be us.
Gently. in a moment. John, hold me. Hold.
They came, the townspeople, and they knocked on the door of John Hauer and his wife Elizabeth, and they brought him and his wife to the house where Peter and Francis Droot were lying. Elizabeth fell down upon the floor and wept bitterly. John sat down and made no remark. And this is the tableau, 1 hour after the murder had been committed. And the townspeople had found that nothing had been plundered from the house. And the townspeople knew that only John and Elizabeth would profit from the death of the brothers. And an axe had been found, and a townsman knew it to be the axe of John Hauer. Then John Hauer made a remark.
I did not do it.
Then they asked him who did do it.
2 murderers.
2, they asked him. How do you know it was 2, John?
I hired them. Hi, what is it?
So now it is, Charles. Open.
Hey, who are all these people? What people have you brought with you?
The man holding the torch there is Ebner. By his side and holding another torch is George. And the next to him, neighbors and neighbors and neighbors. They have come after you and after Patrick.
For what?
For what you have done.
For what?
For the murder of the brothers of my wife.
You hired us, John.
I told them that.
Patrick, wake up.
In June 1798, a trial was made charging the 3 men and Elizabeth Hauer with murder.
I have never been one whose life has been governed by the lust for money. Only love and sweet solicitude for my husband. If it has been my husband's immodesty to have committed murder, I do love him still.
I committed no murder.
He committed no murder, he says. He gave me an axe. He gave me money. I returned them and said, do your dirty work yourself. Didn't I, Patrick?
As sure as you're born. I heard you refuse the man distinct, and I heard him muttering that he'd do it himself.
Gentlemen of the jury, as your judge, I now charge you. The murder of Peter and Francis Droot rouses the indignation of the county. Its atrocity is unequaled by anything of the kind hitherto known in Pennsylvania. The execution of the murders was as horrid as the motives were base and groveling. The keenest sensations must arise in the minds of all good men and worthy citizens.
The judge then went into particular detail of all the evidence that had been given and committed the case to the jury at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they returned a verdict. John Hauer, guilty. Charles McManus, guilty. Patrick Donegan, guilty. Elizabeth Hauer, not guilty.
I'm pleased. I'm so pleased. Goodbye, my husband.
The guilty were all of them hanged on Saturday, July 14th, 1798. Elizabeth Hauer mourned for a respectable interval, then married again to one Obed Fanistock. The Fanistocks moved to Maryland, to the growing community of Cumberland, where they bought a house and a well and sold water to settlers moving west. And it all happened in old Heidelberg Township, which I can no longer find on the map.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Droot Family, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Elizabeth and Clayton Post as John. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, Paul Frees, and Charles Davis. George Walsh speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, San Francisco Bay, midway between Oakland and San Francisco. On board the good ferry El Capitan. The year is 1870, and the events are catastrophic, as I report to you on the incredible trial of Laura D. Fair. Thank you. Good night.
Academy Award winner Joan Fontaine will be your star in Leave Her to Heaven on Lux Summer Theater on CBS Radio later tonight. You'll enjoy this celebrated story of a ruthless woman who destroys the things she loves. And you like Joan Fontaine in this dramatic role. That's Leave Her to Heaven, starring Joan Fontaine, later tonight on the Lux Summer Theater show on most of these same stations. And remember, Bill Cullen's Walk a Mile show is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
The Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, presents card number 16 from the crime files of Flamond.
A new file card, Miss Lake. Popular nightclub comedian suspects someone of trying to ruin his act. Case more serious than it seems.
Flamond, the most unusual detective in criminal history. Flamond, famous psychologist and character analyst. Flamond, who looks beyond laughter and tears, jealousy and greed, to discover their basic origins. In just a moment, you will hear card number 16 from his amazing crime file. And now, card number 16 from the crime files of Flamond. Tonight's story opens in Flamond's office with Danny Dole, a nightclub comedian, pouring out his trouble.
My name's Danny Dole, Flamond. I guess I don't have to tell you any more, do I?
No, not unless you want to, I suppose.
Oh, you're the nightclub comedian.
Yeah, nightclub, musical comedy, movies, radio. I guess they know me just about any place.
Well, I don't go in for nightlife much.
That's right, Mr. Dole. Doggone it. Honestly, though, Flamond, Danny Dole really is a nightclub celebrity.
Yeah, I suppose I am. And, you know, I always think the celebrities come to watch my act, but I guess I'm a celebrity too, huh?
Why, certainly.
But people don't ordinarily come to see me unless they have problems, Mr. Dole.
Well, my problem, Mr. Anthony, is, nuts. I guess I better be serious. Well, Flamond, somebody's trying to ruin me.
Ruin you?
Yeah. There's a deliberate attempt to crab my act, to keep my material from going over, from getting laughs.
Who in the world would want to do that?
Well, I got ideas, but I don't get all the angles. That's what bothers me.
Mr. Dole, why would anyone, by the wildest stretch of the imagination, want to spoil your act?
You know what I'm drawing down at the Club Lazetta, huh?
No, I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
$1,500 a week, and that ain't newspaper story dough. It's cash.
But who would be interested in getting you fired?
Well, for one, that crack-voiced sister that drools songs into a microphone, Sheila Ray. If it wasn't for her face and figure, her voice wouldn't get her a job calling trains in Winnipesaukee, North Dakota.
You think she's jealous?
Well, she had the top spot till I came in. She had her choice of leaving or taking a cut and staying on. Well, she stayed.
Well, theatrical jealousies are a bit out of my line. Unless they get to the point of physical violence.
There'll be physical violence if I get my hands on the louse that's trying to kill my stuff.
Fine. When there is, come around and see me.
One of the best gags in my whole act. Killed deader than a stiff on a morgue slab last night.
What was it, Mr. Dole?
I'm telling a story about duck hunting, see? Oh, it's a wow the way I do it. Never fails to get solid laughs. Usually stops the show cold. Why, the critics say
let's forget the critics.
Yeah, okay. They ain't so hot anyways.
You're hunting ducks.
Yeah, and I go through all the imaginary movements of getting ready to shoot. I'm crouched down in the duck blind, shotgun up to my shoulder. All make-believe, you see. And then I make with the trigger.
When does the laugh come?
When I make with the trigger, a dead duck drops down from the ceiling over the heads of the customers.
Oh, how cute. Flamond, wouldn't it be a scream to get a dead duck in your soup?
That's the laugh. Nobody gets the duck. It's suspended by a thin wire. You can't see what's holding it, but it quits falling about 10 feet above the folks' heads.
Yes, I can see how that might get a laugh. The discomfiture motive.
Yeah, it's Sacco. But last night, it was strictly from hunger. I pull the trigger, nothing happens. There I am with my pants caught in the sprocket and my new departure coaster brake not working.
And did you look over the mechanical contrivance that releases the duck?
Sure. Somebody put in a new spring and release lever that was too strong to let the duck fall.
Any idea who did it?
I know who'd have liked to have done it. That singer, Sheila Ray.
But do you have any proof?
Not a iota.
Mr. Dole, I think this is serious. Extremely serious.
Flamond, you're joking.
No, indeed, Sandra.
When somebody tries to kill your laughs, it's always serious, miss.
And, Mr. Dole, I think whoever's responsible for your trouble is interested in killing more than laughs.
Well, Dole, you gotta be funny tonight?
I ain't had any complaints till I hit this beanery, Gus.
At these other places, they must have been giving away dishes. But there's not more than 50 people out there for the supper show.
The word gets around when you clip the customers.
When I pay a comedian $1,500 a week, I expect to have an attraction.
I only been here 2 weeks. Folks will get wise.
About the way you miff your stuff?
I got nothing to do with the things that's been happening.
You're not liable to take care of yourself very well, are you?
I got a contract for 10 weeks. An airtight contract. That ain't doing so bad.
Suppose I throw you out and refuse to pay off.
Why, your joint would be closed in 2 hours. You couldn't get a band or an act.
Suppose you leave. Suppose you jump your contract.
That's not the way the number's written in my script, Mr. Clum.
There are ways of making people change their minds. I have some friends.
What about 'em?
They don't like people who get in my way. Sometimes they get mad about it.
You don't say.
Yeah. And when they get mad, they do funny things. A lot funnier things than you do in your act.
Like trying to kill a comedian's laughs?
Like maybe trying to kill a comedian. Period.
Come in.
Danny, Joe said to tell you that you go on 5 minutes early tonight. Oh, hello, Gus.
Evening, baby. How's the voice tonight, Sheila?
Good as ever.
No improvement? Oh, that's a pity.
It's good enough to get an encore in 5 bows, you ham.
Sheila, how come you bring Danny his messages about going on early?
Why, Joe asked me to.
You're doing what the head waiter says now?
Well, I was coming backstage anyway.
To Dole's dressing room?
No, to my own. What's eating you anyway?
How long were you standing outside that door before you came in? Answer me.
Hey, let go of my wrist.
What did you hear?
Nothing.
I'd remember that if I was you, kid. Exactly that. Nothing.
Flamond, I wish we'd get a client like Danny Dole at least once a week.
Why?
Well, it'd mean getting out in the evening with you once in a while. You know, you're really quite gallant when you relax and forget about being a character analyst and psychiatrist.
Oh, but darn it, Sandra, I'm not relaxing. This is a job.
You mean you took that egocentric little comedian seriously?
I'm afraid so.
You have a reservation with you?
Why, I don't know. Danny Dole told us to tell Joseph our names. I'm Flamond.
Oh, but certainement, monsieur. Right this way.
Well, Mr. Dole certainly got us a good table.
His vanity wouldn't permit anything else.
You're a fine one, talking about vanity.
Oh, but I'm not vain, Sandra. Really, I'm just sure that I know what I know, that's all.
Gee, this is fun.
Say, that's a gorgeous evening gown, Sandra.
You see, a night out even brings you to life.
The show's going to start.
Darn it, just when I thought I was getting somewhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Club Lucetta. The Club Lucetta, where you pay plenty for what you get. Ha ha, such happy faces. You know, for a bunch of 4Fs, you're the healthiest looking gang I ever saw. Oh, say, waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Bring that young couple over there a bottle of champagne.
Yes, monsieur.
Put it on this man's bill over here. Well, tonight, folks, I'm going to open the festivities with my impression of The Hunt. Yerks! Yerks! this is the Brooklyn Hunt Club. Imagine them bums chasing a little fox. I'm not a fox man myself. I'm a duck man. One day I'm blind, see? Out in the blind. Waiting for the ducks to fly over. From the north, I see a flock of 50 ducks heading south for a ducky little place on 71st Street. These are southern ducks. I hear them quacking as they get closer. Quack, quack, you all. Quack, quack, you all. Well, I pull my shotgun out of my pocket. I can carry it there because the pocket has a hole in it. I get down on one knee, just like Jolson. I put the gun to my shoulder. Then I wait. You know why I wait? Because I remember the old adage, never shoot into a flock of ducks till you can see the whites of their eyes. I wait. The ducks get closer. The time is right. I pull the trigger.
Sandra, look out! Sandra, darling.
Is she hurt?
No, just fainted. I shoved her off a chair just in time.
That's a swell gag, that is. Switching my duck on a wire for a lead duck. Why, this thing must weigh 25 pounds.
And it was not on the wire, Monsieur Dolph.
Joseph, isn't there somewhere we can take her?
Yes, monsieur. Down to Monsieur Clum's office.
Okay. But whoever tried to murder Sandra is going to pay. And pay plenty. Sandra, dear, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here.
Monsieur, her eyelids, they are flicker.
Oh, I've been all right for a couple of minutes. But I didn't want to stop that pretty speech.
Deceitful wretch.
Well, I know one thing. After this, when you tell me that interfering with the comedian's laughs is serious business, I'll believe you.
I don't get it.
I think maybe I do. Joseph, why did you seat us at that particular table we occupied?
Why, Miss Ray, the singer, she came to me.
Came to you and what?
She say, Monsieur Clum's the manager. He have ordered this table for the guest of Monsieur Dole.
I heard that, Joseph.
You're getting the habit of listening in on other people's conversations, ain't you?
It looks like a healthy thing to do around here.
She's the one. She told me.
How about that, Miss Ray?
Well, you're not pinning this on to me.
Do not you dare to deny it. You have told me.
You hated me, Sheila, because I kept you from getting top billing and top dough.
I'm not denying that I told Joseph about the table.
Oh, you admit it. But what could you possibly have against me? You don't even know me.
You're forgetting one thing. One awfully important thing.
What's that?
I told Joseph that Gus Clum told me to tell him. And Gus told me it was very important.
It is funny, that. Very funny.
What's so funny?
That Monsieur Clum is not around with all this excitement.
Say, I haven't seen him at that.
The last time I saw him was across the room when we were bringing Miss Lake down here.
But he must still be upstairs. He wouldn't dare try getting away. Come on.
Monsieur, do you have a revolver?
Never carry one. Don't worry.
Oh, but Monsieur Clum is a dangerous person.
The frog ain't kidding, Flamond.
There's somebody tapping on that window.
Your nerves are getting the best of you, Sandra.
Just the same, I'm going to pull up that shade and see.
Gus Clum with a rope around his neck.
Oh, yes.
We'll have to get him in here.
The rope's tied to a little exit balcony upstairs.
Here, I'll cut the rope. You two fellows pull him in.
I have him.
So he committed suicide when he saw he was going to get caught.
Suicide? Oh, no, Miss Ray. There's the impression of a knife point against his stiff shirt, right over his heart. Gus Clum was forced out the window. He was murdered.
The second act of tonight's story opens in Gus Clum's office in the nightclub. All the patrons have left as Flamond continues his search for Clum's murderer.
So it was Gus Clum who told you to have me put the detective and the girl at table 16.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, certainement.
Well, it's true.
You don't believe Miss Ray, Joseph?
I always believe a lady, mademoiselle. But it is unfortunate, is it not, that Monsieur Clum is dead?
Unfortunate or convenient? Me, I wouldn't know which.
I'd keep that funny mouth shut if I were in your big shoes, Danny boy.
Yeah, why?
I heard the row you had with Clum tonight.
I thought you wasn't listening.
I was listening, all right. It was quite a thing to listen to.
What was it, Miss Ray?
Gus Clum tried
Shut
to...
up, you. I'll make you sorry you ever opened your mouth.
Like you made Gus sorry?
Go ahead, Miss Ray. What did you hear?
Gus tried to get Danny to tear up his contract because the act wasn't going over. Gus was losing money on it.
That's a lie.
He told the funny man that if he didn't quit, things would happen to him.
Sure, he threatened me. So what? I called his bluff and he tried to crab the act.
Why, you big ham. You think that lead duck took its dive to crab your act? Just how important do you think your act is?
I agree, mademoiselle. A man does not attempt murder to spoil a nightclub act.
All right, voice of experience. I'm getting mad. I'll give you a thing or two to think about.
You'll have to get it out of a book.
Gus Clum was standing across the dining room when the rest of us came down here. Joseph and Flamond and his secretary and me. None of us left this room.
Flamond.
You was still upstairs, Cracker Voice. And after you came down here, we found Clum had done a one-way stretch.
No, you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it. There's only... Oh.
What were you going to say, Miss Ray?
Nothing. I'm afraid maybe I've said too much already.
I see what you mean. I think I'll have a few private interviews.
You have sent for me?
Yes. Tell me, Joseph, how was the Club Lisetta doing?
Very badly, monsieur.
Then I don't see why Clum hired an expensive act like Danny Dole.
That was the reason, monsieur. Monsieur Clum have been doing a little less than, break even. He reasoned that he needs a big-time act, something terrific. So, Danny Dole.
Smart business.
Unfortunately, no. Instead of losing a little, he started to lose $1,500 a week.
Where did Clum get all his money?
We had some very unsavory friends who used the Lisetta as a meeting place. It was worth something to them. And I hardly know how to say...
How to say what?
He owed me nearly $6,000.
You loaned him $6,000?
Oh, but yes.
How does a head waiter get that much money?
Oh, a good head waiter make a great deal. And I am a very good one.
With the club doing so badly, how come you risked your money?
Oh, the club was not doing well, but I was doing all right. It does not take many $5 and $10 table reservation to do well.
Maybe you're in the wrong business, Flamond.
Is there anything else you wish to know?
No, you told us a great deal, Joseph.
Thank you, monsieur. Now, if I can help, call on me. Is it all right for me to go home now?
Sure, go ahead. And tell the rest it's okay to leave.
Thank you.
Well, what next?
We're going to take a look for the knife. The knife that forced Gus Clum off the balcony. Hello there. Drafty back here, isn't it?
Yeah. No one here. Everybody's left. And I don't see what you expect to find.
That knife, with any luck. Where's Dole's dressing room?
Dole? Flamond, you surely don't think he...
I have to take every possibility. Where is it?
Right next to Sheila Ray's. Here.
Fine. Come on.
Hey, just a minute. Thought I heard something.
Oh, just your imagination.
Somebody's watching us. Following us.
Sandra, your imagination. Funny, there's no lock on the door.
Evidently, Gus Clum didn't want his performers to have any secrets.
Well, the devil's a light switch.
What was that?
Somebody threw a knife at us. And missed, fortunately.
The door.
Forget it. Whoever did the knife-throwing act is gone now. Hey, maybe this is the light switch.
Danny Dole. He's dead.
No, not dead, Sandra. He's breathing. Just been hit over the head. And here's the knife. Well, that's something.
I don't get it.
But of course, Sandra. This is the same knife that was used on Gus Clum.
Well, fancy see... Danny, what's happened to him?
Oh, he'll be all right. But I thought you'd gone home.
Oh, well, I thought I'd do a little investigating of my own.
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You know where you are, all right. And you know what happened. You came here to get rid of the knife.
Knife? What knife?
The one stuck in the wall. You were going to hide it. You heard the detective come in, you threw the knife, pulled the door shut, and pretended to be knocked out.
Yeah? Somebody was in here when I came to lock up my stuff. I was hit over the head from behind. Not too hard. Not any harder than you could hit.
You arranged the whole business to keep from looking bad.
I never looked bad in my life.
You knew Gus was going to give you the bounce. The publicity would have ruined you. And so you figured you had to make him look like a murderer and get rid of him at the same time.
You tell me how I could hang Gus while I was down in his office and him upstairs, and I'll get you 52 weeks booking.
I don't know how you did it, but you figured out how to drop a lead weight on somebody's head. You're crazy anyway.
Arrest her, Flamond. She told Clum to seat you and your secretary at the table under the lead duck. She came down after Clum was hung. It had to be her.
So, you have caught them. Oh, congratulations, monsieur. Have they confessed?
They? You think Dole and Miss Ray were working together?
Certainement. These spats, they're an act. Mademoiselle Ray was mad because Clum demoted her from top billing. Dole was mad because he was about to be fired. They plan a dual revenge.
That's a new version, Flamond.
And not a very good one, Sandra.
You don't believe me? Dole had to invite you here. The woman told me to seat you at the death table.
I think we've had about enough excitement for one evening. It's time to call a halt to this foolishness.
You mean you know who's responsible?
Certainly. But you seem to be enjoying yourself so much, I hated to spoil things. I do need a little sleep, though.
Flamond, you're the most exasperating man in the world.
I suppose Joseph will feel the same way about it.
Sure, he's the guy. That's what I was going to say before, when I was afraid.
I see it all. You have gotten together. I am to be the, what you call, fall guy. I was not in the room when Clum was murdered.
Oh, but you were, Joseph.
He was still there when we carried Miss Lake to his office.
Who says so? Who saw him? Only you, Joseph.
That's right. We all been taking his word that Clum was still alive. In the excitement, we didn't pay attention to anything but the accident.
It is a frame-up, but it is one frame-up that will not work. Stick them up, all of you.
Say, that's my revolver you got.
Yeah, and I will use it on you, too, if you try to get funny. Stand back, funny boy. Take one step nearer me, and I will shoot.
You ain't got the nerve, Joseph.
I have not, eh? All right.
I got him, Flamond. Here. Take the water pistol and hit him over the head with it. Just enough to cool him off a little, like he did with me.
Oh, really, Mr. Dole? I hardly think that's necessary.
Squeamish, huh? I'll do it. There.
He's guilty, all right, Flamond. But I don't get the pitch. Make with the words.
Clum always stood over by the balcony exit to watch the acts, didn't he?
Sure. But that's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, but it has. It was easy for Joseph to get out on the balcony a few minutes before and tie the loose end of a noose of rope around the railing.
Easy as feeding ham to a comedian.
And the second the lead duck started falling, Joseph slipped the noose over Clum's head and pulled him through the exit door. With his knife, he forced Clum over the edge. Then he stepped back inside.
Oh, but surely, Flamond, somebody would have seen him.
Not at all, Sandra. He was a shrewd killer. He knew that all eyes would be on what he expected to be another murder in the center of the room. He knew that the human eye can't resist following the broadest sweep of movement.
But why'd he do it, chum?
Either he wanted to get his money back from Clum's estate, or wanted to get control of the club he set him.
He tried to buy it. I know that.
But Miss Ray said Clum gave instructions to seat us at that table.
Clum wanted to get rid of Danny Dole's act. Joseph tipped him off that Dole had hired a detective.
Okay, so far.
And Joseph said he had a way to get rid of Dole, but mustn't be suspected. Joseph had Clum send Sheila to him with instructions.
Well, that adds up, mister.
I knew it couldn't be Danny or Sheila. It had to be Joseph. Everything pointed his way.
But why did he try to murder me?
He didn't. What was supposed to be a murder at the table was purely incidental to it.
Nice guy, Joseph. Say, he was the guy that was killing all my jokes.
You can't murder the dead, Danny.
And now the basic clue in tonight's story.
Flamond, you said you knew neither Danny Dole nor Sheila Ray could be the murderer.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't see how.
Well, first I could eliminate Danny because the dead duck trick didn't work the night before the murder.
That doesn't make sense, Flamond.
Oh, but it does. You see, there was one person in the room who wouldn't be particularly impressed by the duck's descent. One person who might possibly see the murder.
Danny Dole?
Right. He'd seen it so many times it wouldn't impress him. So the murderer had to be sure Danny would have his eyes on the duck. He made sure by fixing things so the duck wouldn't work.
Oh, and then Danny had to watch it the next night, huh?
Of course.
But Sheila Ray, how could you be so sure she didn't do it?
Well, because she delivered the message to Joseph that he was to seat us at the dead duck table.
What does that have to do with it?
Delivering that message and admitting she delivered it made her look guilty as all get out. Had she actually been guilty, she'd have done exactly what Joseph did. Planted suspicion on someone else.
Yeah, but what made you suspicious of Joseph?
His saying that he'd seen Clum across the room when we carried you down to the office.
I don't see anything suspicious about that.
Had he really seen Clum, he'd have asked him to go down to the office with us instead of going himself. And I can't imagine the owner of the place staying away from the kind of excitement we created. Can you?
No, of course not. Well, I have the title for tonight's file card.
What is it?
The Case of the Squealing Duck.
The Case of the Squealing Duck, card number 16 from the Crime Files of Flamond, featuring William Everett as Flamond and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, Coyne.
Hey, your man's in the front row, the middle there.
Thanks. Big line?
Yeah, about 22.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Martin.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. How are you?
Just fine. Been here long?
Not long, no. Do you think you've got any of the men?
No way of being sure until you point them out. We picked up 3 or 4 on suspicion, past records, and close to your description.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the washroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, keep it moving. Right over here to the end of the stage. Now turn face front, hands to your side. When I call out your name and number, step out, face the room, talk up so everybody can hear you. All right, number 1, Louis Foster, robbery. Where do you live, Louis?
108 and a half North Lincoln Boulevard.
What's your business?
Cabby.
You drive a cab?
I used to.
How long ago did you used to?
I used to a year ago. I got canned. I can't jockey cabs no more. Lousy company blackballed me.
You own a car?
No, sir.
Any weapons on you when you were arrested?
No, sir.
Anybody with you?
Yeah. Guy named Bernie or something.
Bernie what?
Bernie, I'm not even sure of that. I don't know his last name. He's standing right back there.
Bernie King, number 4. How long you known him?
I met him 3-4 days. In a bar. We got drinking, and that's when we cooked up the job.
Okay, step back. Number 2, William Small, assault. Where do you live, Bill?
333 South 103rd Street.
What's your business?
Bartender.
Where do you work?
The Domino over on Jefferson. 46 West.
He beat up a customer pretty bad.
Yeah, he got out of line. I asked him to shut up. He don't shut up. I take it for about an hour, and then I don't take it no more.
You ask him to leave?
Sure, like always. Guys gets hanked up. First I ask him to leave. I'm pretty big. Usually they don't give me no lip. This guy, he's pretty big, too.
He didn't want to leave?
Nah. He gets very insulted. Starts calling me names he ain't gotten around to until then. I try to hustle him. Gentle, but I mean it, see? He don't hustle. Instead, he clobbers me one with his elbow. Right in the kisser, he clobbers me. So what else? I go to work. I rough him up good. I'm mad now, see? I really rough him up.
You hit him with the table?
Well, he had a bar stool. I had to hit him with something or he brains me for keeps.
Okay, step back.
Sure. Assault, yeah. He don't get nothing, huh?
Just a concussion. Number 3, Homer Miller, robbery.
Any of the men up there?
Where do you live, Homer?
No.
349 South L. What's your business?
I ain't been working lately. I used to be a steeplejack.
How long have you lived here?
6-7 years. I come from Detroit.
Hi, boy.
No, man.
That coffee hot?
Yeah.
Martin didn't make an identification, huh?
He's down looking at the mug file again. Here.
Thanks. Well, you'd sure think with 4 men to find, he ought to be able to spot one of them.
I don't know. Maybe they haven't got any records.
They were pretty professional about it. We didn't even get a print.
Yeah. But look at the M.O. 4 guys go into a theater, stick it up. 1 lookout. The other 3 guys go up to the manager's office. We've had theater hold-up, sure, but not 4 guys working like this.
Young guys.
Yeah, Martin says the 3 who came into his office couldn't have been over 22 or 3. And nobody in our files even comes close to the descriptions.
Out of town?
Maybe. Maybe their first job. They acted like cowboys and Indians. Martin says he thought they were kidding until he saw the guns.
Well, what have you done?
Staked out the theaters. Guthrie. Yeah? Yeah? The Lincoln? Okay. Let's go.
Something hot?
Those 4 guys just held up the Lincoln Theater. Fitch was on stakeout, tried to stop him.
Tried?
He downed 1, but got shot up doing it. He's on the way to the hospital.
How bad?
Pretty bad.
Hello, Ben. Matt.
Hi, Asher. How's Fitch?
No report yet. He's in the operating room.
Who's the doctor?
Gerson. Fitch caught one in the chest and one in the right leg.
Family been...
Yeah, they're in this room.
What about the other one?
No identification on him. Before he passed out, he said his name was Martinelli. Fitch really blew him up. Slug went in the right hand, up the arm, right through his body. Funny, huh? Up the arm like that, right through. Oh, here's Dr. Lundigan. He operated on Martinelli.
Gentlemen, I suppose you're the police.
That's right, Doctor. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Gray.
How do you do?
How's Martinelli?
I can't say just yet. He hasn't regained consciousness since we removed the bullet.
We were hoping to question him.
Well, you can wait in the room if you like.
Thanks.
It's 304 right there.
Well, let's go in.
Ben. I just came from the theater. The cashier...
Come on in the room and tell me, huh? We're police, nurse. Dr. Lundigan said we could wait in here.
Well, all right, if he said so. I'll get another chair.
Thanks.
Please try to talk quiet.
Okay.
He's working pretty hard at it.
Yeah. What do you got, Quine?
Now, the cashier at the theater saw the car, and all she knew was it's blue sedan. Not much, but I put on an APB, and descriptions tallied all the way around. Has to be the same bunch. Mm-hmm. How's Fitch? He's still out, too. You want me to stick around?
Yeah, for a while. Why, you got a date?
No, I got nothing to do.
Here you are.
Thanks.
I'd better call a doctor. Ask Dr. Lundigan to come to 304.
That's that, huh?
Yes.
Quine, stay and get fingerprints on him. If anything comes up, you can get me at home. Let's go, man.
Hey, you got the lawn looking good.
Oh, not bad for just Sunday labor. Well, night. I'll see you in the morning.
Want me to pick you up?
No, I want to leave the car to be serviced. Say hello to Molle.
Right. Night.
Night. What?
Get his feet, Luke.
Yeah.
Johnny, douse these lights. Get the car started. Come on. Let's get him out of here.
Heavy, ain't he?
There's a new Dollar Day on CBS. Mystery fans know that can mean only one thing. Edmund O'Brien as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The insurance sleuth with a dynamite-loaded expense account, formerly heard Saturdays, now will be heard Wednesday nights on most of these same CBS stations. Johnny Dollar celebrates his move tomorrow night by solving the Malcolm Wish matter, a startling disappearance case.
Don't see nobody.
Okay, drag him out.
I bet nobody ever kidnapped no cop before.
All right. Get him down to the shed.
Okay.
you want him?
Just dump him.
Right. He's coming around.
Give him time. Sapped him pretty good. Go ditch it,
Yeah.
Don't feel so good, huh, cop?
You want us to get some water or something and dump it on him?
Or you should just go sit down and shut your face. I'll take care of the cop.
Okay. Big deal.
How about it, cop? Feel like sitting up? Oh, sure, you can sit up, so sit up.
You don't look so good. You messed him up.
You needed messing. Come on, cop.
Take it easy.
What? Wake up.
Okay.
I'll sit there.
What's going on?
You got bean.
No.
You got bean good.
Shut up.
Okay.
Here, cop. Have a drink of water.
Oh, thanks.
You should have. Now you got yourself all wet.
You punk. Who do you think you're talking to?
You I'm talking to. Any way I want to.
He just don't get it. Big, stupid cop. Just don't get it.
Like to know about it, big stupid cop? Want to know why you got your skull split, huh?
Who are you?
Martinelli.
Oh.
Tony Martinelli. One of your stinking cops shot my brother. You get it now?
Yeah.
Anybody ever kidnapped a cop before, huh? Anybody ever kidnapped a lieutenant, a big, dumb lieutenant, huh? You gotta learn to answer when I ask you something.
That theater job, your first stick-up, Tony?
What makes you think so?
Because you pulled another one 3 days later.
So what?
Amateur. Smart hood would figure we'd stake out the theaters.
I'm not smart, huh?
Not a bit.
Smart enough to get 3,000.
I told you to keep your face shut.
All right.
Car stitched. Hey, he's with us, huh?
The boys are making a big mistake.
Tell us how we're making a big mistake, huh? None of us got records in this town. Who's going to find us?
They'll find you. Know the penalty for kidnapping in this state?
They ain't going to find us, cop. My brother ain't going to say nothing. And if we got you along, even if they do find us, they ain't going to do nothing. I'm getting hungry. I'll go out and get some sandwiches. Okay, what do you want?
Hey, liverwurst.
Just get some. Step on it. Okay. How about the copper? Oh, he ain't hungry. Get me some hamburgers. Okay. You know what we're going to do, Lieutenant?
What?
We're going to wait right here to see if my brother's going to be all right. Then we're leaving the state. You're going to be sitting right in the front seat. All the way.
What if your brother doesn't get all right?
You still sit in the front seat. Until we get clear.
Hi, where's Ben?
He's not in yet. I was just swiping some coffee.
Well, swipe me some. What'd you find out on Martinelli?
Here.
Oh, thanks.
We ran down the fingerprints. Got him through the Army. Full name, Giulio Martinelli, 26 years old, born in this country, Detroit. Don't know how long he's lived here, no record at all.
What's Detroit say?
I'm waiting on it now. Just heard from the Army an hour ago. He's got a brother, Tony Martinelli. Family deceased.
What kind of an Army record does he have?
Lousy. Both he and his brother were always in trouble. No overseas duty, stationed in California.
I wonder where Ben is.
Oh, you're supposed to pick him up?
No. Oh, he's probably still having his car serviced.
Here's the report from Detroit. Both the Martinellis have records. Minor offenses, but habitual. Both served small-time raps a dozen times.
Any report on the blue sedan?
No, and here's something else. Detroit sent back these covering the descriptions of the other two guys with the Martinellis. Martinelli's brother, Tony's a cinch to be the guy who ran the stick-ups, and these two guys have been picked up with him a couple of times.
Luke Johnson, Charlie Rinn.
Yeah, according to their records, they never pulled off anything this big, just petty stuff in the past.
Well, you better have these circulated.
Right. Where's Ben?
I don't know. He sure is late.
Who
is it? It's Charlie. Get the papers.
Yeah, look. All our pictures on the front page. We better get out of here.
What's the matter?
Rotten.
The kid?
Yeah.
Cop?
Yeah.
Who
Dooley's dead.
Yeah.
Died last night, 9 o'clock, before we got you. You know it, huh?
Uh-huh.
You know what happens to you, cop? You know, don't you, cop? You know what I'm going to do to you.
Tony, look, we're in it up to here now. You can't...
Shut up! Yeah, but they know who... So what? So what if they know? This big dumb cop is going to get us out. And I'm going to blow his brains out. Tony, I'm still running this thing. You're going to do what I tell you to do. We stay right here till the night. You want to get out of this?
We're killing the cop.
You know what I was planning.
But they know who we are.
I'll kill him. After we get clear, I'll kill him. You don't have to do nothing to do with it. I'll kill him all by myself, and I love it. Here comes. I'm gonna love every minute of it.
Every precinct in the city is out with those pictures. Haven't got him yet?
No.
You been over to his house?
I sent Carger over. Here it's 3:30 and no word yet. Ben's never stayed away without at least checking in. He didn't even go into the garage.
Did you check the hospital?
Oh, we would have gotten some word by now. I covered the morgues.
Oh, nothing like that.
Well, how do you know? I at least got a... Grab. What's the address? Okay. Asher thinks maybe he's got an identification on one of the men. Cafe down on River Street, 105 East.
You want me to come along?
No. No, he'd better stay here until Carger checks in about Ben. Let me know as soon as you hear anything, huh?
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
This is Mr. Forline, Matt.
How do you do? How are you, Mr. Forline?
He identified this one, Luke Johnston.
Positive?
He's pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure. This guy in the picture come in this morning and got some sandwiches.
To take out?
To take out, yeah. Liverwurst and 6 hamburgers. I remember because I ain't had too many customers today.
Do you notice whether he was in a car or not?
No. Well, I noticed. I seen him walk away across the street that way. You see, we stay open all night, and he was my first customer. He walked that way right down there. See, what's he done? Is he a killer, maybe?
The river's down that way.
Oh, sure, probably lived down there by it. He kind of looked funny. I thought he looked funny when he first came in, like he was a gangster, maybe.
Looks just like a kid in this picture.
Oh, sure, yeah. He's young. He's about my boy's age, maybe, but... Oh, look tough and shifty. Oh, you know the type. He got coffee and sandwiches.
Where's your phone?
It's right there. It's a nickel. Sorry. Oh, he got his nickel back. How'd you like that?
Professional secret.
This is Greb. Let me talk to Waldo. Hello, Captain. We got an identification on Luke Johnson. I'll need every available man to cover this area, at least 15. It's my guess Johnson is holed up somewhere within walking distance of the river. Yes, sir. I'll keep in touch. Yeah, I know. Okay. Oh, the address is 105 East River. Right. Asher, you work with me.
Right.
There's something big, Those guys that stuck up the theaters? Yeah, I read about that.
Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Froline.
A 4-line. Like on a golf course. 4.
Ain't it dark enough yet, Tony?
It's plenty dark, Tony?
All right. Which way's the car?
In the alley behind the charter house. Look, Tony, do we have to take this guy along? Can't you knock him off here?
Knucklehead, he's insurance. Come on, Lieutenant, on your feet. Move.
Tony, don't hit no more. We'll have to carry him again.
Go out the back way. So help me, cop, one fancy move and I'll blow you apart.
Hey, Lieutenant, you look awful.
Thanks.
Shut up.
We only got about a half a tank of gas, Tony.
That'll get us to the state line and more.
We should have brought some food if we ain't going to stop, Tony.
There's your car. Hold it. I thought I saw something move.
Down, Ben!
Get to it! Ben, you hit?
No. Where'd he go?
There he is. In between those buildings. Ben, we'll get him. Ben,
back there next to Charlie, tough boy. Now, come here.
I got no gun, Cop. Don't shoot. I got no gun.
I know you haven't, Tony.
He can't get away, Ben. Go back to the car. He's calling.
He sure is. All right, Tony, come on out.
Okay. Okay, come on. Don't shoot.
I don't have a gun, Tony. Come here.
All right. Take it easy now, Lieutenant.
Come
I got
here.
no gun. You win, Sig. You win. Take it easy, huh? Do it. Do it.
Ben. Get up, Tony. Please, get up. Come on, get up.
I don't think he's going to, Ben.
Wouldn't you know it? I'd like to beat
Take
that
it easy, boy.
Well, that's what happens when you lose your temper. I should have saved the Sunday punch for last.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb. Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call out the number, then name and charge. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identification, call out the number. Please be prompt with your questions or identification.
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards and Dick Quine with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Hy Everback, Tony Barrett, Dick Ryan, Ted DeCorsia, Peter Leeds, Virginia Gregg, Howard McNear, and Clayton Post. The lineup is produced and directed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents Under Arrest, starring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Under Arrest! Into yourselves. Criminals behind bars. Under Arrest, the story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
Sit down, Mrs.
Mollison.
Mollison, yes. How can I help you, Mrs. Mollison?
I understand you're in charge of leasing out space here at the New City Airport.
Well, not airfield or hangar space, Mrs. Mollison, just commercial space in the various buildings. What did you have in mind?
A luggage shop, Mr. Hale. Smart and expensive.
Yes. Your address, Mrs. Mollison?
21 Courtney Road. Previously, I was thinking of a smart dress shop. Dresses, suits, coats, accessories. I had a shop of that kind in Seattle, and...
Yes. I had the impression when you came in that that was more your style than luggage.
I take that as a compliment, Mr. Hale. Have you the time?
11:45.
Oh, dear. I'll be late for my next appointment. Could we meet again, Mr. Hale?
Well, it'd be a pleasure, Mrs. Mollison.
I'll be needing so much advice. May I telephone you in the next day or so?
Any time, Mrs. Mollison.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Goodbye. Mrs. Mollison. Miss Schumann, the lady who just left my office. Oh, gone so quickly, eh? That's too bad. She left her handbag on my desk.
Captain Jim Scott speaking. That day I was at my desk at headquarters. I never knew Dave Hale, general manager of the city airport. Never been any reason why I should have known him. But that day he phoned and came to see me. Well, Mr. Hale, you don't want me, do you? You want our lost and found department.
I know it seems odd, Captain Scott, but open the handbag.
Oh, see.
She didn't come back right away, so I opened it to look for her address, and that's what I found.
25 caliber automatic. Handy weapon. You said her name was Mollison. Any first name?
Oh, she didn't mention any.
Husband's name?
Oh, well, that's the funny thing.
What?
Well, of course, she said her name was Mrs., but... Well, I just can't think of a husband in connection with her. Ever notice that about some women, Captain?
Usually that kind doesn't want you to think about her husband. Or am I unfair?
Well, I must say this Mrs. Mollison's...
Since she came to your office on business, didn't you write down her name and address?
Yes, but when I looked for the piece of paper later, it was gone.
Remember the address?
No. I'm so used to writing things down, I rarely remember such details.
Just a second. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check the city directory for a woman named Mollison. Mollison.
Mollison.
And see if anybody named Mollison has a license for a .25 caliber Frascati automatic.
Yes, sir.
Of course, I suppose Mrs. Mollison will call back for the handbag, but... Well, people who carry guns worry me a little, Captain. That's why
I wish more citizens were like you, Mr. Hale. Then there'd be fewer unauthorized deadly weapons floating around. But, the gun isn't the entire reason you came to see me, is it?
You're very discerning, Captain. Well, the fact is, holding a job under the city administration as I do, I just like to avoid any chance of trouble.
And a good-looking but gun-toting woman looks like trouble to you, huh?
Am I wrong?
No, I was going to say it if you hadn't, Mr. Hale. Excuse me. Yes?
About Mollison. No such gun license.
And the city directory?
There are 17 Mollisons listed, Captain. I'm having the list typed up, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. You heard that, Mr. Hale. Tomorrow, if I can spare a man, I'll have those 17 Mollisons checked. And when you hear from the lady, let me know. If it seems advisable, play along with us. I think you're right to be suspicious.
David Hale speaking.
This is Mrs. Mollison, Mr. Hale.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mollison.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I think I left my handbag in your office this morning, didn't I?
Why, yes.
Was there much money in it?
Money? Well,
I thought perhaps you'd have opened it, looking for my name or address or a phone number.
Well, the fact is, Mrs. Mollison, I did.
Oh, then, of course, you found the gun.
Yes, Mrs. Mollison. But not your address, which I'd mislaid. Nor your phone number.
That gun belongs to my brother in Chicago. He insisted on lending it to me because I'm so often alone here at night.
Oh, I see.
My husband's a structural engineer. He's away so much. I could be arrested for not licensing it, I suppose. Now, this is awkward. I can't get to your office again for several... Mr. Hale, I wonder if you'd think me very forward.
Forward, Mrs. Mollison?
Well, we could kill two birds with one stone. I could recover my handbag and use the theater tickets at the same time.
Theater tickets?
Well, my husband was suddenly called to Morgantown, and we bought 2 good seats tomorrow night for the play at the Lyceum, Green Forest. I hate to miss it, and if you'd care to join me, why...
I'd be delighted, Mrs. Mollison. I can pick you up at 8 and bring the handbag with me.
8 tomorrow evening, then. Goodbye.
Mrs. Mollison, your address.
Oh, of course. 21 Courtney Road, the Green and White Bungalow. At 8 tomorrow evening, Mr. Hale. And thank you very much.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hale.
I heard from Mrs. Mollison, Captain Scott. She explained the gun quite satisfactorily. It's her brother's. She's going to license it.
Good.
As to the rest, I'm going to the theater with her tomorrow evening.
Good.
Captain, I promised to return her handbag. When I do, the gun ought to be in it, don't you think?
Well, yeah. All right. I'll remove the firing pin just in case, and I'll send it out to your office right away, Mr. Hale. Good luck with Mrs. Mollison. Hope you don't need it.
You've made this this evening a lot of fun, Dave.
I'm very glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you invited me.
How about coming in for a nightcap?
If you hadn't said it, I was going to say it myself.
Come on.
What's more, I'm delighted your husband's away.
Well, I'm delighted he's away, too, Dave. Well, that's odd. I was sure I put out all the lights when we left. Well, anyway, I can give you a...
Good evening, darling.
Bob, I thought you were in Morgantown.
No, I got halfway there and got a wire on the train putting over our conference for a week. This gentleman is...
This is Mr. Hale, my husband.
How do you do, Mr. Mollison?
Nice of you to entertain my wife, Mr. Hale. I hate to think of her being bored while I'm away. Vera, no doubt you were giving Mr. Hale a nightcap. I'll join you.
I think I ought to be going, Mr. Mollison.
Oh, why? You came in for a drink. You're going to have it. I'm taking a light scotch. Vera takes sherry. What can I give you?
Light scotch should be fine. Plain water, no ice.
I was very disappointed about my trip, Vera.
Of course.
How was the play, darling?
The play?
Well, the fact is, Mr.
Oh, it's
Mollison...
a wonderful performance, Bob. You'll have to go and see it yourself.
Mrs.
The first act's dull. I didn't like the father at all, but the rest is very exciting. Didn't you think so, Mr. Hale?
Well, maybe you'll see it again, Vera, with me.
I'd love to.
Your drink, Mr. Hale. Not too light, I hope.
Thank you.
Your sherry, darling.
Thank you.
Did you have any trouble getting the right seats, darling?
What?
When I left yesterday afternoon, I put the tickets here on the desk. They're still here.
Oh, yes.
I assume you forgot them and explained that to the doorman.
That's right, Mr. Mollison. I mean, Mrs. Mollison did forget them, but we didn't go to the theater at all.
I just told that little fib, Bob. I didn't want you to know I was careless and let the tickets go to waste. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't mind.
Yes, actually...
we went over to the Gedneys. I wanted Mr. Hale to see Bill Gedney. We played canasta and came home.
Nice fellow, Bill Gedney, isn't he, Mr. Hale? Until he starts talking about his car. You know the way some people can be so dull about their cars?
Oh, yes, very.
Vera, now I realize how you met Mr. Hale.
Oh?
Just putting two and two together. Mr. Hale is manager at the airport. You were there yesterday. You must have forgotten something, possibly a handbag. Mr. Hale returned it to you. Good guess?
Perfect, Mr. Mollison.
You have it back, darling. May I see?
Well, it's in my hand. Isn't that enough?
I want the gun, Vera.
The gun?
May I?
Here.
Thank you. I don't like you to carry a gun, Vera, no matter what. I'm going to send this back to your brother. I'm glad it's not loaded. Now, what's this?
What?
In your bag, one of those stupid noisemakers that they give away in nightclubs. This one is from the Club Serpentine. You didn't go to the theater. You didn't go to the Gedneys either, did you? You went to the Club Serpentine.
Mr. Mollison...
Oh, I don't mind the Club Serpentine, Mr. Hale. But I violently object to being lied to by my wife and another man.
Bob, please.
Mr. Mollison, I don't
Dave,
quite understand...
leave this all to me. I think you'd better go.
That's the point my wife and I both agree on at this moment, Mr. Hale. You're going.
Yes. Good night.
Oh, this is all my fault, Mr. Hale. I'm truly sorry.
Good night, Mrs. Mollison.
Well, Bob, I think I've hooked him for you very neatly.
Who'd you say, Miss Schumann? Oh. You better say I'm busy and can't. No. Send him in, Miss Schumann. Come in, Captain Scott.
Hello, Mr. Hale. I haven't heard anything further from you about Mrs. Mollison.
No, sit down.
Thanks. What happened?
Well, fact is, I felt rather silly. That's why I didn't call you.
Silly?
I told you she invited me to the theater. Actually, we didn't go. She forgot the tickets. We went to the Serpentine instead, and later to her home for a nightcap. Unexpectedly, her husband was there. For some reason, Mrs. Mollison lied to him about where we'd been. I was very embarrassed. Mollison ordered me out.
Hear from her since?
No.
You said she lied for some reason.
Yes.
Occur to you what the reason might be?
She may figure what Mollison didn't know wouldn't hurt him.
I figure she lied just to put you on a spot. Involve you in a relationship with her.
She doesn't seem that kind of woman. She's very intelligent. She's lovely.
Why else would she have lied?
Captain, maybe your profession leads you to read all sorts of sinister meanings into trivial incidents.
For a reason, Mr. Hale. Many a trivial incident has a sinister meaning. Blackmail is one of the sleaziest crimes there is.
Blackmail?
Blackmail. It's one of my duties to nab it. I suspect some kind of blackmail scheme is in the wind. And now, Mr. Hale, I'm not going to ask you to keep me informed. I'm warning you.
That's rather high-handed, isn't it, Captain Scott?
For your own good. Cut that dame cold, or if you do see her, let me know what happens. You invited me into this situation. When I'm convinced it's nothing, as you want to believe, I'll be the first to invite myself out. Goodbye, Mr. Hale.
Your drink, Vera.
Thank you, darling.
Dear, you're a better judge of male character than I am. What's your opinion of David Hale's state of mind after the last 6 days?
Well,
You needn't be modest with me.
I only want to be accurate. I'd say he's in a state of high curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
He's a nice man, so he can't figure out just what I was doing lying that night. I seem to be a nice woman, so why would I lie?
You don't think he's a cynic, do you?
A cynic?
A man who thinks all women lie?
I don't know what he thinks about all women. I only know what he thinks about me.
For instance?
He fell for me. Hard.
I hope you're right.
That's why he's so curious. Even if he's scared, of you, for instance, he's curious.
Vera, don't estimate him for a fool. I inspected your supposed brother's gun. Did you know that the firing pin was removed?
Well, he's a cautious man, isn't he?
Well, it's a warning to us to be careful. It's time for the next step, isn't it?
I think so.
The embarrassed wife calling a sincere friend to explain the little business of the other night. A tear in the eye, a hint that your husband is an unfeeling brute.
I know.
In short, if he's on the brink of falling in love with you, push him over the cliff.
Darling, we've been invited to Mabel Spinner's party next Monday night. She has a penthouse apartment, you know. Suppose I call Hale and say you're away again, and that I want to explain. Yeah, I think that'll do it, Bob. Pressure my drink, will you? Dave.
Yes, Vera?
Let's go out on the terrace.
Yeah, of course.
It's like being in another world. Oh, what a beautiful night. Dave, please don't be angry.
Angry? I'm not angry.
You're angry because I still haven't explained why
It's not important.
Dave, I don't want to lose you as a friend so soon. I felt so badly I embarrassed you that night. I lied on the spur of the moment. It's hard for me to explain exactly why. Bob's character, I suppose, and instinctively Well, he's my husband. A good husband, really. I shouldn't criticize him, but
Oh, Vera.
I told him the next day it was awful for him to have acted the way he did. Then I was ashamed to call you. Days went by. He went away yesterday morning, and I thought, well, why should I be ashamed?
Well, then let's forget it, Vera.
Can you?
Well, not literally, I suppose. I
For
mean...
days I couldn't think of anything but the look on your face that evening. Dave,
What?
Oh, never mind.
What were you going to say?
I shouldn't say a thing like that.
Like what? Tell me.
It presumes too much about your feelings for me. After all, we're not old friends. I'm simply a woman who wants to go in business again for herself. Some escape from... Oh, we'd better go back inside, Dave.
Vera, you can't presume too much about my feelings.
Don't say anything.
This is the 3rd time I've seen you. It seems like the 100th. That's got to mean something.
Well, under the circumstances, Dave, what can it mean?
I love you.
No.
Not possible in such a short time? Why not?
Please, Dave.
This is probably the last time I'll ever see you, and I've got to say it. I love you. And I wish I didn't have a husband and that you loved me.
Oh,
and...
Dave.
Oh, Vera, darling. My darling. I do love you.
I'm so glad.
Glad?
I was hoping you'd... thinking of it, wishing that...
I don't believe you.
What?
How can I? You love me?
I believe you, Dave. Why shouldn't you believe me? I'll prove I love you, Dave. I'll tell you why I really came to see you at your office last week. I'll tell you why I invited you to the theater and why I lied. It was to involve you personally with me. I'll tell you why I lied when my husband was there. For the same reason. To involve you deeper. To make you feel guilty. I knew my husband was going to be there. He and I planned it all beforehand. Including my bringing you here tonight. Bob Mollison poses as a consulting engineer. He has an office, all right, but he's no engineer. I never ran a shop in my life. The rest of our scheme is to get you involved with me further. Then blackmail you.
Vera, this
Bob's
is all...
figured out a scheme for making all tenants at the airport pay kickbacks to you for getting good space. He'd even pay you half the money. It can run into hundreds of thousands over a period of years.
Blackmail?
Bob's sure you can be blackmailed. He figures you'd come into the racket with us to prevent its becoming public that you and I were...
I'm not married. There'd be no great scandal.
You're appointed by the city. How long could you keep that job if Bob linked your name with that of a female jailbird?
You?
4 years in the state penitentiary.
Why?
Same scheme as this, in another city. We made some mistakes, and the victim wouldn't blackmail. Now, do you believe what I said?
All that? Yes, I suppose I do.
I mean, do you believe that I love you?
Is this the same mistake you made before? Falling in love with a victim?
No.
Well, you made another.
What?
This time you'll let the victim really fall in love with you.
Well, we'll both have to get over it.
Yes. Together.
Together?
We'll go to Chicago, New York, any place. And from there notify Mollison you want a divorce. We'll get married.
But your job...
I'll get another. Will you do it?
On one condition.
What?
I want to protect you. I'm going to tell Bob the whole thing, the truth, and ask him to settle everything quietly. Oh, darling, I'm so happy. I'm scared to death.
Can we talk here privately, Captain Scott?
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
No interruptions, no phones, no nothing till I tell you.
Yes, sir.
Last night, Captain, I saw Vera Mollison again. She and I really have fallen in love. We're leaving the city. She's going to divorce Mollison. We're going to get married.
Have a cigarette, Mr. Hale. I can see that speech took all the nerve you've got.
Yeah. Thank you.
Light? Then I was entirely wrong, was I, Mr. Hale?
About there being some kind of scheme? No. But that's all over now.
There was a scheme, but it's over?
Mrs. Mollison and her husband planned to blackmail me into a racket involving kickbacks on airport rentals.
Hale, after I got her name last week, I inquired about her in the federal identification files in Washington. Vera Hammer, evidently the same girl, spent 4 years in a New York state pen for attempted blackmail.
She told me.
Well, Mollison's her husband, all right. Real name's Miller. Stoney Miller. Used to work the big con in Kansas City. Served 3 prison terms.
I don't care anything about him. But, Captain, I've come to you and told you all this because of our previous conversations. Now I want you to forget the whole matter.
You let this bust in the papers, and you're out of work, Hale.
She's asking Mollison to let us handle the whole thing quietly.
You think he will?
Even crooks aren't all bad, Captain Scott. Why wouldn't he?
You stand to lose a lot more than your airport job. You've got a future in the city administration, haven't you?
Well...
Don't you realize you're giving Mollison a stronger weapon against you than he had before?
What? How?
To frame a man with a variation of the old Badger game is usually pretty good, even though the emotions involved aren't very important. But now you're very deeply involved with this woman, and she with you. Mollison will see that. He knows you'll pay higher.
I'll leave the city and stay away.
If you balk him of this particular racket, he'll want to be paid high for letting his wife go. And if you can't do that, he'll refuse a divorce.
I don't care.
Listen to what you're saying, Hale. It can ruin your life to be tied up with a woman married to a crook, and she an ex-con herself.
We don't care anything about anything except that we love each other.
You're going to hate me the rest of your life, but how do you know that even what she told you last night isn't part of a scheme?
What?
Which of you two suggested handling it quietly?
No, Vera did.
There it is, the real hook. They figure you'll pay higher if you're really in love than even if it was just a frame.
That's a rotten thing to say about her. I swear she's sincere.
Hale, have you got the nerve to come with me to visit them now without warning and find out?
Well, this is all wonderful, Vera. Wonderful.
Then you'll let me handle the divorce thing quietly?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Oh, Bob, I'm sorry I disappointed you. It hasn't been bad with you, taking everything together.
No, it hasn't.
You can find a new partner who won't let you down. If it's all the same to you, I'll move to a hotel.
Darling, you're getting ahead of yourself. I said I'd let you handle the divorce thing quietly, provided Hale cuts me in on the airport rental racket as soon as I set it up for him.
You're crazy. He won't do it.
To marry you? Why won't he?
Because we're not going to start off wrong.
All right, then I'll smear it all over the papers.
But you promised.
For a price.
Bob, please. The racket idea's out. Can't you leave us alone?
Well, sure, but not for nothing.
All right. I'll go away. Alone. Away from you and from him.
All right, I'll smear him anyway. I'll yell he knows where you went.
You rotten crumb, you.
You better put down that phone,
If
Vera.
you hurt Dave, I'll tell the one thing about you that'll finish you for life.
Oh, stop kidding. You were in on it, too.
I don't care anymore what you do to me, but I will help Dave.
Put that phone down.
Operator, I want police. Oh. You're done anyway, Bob. The operator certainly heard this.
Don't move, Mollison. Police.
Police?
Hold still the way you are. Give me that gun. You get handcuffs.
Police?
Hello? Hello?
Captain. She's dead.
Hello?
Hello, operator. This is Captain Scott, police. It's all right.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mollison, I'm arresting you for the murder of your wife.
Scott, she's dead. He killed her, the murdering.
Oh, leave him alone, Hale.
But he killed her.
Well, I'll take care of him for that and for a previous murder. I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you, Hale, but through you, 2 vicious murders have been caught.
2?
Yeah. Because of the inquiries I made in Washington, I learned that Bob and Vera Miller, these 2, were wanted for 2 years for the planned murder of a man in Philadelphia.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Hale. It just couldn't have worked with you and her. Operator, police headquarters, please.
Under arrest. Into your cells.
All prisoners present and accounted for.
You have heard heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual and starring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Today's case was especially dramatized for Under Arrest by Paul R. Milton. Original music was composed and played by Al Finelli. Heard in today's cast were Rita Lynn as Mrs. Mollison, Eric Dressler as her husband, and Court Benson as Mr. Hale. All names of persons used in Under Arrest are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. This is Ken Marvin speaking. Employers, give physically handicapped workers an equal opportunity. Disabled veterans and other physically handicapped persons acquire through proper training skills that make them as fit for their jobs as other workers. It's good business to hire them. State agencies prepare handicapped persons physically and mentally for selected jobs. There's a great reservoir of skills and abilities readily available by calling your state employment office, the Veterans Administration, or your state vocational rehabilitation agency. Employ the physically handicapped. It's good business. This program came from New York.
This one's about a murder in which the victim trapped the killer. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I've selected a story by Dorothy Horton. She calls it My Favorite Corpse. Artie Paul said goodnight to Lil. Then he walked across town to his hotel. Lil's kiss was still heavy against his lips. Artie smiled as he remembered the pleasures of the evening. Now for tonight it was ended. But there'd be more evenings like this, many more. At the hotel, he bought a pack of cigarettes, said goodnight to the desk clerk, and went up to his room. He let himself in, flicked on the lights, then placed a telephone call to Long Island. While he waited, he whistled softly through his teeth. There was just one obstacle in the way of complete happiness for Artie. Just one. A voice answered on the other end of the line.
Hello?
Jenny, this is Artie. I just finished that work for the office.
Oh, that's nice, dear.
I didn't realize how late it was until just now. I've decided not to drive home so late at night. I'll stay at the Tarleton.
Well, whatever you think, dear. If it doesn't seem wise to come home, then you'd better stay in town.
I think it's best, Jenny. I'm pretty tired. Call you in the morning from the office, okay?
All right, dear. Good night. And Arthur?
Yes?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Good night, Jenny. Arthur put up the receiver on the hook and sat staring out of the hotel window. Somewhere out there beyond the lighted city was his wife, Jenny, his devoted, faithful, understanding wife, whom he was going to kill. Artie wasn't sure just when he first planned to kill his wife, but it was shortly after he met Lil Nelson. It had been one of those electric things. Artie and Lil had met a few times for cocktails after he left the office in the evening before going home. At first, it had been merely an exciting flirtation, but quickly, frighteningly, it had grown to be much more. Now he saw Lil every day. He knew he was in love with her. Then finally, one evening, he told Jenny about it.
But, Arthur, you're 15 years older than this girl.
Jenny, look, we've been all over this.
Arthur, it simply wouldn't work. Right now, she seems to mean a great deal to you. But it's just a crush. A passing fascination.
Jenny, I'm sorry. I love Lil. I want a divorce.
You're acting like a schoolboy, Arthur. I don't think we should talk about it anymore.
Jenny, can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to leave you.
Now, Arthur, we've been through this before. I won't let you make a fool of yourself over that blonde.
Jenny, you're making a mistake.
Arthur, you need me. This girl wouldn't be good for you. You don't really love her. It's just animal attraction. It'll pass. In a little while, we can look back on this and laugh. I'm right. You wait and see. Arthur, are you listening? I won't let you have a divorce, Arthur. That's final. I know what's best for both of us. Arthur, are you listening to me?
Artie was listening. Listening to all the things he knew Jenny would say, all the platitudes, the truisms, the trite sayings that Jenny understood so well. Oh, Jenny loved him all right, but with a cloying, maternal love. Nothing like the consuming, flaming desire that was Lil's. If there was any particular moment that Jenny sealed her fate, it was then. Half an hour after she went to bed, Artie left his house and drove back toward the city. And Lil...
You're really going to do it, Artie?
Yes, I've got it all planned. There won't be any mistakes.
Pour me another drink, baby.
Sure. Funny, she never calls me baby. Always Arthur, like I was a little boy.
You're not a little boy to me. Not at all. Will it be dangerous?
No.
When, baby?
It'll take time. 2, maybe 3 months. But I've got it planned. Then you won't be stuck in this second-floor walk-up. You'll live where you want.
Near you's good enough for me.
We'll travel and have fun.
Florida, Bermuda.
You and me, Lil.
Soon?
Soon. 3 days after he made his decision, Artie bought a small .32 caliber gun. Then he began his period of stage setting. Lil was never mentioned in his home again. She stopped coming by the office to see him. There were no more cocktail rendezvous in the dark bar. And as time passed, people at the office forgot about her. The kidding died away. At bridge parties, his friends remarked on how nice it was to see a couple so much in love as Jenny and Arthur. They were getting along wonderfully. In the months that followed, Artie sat through countless dull plays and movies holding Jenny's hand. And all the while he ached to be with Lil. Artie wasn't certain that Jenny was fooled by all this sudden affection, but he knew their friends were. And then, after what seemed eternity, the night came, and Artie was glad. It was to be a Wednesday night, the night that Jenny went to a reading club. She'd be home around 10 o'clock. Artie went to work setting up his alibi. He phoned Jenny, then let it be known around the office he'd have to work late, might even stay in town. He ate dinner, then with his briefcase under his arm, sat down in the lobby of the Tarleton, in full sight of the night clerk. It was 8:15. Artie acted his part to perfection. By 8:30, he was nodding. At 5 minutes of 9, he raised his head, blinked, and looked around. Getting up, he walked to the night clerk. Oh, well, that's one for the books. Fell asleep right there in the lobby. Look, I'm going up to my room. Nothing short of an atom bomb could get me out of bed tonight. And the night clerk laughed with him. Artie went up to his room, waited 15 minutes, turned out the lights, and quietly, carefully climbed out the window onto the fire escape. 3 minutes later, he was in his car. 40 minutes later, he was climbing in the library window of his own home. He looked at his watch. 10 o'clock. That was good. Jenny'd be home any minute. He moved quickly to the hallway by the front door and slid into the hall closet, pressing himself back into the darkness. Jenny was such a creature of habit, he knew exactly what she'd do. After she came in, she'd lock the front door, put the key on the hall table, take off her coat, and hang it in the closet. Artie stood in the darkness, his hand wet around the butt of the gun he held. The complete lack of any sound was terrifying. But any minute now, the door. She was home. His ears strained, listening. Stale air of the closet made him dizzy. Then a sound he hadn't expected. What was the fool crying about? Now she was walking, just walking back and forth, and crying crying softly to herself. Then the crying stopped. She was right outside the closet now. He pressed farther back. Another door was opening, and a knife blade of light sliced into the closet. A coat slithered off a hanger onto the floor. Jenny bent down to pick it up. And her eyes found his shoes, his legs, traveled up to his face. A rasping cry, her eyes wide. Artie lunged.
I've got to tell you something.
Artie dragged her into the smothering closeness of the hanging coats and pulled the trigger. As he drove back into the city, Artie knew he'd been very clever. It would look like suicide. He'd pressed Jenny's lifeless fingers around the butt of the gun. It was lying on the floor now, close to her body. It was all so simple. After he parked the car, Artie started for the hotel. But as he walked, a sudden desire made him hesitate. If only he could see Lil for a second, she'd want to know. A few minutes later, he was climbing the back stairs to Lil's apartment. He found the door unlocked and opened it. Lil? Lil, it's Artie. Where are you, honey? There was no answer. He stepped into the living room, and suddenly something burst inside his head. Lil. Lil was lying on the floor, doll-like, grotesque. The blue robe he'd given her was stained with blood. A gun lay beside her.
Artie, help me.
Lil baby.
It hurts, Artie. Make it stop hurting.
Lil, what happened?
She shot me.
She? Who?
She came in, said she wanted to talk, but shot me.
Lil, I'll call a doctor.
She knew. For months she knew about me.
Baby, please don't try to talk.
When she shot me, your wife laughed. Artie. Oh, Artie.
Lil. Artie got to his feet. Lil was dead. He picked up the gun. It was his gun. His gun. The one he'd always had around the house. The one he had registered in his name. Now, too late, he remembered he hadn't seen it for several days. Of course. Jenny had taken it when she planned a murder of her own. Jenny had fooled both of them. And Artie stood there for a moment, looking down at Lil. Tears filled his eyes and spilled over. After a moment, he walked to the phone and slowly picked up the receiver. I want the police. Please, this is Arthur Powell. I want to report 2 murders. One at my home on Long Island, and the other here at the River Crest.
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actress Virginia Gregg. Dorothy Horton's suspense magazine story, My Favorite Corpse, was adapted and directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Next week, I'll have another story for you from The Black Book. It's most unusual, and it's called The Vagabond Murder.
Oysters are in season every month that has an R in it. And Jack Benny's gang are in season whenever Sunday night rolls around. Listen in whenever you are in the mood for fun. Clarence Cassell speaking.
Mystery House.
Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Okay, kids, you all have your parts for tonight's story. Let's see, what's the title, Barbie?
It's called Vacation from Death. The story of what happens when a detective tries to take a vacation.
Yeah, that's right. There are plenty of good characters, too. I hope you boys will make the most of your parts.
I'll say there are good things in this script, Mr. Glenn. Listen to this.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Vacation from Death. Tonight's story opens in a boathouse. Skip Allen, the proprietor, is greeting Jeff Canfield, a customer he's apparently glad to see.
Ah, you're late, Mr. Canfield. Mr. Cray's been getting impatient.
Yeah, well, let him get impatient, Skip. John McCrae's going to have to slow down plenty if he's going to keep with me.
It sounds like sense to me, Mr. Canfield. Most of you city folks do everything too fast. That's why you all die so young. Why, I figured I was just a stripling when I was your age.
Yeah. Well, Skip, nobody will ever convict you of speeding, will they? Where's the boat?
right off here. There you go. McCrae's got the sweetest little houseboat on the river. You and him are in for the finest vacation you ever had. Nothing on the river to bother you. Not even a policeman.
Good. Well, I'll see you, Skip.
Yeah.
Better not keep McCrae waiting.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah? Who? Jeff Canfield? Yeah, just a minute. I can still catch him, I think. Hey, Mr. Canfield, telephone.
Tell him I've left, Skip.
Well, it sounds like it's important. You better answer.
All right. Hey, Skip, you haven't got a telephone hooked up on that houseboat, have you?
No, I'm afraid that's a little out of my line.
Yeah, give me the darn phone. Yeah? Yeah, it's Canfield. What? Now, look, I gave you my answer on that before I left town. Yeah, I'm on a vacation. That's right. No more murders. Well, there are plenty of other good detectives around. Try one of them. Flamond, for instance. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still no. I'm on a vacation.
Jeff, it doesn't take a detective to deduce that a houseboat is just about the most peaceful way to spend a vacation that man ever invented.
Oh, well, you don't have to sell me, John. I'm happy. Just let me sit here on the deck and drink in the silence. We've just about started, but, peace, it's wonderful.
Not even thinking about that telephone call you got on the dock? Maybe, but my hunch is that by the time we get to where this river empties into the Mississippi, you're going to be plenty bored with peace and quiet. Murder is in your blood, Jeff.
Not this, baby. I've solved my last case. I've had all the death I can stomach.
I hope you mean that.
Huh? Wait a minute. You say that a little too vehemently. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, if you must know, the real reason I invited you on this trip was to persuade you to take charge of the protection of my plants. $1 million industry needs the smartest protective system available. The kind of a system you could set up.
John, I might have known you had an angle when you pitched up this vacation idea.
Jeff, when a man gets to my time in life, he begins to think about an heir.
Well, don't blame me because you're not married, John. What's that got to do with...
The whole business ties together, Jeff.
Whole business?
Yes. You and I on a vacation together. My offer to make you chief of my protective system and my desire for an heir.
I don't get it.
That's what I like about you. It wouldn't occur to you.
What wouldn't occur to me?
The fact that I want you to inherit the control of my business.
What?
Exactly. I'm an egocentric old man, Jeff. I want my plants to go on after I'm dead, just as they have. But that's going to take a smart man.
Well, the woods are full of smart young men.
Not smart enough?
You want me to come into your business now and then be ready to take over when you cash in your chips, huh?
Exactly. Why not?
Well, that's a spot for a relative, not for a private dick like me.
No, Jeff, relatives are out. Haven't got any close ones anyway. But the important thing is, I've made up my mind about you. I may as well say I don't change once my mind's made up. No matter what the odds against me.
What'll you bet?
What do you mean?
Well, I've got a hunch that you will change. Hey, now, don't tell me we're going to have to work on this trip. What's the matter with the motor?
I don't like that sound either. Can't be much wrong with it, though. I had old Skip Allen overhaul the whole boat before we shoved off.
Well, I don't know anything about motors, but my guess is that we're in for trouble.
Well, maybe we ought to pull into that lagoon up there. Take a look.
I hope you know how to monkey with motors, because I'm not going to budge from this deck chair. I came on this ride for a vacation.
No, Jeff.
Well, here's your lagoon. Here's a guy who looks like he knows all about motors. See the guy sleeping in the rowboat over there?
Oh! You in the rowboat!
Dead to the world. Get this boxcar in close to him. Maybe he'll hear you.
Can't get too much closer. Don't know how deep this lagoon is.
Well, you're coming up on him now. Hey! Hey, wake up, you! Hey! He's really sleeping.
Look at him. Look at that sunburn. He's been out here for more than a little while. Hey! Wake up!
He's got the right attitude. Doesn't give a darn for anything. Go on, wake him up, John.
Not going to budge, huh, Jen?
Oh, no, not me. I am as comfortable as he is.
Well, I'll have to go over the side then. Give me a hand here. Yeah. I'll go down the rope ladder.
Well, pretty frisky for an old man, John.
Hey, Jeff!
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you wake him?
Jeff, this man isn't asleep. He's dead. Good thing we hadn't gone too far from Skip Allen's landing. Here we are now.
Good thing? What do you mean a good thing? Finding this guy dead's ruined my vacation.
Hello, Skip! Skip Allen!
Oh, what's the trouble out there?
Skip, we're coming back in. Everything clear?
Sure. What's the matter? Here, grab this line when I toss it to you.
Here, good throw, Skip. Pull us in, will you?
What's up, Mr. McRae?
Found a dead man, Skip, in that lagoon just around the bend. Looks like he rented one of your boats.
A dead man? In my boat? Oh, you can't be serious.
I'll help us get the body ashore, will you, Skip?
What?
All right, Jeff. I've got his feet.
All right, now. Easy does it.
Well, you're fooling, were you? Here, I got it. Let's bring him into the boathouse.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. How about right here,
Yeah, right here, all right.
Okay. I want to take another look at him before we call in the coroner.
There doesn't seem to be a mark on him. Suppose he had a heart attack?
Well, could be. But I got one of those pesky hunches that...
Yeah? What do you mean, Mr. Canfield?
I told you, Jeff, you've got murder in your blood. If you really want a vacation.
Yeah, I know. It's just my suspicious nature. Only... Skip, how many times have you heard of a man dying alone on the water from a heart attack?
Well, never heard of that, Mr. Canfield.
There you see. Skip's been on the river 50 years. Haven't you, Skip?
Oh, more than that. Never been off the river all my life.
I still say, Jeff, you love murder. You make it up, even where it isn't.
Here, roll him over. Let me take a look at him.
You ought to remember his face, Skip. Probably one of the summer cottages around your place.
No. Never laid eyes on him before.
Anybody working for you, Skip? I mean, anybody who might have rented this man one of your boats?
No, I'm here by myself. Never leave the place. Even sleep here. And I know I ain't seen this guy before.
But the boat had your mark on it, unmistakably.
That's right. Blue letters, S.A., and a number 38.
38? Well, that ain't right. 38's still here, tied up to the dock.
You sure of that, Skip? There wasn't any question about that number, was there, John?
I thought it said 38. Why worry about it? You still haven't any reason to think the man was murdered. I say forget it. Let's get back to our houseboat cruise. Skip can turn the body over.
We're in it now, John. Might as well stick around and answer the coroner's questions, whether it's murder or not.
Hiya, Skip. What you doing?
Oh, hello, Tubby. This is Tubby Wilkins, just one of the young loafers around here.
Hey, what do you get off calling me a loafer, Skipper?
Why, you never did a day's work, did you? Here you are, over 20 years
I
old.
get right, don't I? More money than you. Hey, what's this? A stiff.
You ever see this man before, Tubby? Take a good look at him. You know him?
No. I mean, yeah, I seen him.
Where did you see him?
Well, why don't you ask Skipper? He knows him.
What?
He must know him. The guy rented one of Skip's boats.
Yeah, when was this?
What are you talking about, Tubby?
Early this morning. I was out in my own boat, and I saw this guy come and talk to Skipper. Then I seen him take one of Skip's boats.
Why, that ain't true.
What were you doing out then? Fishing?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I was fishing.
I never seen you with so much as a string in a bent safety pin.
What?
Fishing. Why didn't you tell him what you was really doing on the river?
Wait a minute, Skip. What's this all about?
Stubby, see what he tells you. He never went fishing in his life, but he spends every night on the river.
You shut up.
He's a runner. Goes down every night and brings up stolen goods, which he delivers to a fence.
What's that got to do with his dead man?
Nothing. Nothing, see?
I don't know, but I do know he's lying in his teeth when he says I rented a boat to this guy.
Never mind, Skip, never mind. What about it, Tubby? You still haven't told us who this guy is.
You didn't ask me.
Now, look, don't get smart. You know who he is? Tell us and quick.
Well, all I know is I seen him drive up with some woman and stop at the Porter Cottage last night. Then this morning I seen him in the boat.
What's this Porter Cottage?
It's one they rent. People come and stay for a week or so.
Where is it?
Right down here, about 500 yards.
Well, let's go down and see the woman.
No, I seen her drive away. You won't find her at the cottage.
Well, maybe not, but I'll find something. Something that'll lead me to the answer. The answer to a murder. This the Porter place, Skip?
Yeah, this is it. Looks as if nobody was here, all right.
I'll take a look anyway. While I'm doing that, you'd better run over and find out what you can from Mrs. Porter. She ought to know the name of anybody who rents her cottage.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. Mostly these folks that want an overnight place, they just drive in and pay cash in advance. They don't have to keep no records that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, see what you can find out anyway. I'll be here when you get back.
Okay, Mr. Canfield.
A great way to spend a vacation.
Yeah, some vacation. The quiet, peaceful houseboat cruise Jeff Canfield counted on was first interrupted when he and John McCrae found a dead man in a rowboat. And now this. It looks as if somebody else wanted Jeff to take a vacation, the permanent kind. But more about that later. In the meantime... And now, Act Two of Vacation from Death. Detective Jeff Canfield, declaring it was all through with murder, started off on a vacation cruise with his millionaire friend John McCrae, only to find a man lying dead in a rowboat. Trying to identify the dead man, Jeff has been knocked out. As he comes to, he finds Skip Allen shaking him.
Here, Mr. Canfield.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, who slugged me? Hey.
It's me, Mr. Canfield.
Huh? Oh, hello, Skip.
Yeah.
Oh, my head. Oh, that was some buster I got laid out.
Oh, well, yeah, are you all right?
Yeah, I'll live, I guess, but...
Who hit you?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Here, let me help you up.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's that?
Well, what are you doing here? Who are you, anyway?
A minute. Who are you?
My name's Norton, and I'll thank you to get out of my cottage.
Oh, she must be...
Is it true that you and your husband rented this place last night from Mrs. Porter?
Well, I don't see that that's any of your business. Now, will you leave, or will I have
Just
to...
a minute.
I don't know any excuse for breaking into a private cottage.
When you've answered that telephone, perhaps I can explain.
Hello? Oh, hello. No, just some unexpected callers. I don't know who they are. I'll get rid of them, all right. Sure. What? Tonight? Oh, but I thought... Oh, all right. Yes. Yes, you know I do. Later. Goodbye.
Mrs. Norton,
Now, what is it you want?
do you know where your husband is now?
Why, fishing. Went out early this morning.
My name's Canfield, Mrs. Norton. I'm a detective. possibility that the man we found...
The man you found?
Yeah. I want you to come with me, Mrs. Norton. The man we think is your husband is...
You mean he's dead? Jerry's dead? No. No, it can't be Jerry.
In my boathouse, ma'am.
Will you come with me, Mrs. Norton?
Oh.
Catch. Sorry it had to be this way, Mrs. Norton, but he had no identification, nothing except his fishing equipment and this druggist's box labeled salt tablets.
Well, he always used them. He'd got him so.
Isn't a mark on him except that intense sunburn.
Well, it must have been his heart. He complained about it, but I never thought it was serious.
He had a bad heart?
Yes, he always complained.
Complained about your affairs with other men?
What do you mean? You can't...
Can't eavesdrop? I'm sorry, Mrs. Norton. You made it impossible for me not to overhear what you said on the telephone. Who were you talking to? We know your husband was dead then.
That's none of your business.
Perhaps not. But when a man's murdered, a lot of unimportant things become the business of a detective. Now, who...
I don't have to answer your questions.
No? Well, maybe you refuse to answer because you know too much about the murder of your husband.
He wasn't murdered. You have no business.
He died under mysterious circumstances. And until that mystery is cleared up, it's the business of a detective to investigate. Are you going to tell me?
I'll tell you nothing.
Irene, run! Get out of here while I get him down there. Oh, let go of my arm.
I'll break your arm, Tubby.
Okay. Okay, you win.
All right. Now, no funny business. You've got a lot of questions to answer.
Lay off, Irene. That's all I care about.
Irene?
Yeah, Mrs. Norton.
What's she to you, Tubby?
You think I'm going to tell you? You're crazy.
I want an answer, Tubby.
Try and get one.
All right, you ask for it. Now, do you want some more?
No. I'll talk.
All right. Now, what do you know about Irene Norton?
I don't know nothing. I just know her, that's all.
You knew her well enough to call her Irene.
Well, I knew her husband.
Down on the dock, you told me you didn't know him, that you just saw him once.
Oh, sure. I was afraid you might try to pin it on me.
Pin what on you? I didn't ask you to do anything except identify a dead man. Now, you know more than you're admitting. Now, come on, out with it.
All I know is he was the guy that gave me my dough.
Yeah? You know more than you're telling, Tubby. And if you aren't guilty of Jerry Norton's murder, you better talk and talk fast. Because if you don't talk now, I'm afraid the murderer will see to it that you don't talk at all.
The houseboat's okay again, Jeff. Whatever was wrong with the motor's been taken care of by Skip, and we're all set to push off again.
Not me, John.
Huh? What do you mean?
No, I've got a little unfinished business to attend to yet.
You don't still have that crazy idea that Norton was murdered, do you?
I do, and it's not crazy.
But you yourself admitted that there wasn't a mark on his body, no evidence, no nothing.
All right, call it a hunch. But I've got $1,000 that says I can prove it was murder.
And that's a lot of money to put on a hunch, but if you're crazy enough to do it, I'll take you up on it, providing you don't take too long to prove it. I'm still taking that vacation trip, remember?
And I'll take it with you. In 1 hour.
What?
Yeah. I'll call everybody together in 1 hour. Skip Allen, Tubby, and Irene Norton. And I'll have my murderer then with proof.
I still say you're crazy. I'll be waiting on my houseboat for you and your $1,000. It'll give me something to spend on my vacation.
Canfield?
Yeah, over on the dock, Skip.
Yeah. Here we are. Here's Tubby. They're threatening him with a gun, the young skunk.
What do you want with me? I told you I didn't do nothing.
Never mind, Tubby, never mind. You see why I want you.
Where's the woman? Hasn't Mrs. Norton showed up yet?
No, not yet.
But you said everybody was to meet here at 10 o'clock. It's past that already.
Yeah, I know, Skip. Maybe she isn't going to show up.
Well, I ain't going to stay here either, see? You can't make me.
Quiet, Tubby. We're going to find out who murdered Jerry Norton. Now, you wouldn't want to miss that, would you?
I don't know nothing about it. I ain't going to hang around and get framed or something.
Got a guilty conscience, Tubby?
Now, listen, you...
What are you going to do, Mr. Canfield?
Ah, chassez la femme, as the French say, Skipper.
What's that?
We're going to find the woman in this case. You got a motorboat ready to go?
Oh, yeah, sure, right here. But why...
Get the motor started, Skip. We're following Mrs. Norton.
Following? I thought that...
Earlier tonight, I saw her take off in a motorboat.
In the dark? Well, where would she be going in the dark?
Well, my hunch is that she's meeting somebody. Somebody who may know something about the murder of her husband. Get in the boat, Tubby.
Why don't you leave Irene alone? What do you think
Get in.
Okay.
All right. All ready, Mr. Canfield?
Ready. Shove off, Skip.
Well, I ain't seen hide nor hair of a boat yet, Mr. Canfield.
Yeah, and the moonlight's bright enough so you could pick out a piece of driftwood on the river.
Just keep on down the river, Skip. I have a hunch that we'll be seeing something very shortly. Yeah, over there.
What do you mean? I don't see no motorboat, just old John McCrae's houseboat.
Maybe. Head over toward it.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
You better shut off the motor, Skip.
Yeah?
We're getting close enough so they can hear it.
Yeah, but what do you...
Cut it. All right, quiet now.
Hey, look.
Jumping tadpoles. It's Mrs. Norton's motorboat.
Yeah, tied to the stern of the houseboat.
Uh-huh. Irene Norton didn't show up for our rendezvous because she had a little date to meet John McCrae out here. I'll head us right for the stern, Skip.
Yeah?
I want to drift right up alongside the houseboat.
Uh-huh. You aiming to board her?
Right. And be ready for anything when we do. I'll take the lead. I'll have my gun handy.
Easy.
All right, ready now. Let's go. Skip, you go last. Tubby in between us.
Okay, Mr. Canfield. Easy.
Okay, Skip?
Yep, that does it.
What now? Do we just walk in and say, surprise?
Shut up, Tubby, shut up. You'll find out soon enough. They should be in the cabin right near the stern here.
You should never have come out here. I told you to stay put until...
Until I get picked up by that dick. Ha! I wasn't born yesterday, John. I know you were baiting it.
I'm going to rush him. Now, lay low. There may be some shooting. Now. All right. Don't try reaching for that gun again, John. Next time I won't aim for your arm.
You'll pay for this.
Oh, no. I think the state will be glad to give you first aid for your wounds.
The state?
Yeah, Skip. My friend, John McCrae, is Norton's murderer.
But that's ridiculous. I had nothing but...
Try to run out on me, will you? Sure, he's the murderer. He murdered my husband. I had nothing to do with it.
Thank you, Mrs. Norton, but I knew that all along.
But you tried to hang it on me and her.
No, Tubby, you're wrong. I knew you had something to do with it, but I knew you were too dumb to figure it out for yourself.
What?
Yeah. You gave Jerry Norton the boat he had, didn't you?
Well, sure. Mr. McCrae said Norton was a friend of his. He gave me $50.
Uh-huh. And you also gave Norton the salt tablets?
McCrae said they were from Irene. Said Norton always used them.
Well, apparently he did use salt tablets. However, these tablets were poison.
Poison?
That's right. When I picked up the box Norton had in his pocket, my finger touched the powder which had shaken off the tablets. And my sense of taste did the rest. All I had to do was discover who'd bought salt tablets, and I was reasonably sure who'd poisoned your husband. It turns out that my good friend, John McCrae...
This is asinine. You can't
You
prove...
gave yourself away when you started shooting, John.
Well, what about the woman?
Well, Skip, McCrae's been having an affair with Irene Norton for quite a while. When Jerry Norton began to get in the way, McCrae figured that he could eliminate Jerry and have Irene to himself. And he would have succeeded, too.
Yeah, but it was McCrae that found Norton.
Sure. He figured if I was with him when we found Norton apparently dead from sunstroke, there wouldn't be any investigation. He knew that Norton complained about his heart, so he knew he wouldn't arouse Irene's suspicions.
Wow.
But he made one mistake.
Yeah? What? Sounds pretty foolproof to me.
He thought a detective could take a vacation. He should have known you can't take a vacation from death.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow. The hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. the Office of Defense Transportation has asked all coal dealers to reduce mileage of their delivery trucks 25% below the mileage of last year. This means fuel deliveries will have to be carefully planned. Duplicate trips into the same neighborhood eliminated whenever possible. Yes, every ounce of rubber, every gallon of gasoline, every transportation factor must be conserved. You can help by advising your fuel dealer of exactly what your fuel requirements are for the entire winter. This will enable him to work out a schedule of deliveries so that valuable time, rubber, and gasoline will be conserved. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Lady in Black.
Will not consider any motion picture offer for my new play until... Yeah? What is it? Oh, I see. Put it down over there.
Yes, Mr. Bryce.
Where are you going? Get away from that picture. How dare you draw the curtain that covers it? What? What's that you've got in your hand? Keep away from me. There's a gun in this drawer, and I'll use it.
I give you time. Let go of me. Take that away. There. Now we'll take this gun of yours, Mr. Bryce, and...
Lamont, look here.
Yes, Mom.
Did you notice this painting?
No. But it's certainly the strangest one in the whole picture gallery.
There's such an odd, morbid quality. Is it signed?
No. But judging by the odd hook-shaped brushstrokes, I'd guess it was painted by Albert Gerner.
Albert Gerner? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Well, he wasn't widely known as a painter. He was really a chemist. Painting was a hobby.
Oh?
There aren't more than half a dozen of his pictures in existence.
What a shame. It's a great talent.
Yes, Gerner was a genius in a way. Poor fellow.
Why, poor fellow?
Well, when he was young, Gerner married Diane Morrow. 15 years ago, she was one of the most beautiful young actresses on the stage. Gerner was madly in love with her. One evening, a servant standing outside her door heard him talking to his wife as he sketched her. He was saying,
I'll finish this drawing in a minute. I know it's almost time for dinner. Yes, you told me Norman Bryce is coming. Darling, he's done so much for your career. As much as a manager could, so you must make a good impression. I'm glad you decided to wear black. You're exquisite. Your eyes are such a deep blue, looking at me with that half-smile on your face. I must do this picture in oils. Oh, my darling, I love you so much. So very much. Oh, that's Walden, my dear. I rang for him a moment ago. I'll speak to him outside in the hall. Yes, Walden. You rang, sir? Yes, those flowers in Mrs. Gerner's room. While we're at dinner, move them out onto the terrace. I'm afraid the heat of the room will wither them. Yes, sir. And there'll only be 3 of us for dinner. Mr. Bryce is coming along. What was that, sir? It sounded like a shot. In here. Oh. Diane. Good heavens. Look. There's the revolver she did it with. Killed herself. Killed herself. Oh, no. I was talking to her only a moment ago. And now she's dead. Diane. Diane. Diane.
So that's the story, Margot.
And I wonder why she would kill herself. A girl who had so much.
Well, there was some talk at the time of murder. But our room was on the second floor, and no one could have gotten in and out of the windows that quickly. The only other entrance was the door.
And Gunner himself and the servant were standing outside of it in the hall when they heard the shot.
Yes. Gurner went to pieces after that. Completely broken. He went to the Orient and died there. About 4 years ago.
Huh. Well, it seems so. Why, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Hello, Lamont. Hello,
Fancy meeting you, of all places, in an art gallery.
I'm here on business. Not to look at a lot of silly pictures.
Oh?
Norman Bryce has been killed and
Bryce? The theatrical producer?
Yeah.
Why, Lamont just mentioned him. And we saw his new show last night. A big hit.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking personal charge of the investigation.
Investigation? You mean he...
Suicide, or so the circumstances seem to point.
But, Commissioner, does a man kill himself after one of the biggest hits of his career?
This man did. I've just discovered something else. Bryce was here at the art gallery this morning. Bought a lot of stuff and ordered it delivered. Not to his home, but to an apartment downtown.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be going. Things to attend to. See you soon.
Yes.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont, are you going to stand there all evening staring at that painting?
Hmm? Oh, no. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Out to the home of the late Norman Bryce.
Aren't you going to ring the bell, Lamont?
Oh, yes. Well, this tragedy ends the story, Margot.
You mean Mrs. Gurner killed herself? Gurner died and now Bryce.
Exactly. Oh, hello, Cardona.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. And Miss Lane.
Hello, how are you?
Well, come on in. The commissioner's in the dining room making out papers. In this way. Look who's here, Commissioner. Wow. Hello, Lamont. Miss Lane.
Hello,
you two again,
Commissioner.
huh? Well, what do you want?
I was interested in Bryce's death, Commissioner.
Just plain case of suicide. Got these papers to fill out, and then we'll close the case.
The body's been taken away?
Yeah. Want to take a look at the room where it happened?
Oh, yes. Will you come, Margot?
Yes, I'd like to, Lamont.
You're welcome to go in that room.
Well, what do you mean by that, Cardona?
Cardona says he feels as if somebody was watching him in that room.
Really?
Well, there is something about the room. Go on, take a look. Here's the key, Margot.
Thanks.
Right down the hall, that way.
What's the matter? Doesn't the key work? Margot, what is it?
There's someone in there. There is. Somebody's holding the door shut.
Well, how could anyone get in there with the police guarding the house? Here, let me have the key.
Lamont, the door's unlocked. But there's someone inside putting his weight against it.
Here, I'll open it.
See?
Well, yeah. Wait till I turn on the lights. You may come in now. We're quite alone.
Oh, just the same, there was something holding that door shut.
Margot.
Why, Lamont, look at the flowers. The room's filled with them.
Yes, so I see. They give off quite a fragrance. Careful, don't touch them.
Why?
All we're permitted to do is look. Uh-huh. That door, the only entrance to the room. Small window and alcove open, but too small for an intruder to crawl through. These other two windows, yeah, both locked. Only the door, my dear.
But it's closed all by itself. I think Cardona was right. You do feel that there's someone in here. Someone besides ourselves. Lamont, why should there be curtains on that wall? Let's see what's behind them.
All right.
Picture of a lady in black. How horrible. And yet it's beautiful, too.
Margot. It's a painting of Diane Morrow, Mrs. Gurner. Gurner must have painted it.
And I suppose Bryce bought it after Mrs. Gurner's death.
Evidently.
Lamont, it's this painting that gives you the feeling that someone's in this room. Ooh, it's creepy. The eyes seem to be watching you. With that queer half smile on her face.
Margot, what else do you notice about the canvas?
The background. It's very dim, but it's filled with flowers.
Yes, so it is. But what I meant was this. Here in the lower corner, someone started to slash this canvas with a knife.
Why, yes.
A picture of Diane Morrow in black. I wonder when Gurner painted it. Just before she died? Or just after?
Lamont, what do you mean?
Well...
All right, Miss Lane. Cranston, you through?
Not quite, Weston. Look, did you notice this picture?
I know. Sort of strange thing, isn't it?
Yes, especially the smile on her face.
Wait. The corpse. Mr. Bryce was smiling. Same sort of a smile.
I see. Commissioner, don't declare Bryce's death a suicide. Because it was murder.
In a moment, we'll return to the chateau. But first, here's a brief little drama that directly concerns you. Listen.
Hello? Hunter Coal Company.
This is Mrs. Smith, 202 Main Street. Will you please send over 10 tons of blue coal immediately?
Well, Mrs. Smith, I'm afraid we can't send you that much right now. How much do you have on hand?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not a very big pile.
Well, we want everyone to have enough coal for immediate needs, you know.
I need 10 tons. Cash deliver it to me now.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but the Robinsons next door to you also need coal. And the Joneses down the street are in need of coal, too. Now, we're making a delivery at both places soon. We'll stop at your place, too. But not 10 tons. You realize we must make sure that everyone has some coal in the bin. I know you won't want to deprive your neighbors of heat.
Oh, of course not. I just didn't realize, that's all. Well, do what you can then, will you? I certainly don't want my neighbors to be entirely without coal.
Let's all cooperate. Share and share alike, and we'll all be warm this winter. Now, back to the chateau.
I'm relying on this hunch of yours that it's murder, Cranston. Sardona's rounding up the 3 people who found Bryce dead.
Who are they, Commissioner?
Neighbor named Carter, the gardener, Molle, I think his name is, and the widow. Now, if you get any ideas, Lamont, speak up.
I will.
Tom? Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Miss Lane, Mr. Carter, Cranston.
Hi,
Down, please.
Oh, thank you.
You were with Mrs. Bryce when she found the body, I believe.
Why, she called him in, asked me to come over.
You live nearby?
Next door. I just happened to be standing talking over the hedge with Mr. Bryce's gardener when she called.
And you both ran to the house?
Yes. Mrs. Bryce said she'd heard something that sounded like a shot from the library.
Did you yourself hear that shot?
No, I can't say that I did.
All right, sir, that'll be all.
Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Aren't you an actor?
Yes, I am.
Weren't you supposed to play the lead in Bryce's show, which opened Thursday night?
Well,
I read that you were in rehearsal, and then that Bryce had dropped you at the last moment.
Is that true?
I resigned. I wasn't fired.
That's all. You may go. But don't leave town, understand?
But
that's all.
Very well.
It could be a motive for murder, being fired.
It was a good part, and his successor made a hit.
I see. Tom? Come in, Molle. Where were you, Molle, when Mrs. Bryce called to you?
Why, in the garden, working, sir, and talking to Mr. Carter.
How far is the garden from the house, Mr. Molle?
It's different in different places. The lot is an odd shape. My cottage is at the back.
I see. I've just been sketching a ground plan of the house and gardens. Will you check on it and see if it's right, please?
May I see it, sir?
Yes.
No, that is wrong. It should
Well,
go...
here, take my pencil and correct it, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Now, it goes like this, and,
Did you hear that shot, Molle?
Huh? Oh, the shot. Pardon me, I was absorbed in this drawing, and... No, I heard no shot. But I was some distance off, at this spot in the plan.
I see. Was there any difficulty about opening the library door?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no, what do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bryce was in the house when she heard the shot, and she ran to the library, but she couldn't get the door open, and then she came and called to Mr. Carter and me.
Did you and Carter have any trouble opening it?
No, sir.
What time was it when Mrs. Bryce called to you and Carter?
About 4 o'clock. Because I noticed the clock in the library said 5 minutes after 4.
We have a common interest.
A common interest?
Flowers. Those from your garden are magnificent.
Oh, yes. The garden was particularly lovely. I don't think there's ever been a time when we've had such beautiful geraniums.
Yes, sir. Geraniums?
They're a common flower, but Molle grows such beautiful ones.
I see. Mrs. Bryce, how long has Molle been with you?
Since April.
Did Molle and Mr. Bryce get along well?
I doubt if they ever spoke 10 words to each other.
Mr. Bryce was away a good deal?
Yes.
Mrs. Bryce, I understand you've been away on a visit and returned this afternoon. What time did the train get in?
At 2:40.
You came directly home?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you hear the shot?
Just as I opened the front door.
Mrs. Bryce, Molle told me that you didn't call him until a few minutes after 4 o'clock.
Well, I don't
It would take a taxi about 20 minutes to cover the distance from the station, so if your train arrived at 2:40, you'd be entering the house about 3 o'clock.
Yes, but
Why, after hearing the shot, did you wait an hour before you called the Carter?
I wasn't sure it was a shot. I thought it was a door slamming somewhere. I thought my husband was at home.
Oh, so you didn't pay much attention to it then?
No, sir. I decided it was just...
And then about an hour later, you went to the library.
Yes, I found the door was stuck, so I called him Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you call your husband?
I didn't know he was at home.
A moment ago, you said you thought he was home.
Yes, but
Mrs. Bryce, isn't it true that you and your husband have been separated for the past 6 months? Hasn't he been living in an apartment downtown?
Yes, but he does come home occasionally. He comes when I'm not around. He has a picture in the library. He comes to look at it.
A picture?
A painting of a woman. A woman all dressed in black. He used to sit there at his desk sometimes and stare at it for hours. He was in love with it. He was in love with that woman just the same as if she were a real flesh and blood person. That's what caused our quarrel.
Mrs. Bryce, you're nervous and upset, naturally. We'll postpone this talk till some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. West.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mrs. Bryce.
Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a nitwit does she think I am? You were right, Lamont. It's murder. And she's the one who killed him.
No, Weston. She's telling the truth.
Lamont, Mrs. Bryce is really jealous of that painting. And yet she doesn't know that it's a picture of Diane Morrow.
Miss Lane, Diane Morrow and Albert Gurner, too, are dead.
Yes, the lady in black is dead, Commissioner. But sometimes the dead don't remain in their graves.
I hate this room now. The smell of the flowers. Oh, Norman. Norman, what made you kill yourself? If only the dead could speak to us. Norman. Norman, why did you marry me? And all the time you loved the woman in black. I hate her. Why, the canvas is cut already. Here at the bottom. Why, the frame moves. There's a space behind it. Sort of closet. And what's this? It looks like a gas mask with a tank attached. Who's there? What do you want?
Give that to me.
What are you doing here? Is this gas mask yours?
Give it to me.
I see now. Norman didn't kill himself. He was murdered, this mask. You killed him, didn't you?
I killed him.
Let go of me. What are you doing? Take that away.
What time is it anyway, Lamont?
2 o'clock, Mother.
2 o'clock in the morning. It's a fine hour for a country drive.
You didn't need to come out to Bryce's.
Well, I'm too curious to stay at home and be left out of it. Lamont, this case haunts me. There's something evil about it. That smile on the face of that painting.
What about the smile on Bryce's face? A smiling corpse, Margot. Yes. A horrible criminal is loose and doing murder. And the murderer may strike again. Oh, here we are. Quiet now. Don't talk. Let's walk in the grass beside the walk. Come on.
Who's there? What do you want?
It's Cranston, Cardona.
Oh, Miss Lane. What in time are you doing here?
Has anything happened?
Perfectly quiet. The actor next door went up to bed at 11. Light in the library a few minutes ago. Mrs. Bryce, I guess.
But didn't you make sure?
She's the only one in the house. Must have been her.
How about Molle, the gardener?
Light's been out in his cottage for a couple of hours. Everything's serene. What was that?
A shot. From the library. Come on in there. Hurry.
Mrs. Bryce, shot to death. Oh, and that smile on her face. It's the same smile as in the painting. Oh, it's horrible.
Suicide again. Hey, look, Mr. Cranston. This gun ain't no new kind. Must be 15 to 20 years old.
Yes, I know. Bryce's gun was at headquarters, so he had to use this one.
What do you mean, he? The woman shot it off.
I don't want to go phone Weston quickly.
Yeah, I better.
Mont, what does it mean?
Margot, don't leave the house. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
The shadow has work to do.
Who's there? Who is it? I must have imagined someone knocked. My nerves are playing tricks on me. This won't do. When they come to tell me, I've got to be calm. I'll go to bed.
Wait a moment, Albert Garner.
What? Who spoke? Where are you?
It's no use to try to locate me with your flashlight. I am the shadow.
Huh?
You cannot see me, Garner.
Why do you call me Garner? My name is Molle. I work here. I'm the gardener.
Yes, a gardener with a remarkable knowledge of chemistry. You were a chemist, Garner, as well as a painter, weren't you?
I'm no chemist or painter.
Then why did you slash the picture of the lady in black to pieces?
Mrs. Bryce did that. She was jealous of the lady in black.
How did you know that the picture was slashed, unless you were there?
I won't stay here and...
Get away from that door. No, you don't. Get back.
No. Let me alone. Let me alone.
That face in the picture has haunted you all the years. Albert Garner, the lady in black, was your wife. You murdered her.
Yes, I am Garner. But I didn't kill Diane. She committed suicide.
You murdered her with a poisonous gas that you invented. It leaves no trace except a horrible smile on the faces of its victims.
I tell you she shot herself.
No, you shot her, Garner. Then later, when you and the butler heard the explosion, it was a time bomb you had set. And someplace in this cottage, you have a mask for administering gas. You're very strong. You clasp it to the victim's face, and when they become unconscious, you shoot them and leave a pistol by them. And the murder is called suicide.
But I love Diane. Why would I kill her?
Because you suspected her of being in love with Bryce, her manager. You knew Bryce loved her, and you couldn't be sure of her any longer.
All right. It drove me mad, the uncertainty.
And you killed her.
Yes, I did kill her. Then Bryce saw the picture. I told him once about my experiments. He suspected me. He was going to the police. So I ran away.
Then, as years passed, you wanted to return and kill the man you thought had ruined your life. The man you were jealous of even after Diane Morrow was dead.
Yes. And I did kill him. No one can take that away from me.
But tell me, why did you kill Mrs. Bryce? She had done nothing.
She found the mask. I had to kill her.
Well, Garner, Commissioner Weston will soon be here. You will take the mask and give yourself up to him.
Very well. I'll do as you say. I'll go...
Garner, wait. Put that down, man.
No.
Take off that mask. Take it off, I say. He's gone. Dead from the gas. With that same smile on his face.
This table suit you, Margot?
Very nicely.
All right, Louis. We'll order later. Very good, sir.
Lamont, what I want to know is how you solved this case. Where did you get your first clue?
Why, you gave it to me.
I did?
Yes. You called my attention to the fact that the background of the painting was composed of flowers, of geraniums.
Well?
Well, when Diane Morrow died, her room was filled with geraniums.
Oh, and you thought that those and the geraniums in Bryce's library had some connection?
Precisely. And the ventilation of Bryce's library.
The ventilation?
Yes. It had been worked out so that quite a strong draft swept through the room.
Why, of course. It was the draft that held the door shut.
Yes. And it also caused the door to slam shut so violently that Mrs. Bryce thought it was a shot long after Bryce was dead.
Oh.
And the draft also cleared the room of the gas, which smelled like geraniums.
Well, then the geraniums were there to explain away whatever traces of the gas might be left.
Exactly.
Only, Lamont, how did you know that Molle was really Gurner?
Oh, that was the simplest part of the case. He helped draw a map of the house and gardens, and he used the same queer, hook-shaped strokes that identify Gurner's work anywhere.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, there's no hurry. We've loads of time.
Well, certainly. We're merely going to drop in at the Pan American Art Exhibit this evening.
The art exhibit? Pictures? Oh, why don't you take up something practical?
You know, folks, there are 3 ways in which you can help yourself and help him. First, don't order more than enough coal to keep your home comfortably warm for 60 days in advance. Second, don't waste heat. Don't waste coal. Ask your blue coal dealer for the free John Barclay firing chart. This will give you many valuable hints on correct firing methods and how to save money on fuel bills. The third way you can help your dealer is to accept delivery of the available home sizes he recommends. You see, friends, tests have proven that any of the home sizes, egg, stove, chestnut, or pea, may often be interchanged with perfectly good results. In fact, it's a good plan to always order 1 ton of pea coal to 3 of your regular size and use the more economic pea coal for banking. This holds down the fire, helps save coal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll cooperate with your blue coal dealer in these 3 ways, I'm sure you'll have enough coal to keep your home healthfully and comfortably warm all this winter. And so will your neighbors. I thank you.
Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This story produced by the BL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
Lock cell block. Lock cell block. Lock cell block. The crime cases of Warden Law. The makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast tonight present from the private files of Louis E. Laws, former warden of Sing Sing Prison, case number 43587M for murder. If you need a fine new suit for business or a good-looking sport jacket for weekend wear and want to make your dollars do double duty, here's how. Insist on Clippercraft Clothes. Famous for stretching your dollars and giving you positively extraordinary value are the fine stores everywhere selling Clippercraft. Despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, you can buy long-wearing, beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits for only $35 and $40. Fine tropical worsteds for only $30, $32.50, and $35. And luxurious sport jackets for only $24. It's the Clippercraft plan that makes Clippercraft clothes possible at these low prices. Concentrating the buying power of 924
of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs. And the savings go to you. Comparison of Clippercraft values with clothes selling for many dollars more will convince you as nothing else can. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. And now from the files of Warden Laws, case number 43587M for murder. There's a number of cases in the warden's files with special, unusual twists, each stranger than fiction. Now take the case of Al Keeler, retired racketeer. He had a special talent for attracting the opposite sex, and finally he made it pay off. In short, he married Ruth Emery, a widow with $2 million. But after a few months, Al Keeler found out the payoff wasn't going to be so easy after all. And the reason was George Van Horn, Ruth's lawyer.
Ruth,
Yes?
just saw George Van Horn leaving the house when I came in.
Well, what of it, Al?
You're spending a lot of time with him.
Naturally, he's my family lawyer. We've legal affairs to discuss.
Are you sure it's just legal affairs?
What are you driving at? What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want him hanging around here. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him.
He's my lawyer. I'll have him here all I please.
Listen, Ruth, I'm your husband.
My husband, yes. Yes, we're married. But that's all. You don't care about me, Al. It's my money you want. Oh, I'll admit I thought you were in love with me in the beginning. But now I know better.
So Van Horn's really poisoned your mind against me, has he?
Oh, let go of my arm. Stop twisting it. You gutter snipe. Ow!
Okay, I'll stop now. Well, that's just a taste of what you're going to get if I find Van Horn around here again.
Good evening, Celia.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Van Horn.
Mrs. Keeler in?
Yes, sir. She's in the library.
Never mind announcing me, Celia. I'll go right in. Hello, Ruth.
George. Oh, George, you shouldn't have come here to the house.
No? Why not?
Well, he's forbidden it. Oh, George, he hates you. I'm afraid of letting
Nonsense, Ruth. I'm not afraid of Al Keeler or any other ex-gangster like him. I just dropped in to tell you I'm ready to execute the new will you made out.
Oh. But, George, if Al ever finds out...
Finds out what, Ruth?
Al!
I saw Mr. Van Horn's car out in front, so I thought I'd come in the back way.
Al!
I told you never to see Van Horn again, Ruth.
Well, look here, Keeler.
Shut up, Van Horn.
George, he's got a gun.
Yeah. I haven't forgotten how to use it.
Al, you wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I, baby? Back in the old days, I used to be a trigger man. My clients paid me $1,000 for every sucker I knocked off. But this little job's worth $2 million. A sweet payoff for Van Horn.
Keeler, you don't mean you're going to...
Yeah. First her and then you, pal.
You're crazy. They'll give you the chair for this.
Will they? I'm surprised at you, Van Horn. For a smart mouthpiece, you're pretty dumb. This is, what do they call it? Yeah, crime of passion. Walk in here and find you making love to my wife, so...
Al, no. No, don't do it.
Goodbye, baby.
Al, please don't.
Why, you crazy fiend. You'll get the chair for this.
All I'm gonna get, my friend, is $2 million.
Well, Keeler, tomorrow's the last day of the trial. The DA is going to ask the jury to send you to the chair.
Yeah, Liver, I know. Look, I've been sitting here in this cell worrying myself sick about what's going to happen. Now, you're my mouthpiece. What are my chances?
Pretty bad. In fact, very bad.
I thought I had it all figured out. I thought the jury would see it my way. When a husband finds someone else making love to his wife...
The DA's convinced the jury that you killed your wife for her money. And your past record, Keeler, doesn't help any.
Well, I could have proved it. Celia Johnson, the maid, saw Van Horn coming to my house almost every day, only...
Only the maid became frightened and left town. And we can't locate her.
Yeah.
She might have been our star witness, Keeler, and got you an acquittal. No?
Yeah, I know. Now it looks bad. Wait a minute, Leonard.
Yes?
You know Ed Coakley?
I think I do. He was your, assistant in the old days, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I'll get in touch with Coakley, Leonard. Tell him I gotta see him right away. I gotta see him before we go into court tomorrow.
You, want to see me, Ed?
Yeah, Ed. Look, did you notice that Frankie Warren was in the jury?
The con man? Sure, I saw him in the box. That little rat sure gets around.
Yeah. Ed, listen, do you think he'd do me a favor?
Frankie? Well, I don't know, Al. We did him out of a couple of jobs in the old days.
Yeah, but I'm in trouble now. Plenty of trouble.
He wouldn't be interested in that, Al.
You think he'd be interested in a little dough?
How much?
Say $10,000 in cash and on the line.
I think you've got yourself a customer, Al. You want me to talk to him?
Yeah, but get to him tonight, before we go into court tomorrow.
What do you want me to tell him?
Tell him to hold out for manslaughter, no matter what the other jurors want.
For manslaughter?
That's right. If he tried to hold out for an acquittal, it looks suspicious. The DA's got me over a barrel.
Yeah, but even if you don't get the chair, it might mean years in the clink.
Don't worry. Once I get there, I can work my way out. All I want now is a verdict of manslaughter. Order in the court. Very well, Mr. Leverett. Proceed.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the district attorney has stated to you in his summation that my client, the defendant Albert Keeler, murdered his wife and George Van Horn in order to gain possession of her fortune. I dispute that. I say that my client was a wronged husband who killed in blind and outraged passion. Yes, gentlemen of the jury, I say that and I can prove it. Even my client is unaware of this fact, ladies and gentlemen. But only an hour ago, I located a key witness who can attest to the fact that George Van Horn was a frequent visitor to Ruth Keeler's house behind her husband's back. And that key witness is in this courtroom now. Order in the court.
Call your witness, Mr. Leverett.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Celia Johnson step to the witness chair? I don't understand it, Keeler. I just don't understand it. The jury's been out for 2 days, and the jurors' vote is still 11-1.
Well, they can't convince that 12th juror, huh, Leverett?
Yes, he's holding out, and nothing will shake him.
I'll tell you a little secret, Leverett. I bribed that 12th juror.
You did what?
Yeah. Paid him $10,000.
Keeler, you fool!
What do you mean?
That juror's the only one who's preventing you from walking out of that prison a free man.
That juror? I don't get you. What do you...
Celia Johnson, as our key witness, changed things. She swung 11 jurors around to a verdict of acquittal. But the 12th, the one you bribed, is still holding out for manslaughter.
In just a moment, we'll be back with the surprise ending of tonight's case. Every day is Value Day when you insist on clothes by Clippercraft. We have to know our values are superlative when we suggest you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for very much more, which is exactly what we do suggest. Because there's a great big idea behind Clippercraft clothes. A great big idea in the form of the famous Clippercraft plan. You who buy our clothes get the benefit of great savings made by concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. The Clippercraft plan really streamlines the fine old craft of clothes making. When you can get such remarkably fine quality in suits, for only $35 and $40, in tropical worsteds for only $30, $32.50, and $35, and in sport jackets for only $24. Why pay more? The Clippercraft label means unrivaled value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city. That's the store where courtesy and friendly service is always yours. The store that is proud to add its fine name to that of Clippercraft clothes in the label of your suits, tropical worsteds, and sport jackets. Now remember, not every pattern is always available in your size, but keep on trying. It will pay you to wait for Clippercraft clothes. And now back to tonight's case. The 12th juror still held out for manslaughter, and finally the result was a hung jury. This called for a new trial and gave the district attorney another chance to get back at Al Keeler. He unearthed more sensational new evidence proving by a forged will that Al Keeler murdered his wife not out of jealousy, but because he wanted her money. And this time, Al Keeler was sentenced to the electric chair.
What a fool. Yeah, you can say that again. Only that dumb rat Frankie Warren hadn't stuck to my instructions and held out for that manslaughter rap. If only I hadn't tried to bribe him in the first place. Yeah, you'd be in the clear, Al. You wouldn't be going to the chair. There'd never have been a hung jury and a new trial. They think I paid him $10 grand. Yeah, $10,000. You know, Ed, I was just thinking, it's kind of funny in a way. Funny? What's funny? I guess I'm the only guy who ever paid his way to the electric chair.
Next week, the crime cases of Warden Laws will present the dramatic story of a girl who risked her life to pay a debt she did not owe. All names of persons and places mentioned in today's case are fictitious. The Crime Cases of Warden Laws, a Bernard J. Proctor production, is written by Max Ehrlich and is directed by Arnold Michaelis. George Petrie played Al Keeler. Mary Jane Higbee played Ruth Emery. This is Cy Harris speaking for the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men. Remember, if you don't know the name of the Clippercraft dealer nearest you, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Now stay tuned to that famous racket-busting program, Special Investigator, which follows immediately over most of these mutual stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of free play. Well, I must say the kindergarten looks wonderful, Aunt Martha. Isn't it delightful, Deborah?
Like me, Ted.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, we.
You neglected your old Aunt Ted. I haven't seen you in ages.
Well, we've been busy, Aunt Martha.
You and Miss Hawkins, is it? Hawkins.
I have thought of you, Aunt Martha. Haven't I, Deborah?
Mm.
Every time someone mentions Miss Mulberry's nursery school, I feel a little glow of pride. Being a Mulberry, too, I mean.
What time are the kids out of here? I beg pardon, Miss Hawkins? This building, what time do the kids get out of it? Why, school closes at 3, Miss Hawkins. We only take little tots, you know. Oh, my, I think the water's boiling for tea. Will you excuse me?
Oh, can I help?
No, you sit still. I won't leave a minute. Look, bird brain, will you get to the point with the old fool?
Now, Deborah, you promised I could handle it. After all, she is my aunt. I know how.
Why don't you just give it to her straight? Tell her we've been peddling the stuff and it got hot.
Oh, in heaven's name, Deborah, have you lost your mind? And Martha wouldn't know what marijuana is. Say nothing of narcotics.
Okay. Have it your way. I mean, this setup is perfect.
You said the last one was.
So it got hot. Now, will you please tell her we're moving in here?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Look, it's a nursery school or whatever you call it, right?
One of the best private ones in the city.
Great. The brats pull out at 3. We can run the joint wide open all night long.
Yes, it does seem advantageous, I'll admit.
Advantageous? It's beautiful. There's plenty of room. We can even take on more customers.
Of course, Aunt Martha will be hard to handle, Deborah. Very hard.
Well, that's your department. All I know is we're moving in. Who'd look for hopheads in the nursery?
Oh, all I can say, Chief. When I pull a boner, it's a beaut.
Why, Harrington? Something go wrong?
Oh.
You mean last night?
I mean last night, Miss Miller. You know, I've been working on that marijuana thing, Chief.
Yes, I know.
For weeks now, I've been working along with the federal boys. The heavier stuff, heroin, cocaine, all that, that's their department.
Yes, and what about the marijuana?
Well, sure, we've got jurisdiction there. It's a local offense.
I know. I mean, weren't you about ready to go ahead?
Well, last night, wasn't it, Harrington?
That's right, last night. There's a dame named Hawkins, Chief. Guess I told you. Deborah Hawkins?
Yes, you mentioned the name.
Okay, for weeks now, we've been casing her place. An apartment over on West Avenue.
And that's where she operated?
Oh, in a big way. She not only peddled the stuff, she let the customer stay right there and use it. Oh, talk about a fun house.
And what happened?
Yeah, nothing happened. We got all set to raid the joint. I got 4 extra crews on duty. I got the whole building roped off.
And?
We go in.
Yeah.
Boom. The joint's as clean as a whistle.
You mean you couldn't get any evidence?
Evidence? The place was empty, Miss Miller. Deborah and her chum pulled out in the morning.
Her chum?
Oh, yeah, some punk that works for her.
Oh, I see. Any idea where the tip came from?
No, I haven't, Chief. It was kind of a big operation, you know. When they're like that, there could be a lot of leaks.
Yes, unfortunately, you're right. But I have a stack of complaints a foot high about this marijuana situation.
Yeah, don't I know it? The T-boys, too. They're absolutely sure narcotics are coming into this town. Yeah, even better. They're coming to Deborah Hawkins.
And she's gone.
Well, she sure was last night.
Well, there's only one answer. She'll open up again some other place.
Oh, that you can bet on.
Well, let's find her then, and this time, let's bring her in.
Ah, here you are, Deborah, in here, huh? Well, did you see who's in the nursery tonight?
Martindale. Light me, Ted.
Well, you might at least have let me tell it. How much did he spend? Oh, here.
Thanks. 50. I'm not sure I like him as a customer, though. He's got a bad reputation.
I think he's fascinating. I do believe he's the first gangster I've ever met.
You're somewhat naive, darling. Where were you all afternoon?
I was with Aunt Martha in the nursery.
In the afternoon?
I was helping with the children. You know, it's amazing, Deborah, watching their little minds.
Yeah, well, you keep your little mind on our children, dear. We made a good start here for a week. I want to make it even better. Ted? Oh, good. You're both here.
Why, Aunt Martha, I thought you were upstairs in bed long ago.
Oh, I can sleep with people coming and going. I'll never know. Good evening, Miss Hawkins. I was just going. I'd rather you stayed. As a matter of fact, there's something I want to say to both of you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Aunt Martha?
Stop fussing, Ted. Fact is, I'm extremely upset. One of the kids fall out of the swing?
Deborah, please. What is it, Aunt Martha?
I told you a week ago you were welcome to stay here for a while, Ted. You too, Miss Hawkins. Thanks. With your tea room burnt to the ground and all, goodness knows you had no place to go. With our what?
I, told Aunt Martha about our tea room, Deborah, in Chicago.
Oh, and you're welcome here. I'm sure it isn't that. So it's what? My dear Miss Hawkins, it seems to me you've had company every night since you came. Company. Even now, there are people in the nursery, coming and going until all hours. I've heard them.
Oh, but my dear
Let
Aunt,
me finish. And stop dancing about.
Sit down, Ted.
Well, I'm only trying to explain.
I realize you're young, you have friends, and you like to have a good time.
You bet.
On the other hand, this is my nursery school and my home. You mustn't abuse it.
Oh, now, we don't mean to, Aunt Martha, really.
Well, nevertheless, I don't like it. Smelling up the place with their Turkish cigarettes.
How's that again?
My dear Miss Hawkins, the nursery is just thick with their smoke. It's getting so I can't air the place out.
Aunt Martha,
Oh, you needn't explain, my boy. I'm tired now, and I'm going to try to sleep.
Oh, let me help you.
Oh, do leave me alone. Sorry I had to speak, but I just can't have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, good night.
She ought to take a drag or two herself and prove her disposition.
It's not funny, Deborah.
I think it is. It's the first time I ever heard marijuana described as a Turkish cigarette.
She doesn't know.
Really? You amaze me. Better go see if Martindale wants anything. He usually takes a deck home.
But what about Aunt Martha? We'd have to find a new place if she makes us move.
Now, you're being funny.
But you heard her, Deborah.
Will you come, too? This is the neatest setup I ever had.
But
I don't intend to give it up. Aunt Martha or no Aunt Martha, we're here to stay.
And please assure the committee we are doing everything we can. Sincerely, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. I'll have this typed right away, Chief.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, yes, come in, Harrington.
Well, you look happy.
Oh, boy, why shouldn't I? Hey, Chief, we finally got a break.
Oh, on the marijuana problem?
Right on the head.
Yes?
I was prowling around town last night. Pretty late, too, come to think of it, and I see my old pal, Martindale.
Who?
A two-bit bum around town, Miss Miller, mixed up in a dozen different rackets.
Well, there's no charge pending against him, is there?
No, nothing special, Chief, but I spoke to him just the same. A bum like that on parole, well, I do it just for exercise.
Well, I don't blame you. Dale's in prison oftener than he's out.
Well, he's on his way in again, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
When I stopped him, Chief, he was glassy-eyed. First, I thought he was drunk.
Yes, and?
He was all hopped up, Chief. I could smell marijuana all over him.
What?
Sure, and to make it even better, he was carrying 24 cigarettes.
No.
Sure. I got him down in the bullpen right now.
Have you made out the charge?
No, not yet, Chief. I thought I'd see you first.
Good. Say, this may be an opening wedge, Harrington. Is he able to talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. The jag's worn off. He's just depressed now.
He's what?
Oh, those hopheads get awful low when you take away their candy, Miss Miller.
Oh.
What time did you make the arrest?
2 a.m.
I see. Hmm. Well, all right, let's do this. We'll hold him the full 24 hours without making a formal charge.
Right.
Oh, and nothing to the papers, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Notify the desk, will you?
Right away.
And we'll give him a couple of hours and then bring him up here, Harrington.
Right. And by that time, he ought to be real unhappy.
Yes, we won't make a deal, you understand, but maybe he'll talk anyway. They usually do.
Oh, brother, I sure hope so, because if Martindale got his supply from little Deborah Hawkins, Chief, we're in.
You ought to go to bed, Ted. There won't be any more customers tonight anyway.
Yes, I will, Deborah. Simply trying to calm myself by reading.
Reading what?
Oh, one of Aunt Martha's books. The Life of Madame Montessori.
Who's she? Light me, will you?
Oh, nuisance. Madame Montessori founded a method of educating small children, the theory of free play.
That ought to calm anybody.
Here.
Thanks. What's the matter? You run out of comic books?
Her sense of humor is warped, Deborah. If I want to improve myself, I should at least be encouraged.
You like telling stories to the little monsters?
I happen to find it stimulating, yes. As a matter of fact, Deborah,
Somebody's coming.
But you said everyone's gone. Good heavens, it's after 3.
Yes? Well,
Aunt Martha.
I thought I'd find you here. Now, don't speak, Theodore. We won't mince words.
you're up pretty late, aren't you?
I'll hear no more from you, Miss Hawkins. Now, both of you pack your bags and get out.
What did you say?
Don't pretend you don't understand me. I said get out of my nursery school.
Now?
Now. Is that clear?
Just what's wrong, Aunt Martha?
Well, I'm sure you could answer that better than I, Miss Hawkins. I saw some of your friends tonight.
Our friends? Downstairs in the nursery?
I did. I don't know what was going on, but it's going to stop. Why, they acted like drunkards.
Oh, Martha, no.
Don't argue with me. I said pack up and get out.
Nobody was drunk, Aunt Martha.
Well, worse then. I don't even want to hear about it. Well, didn't you hear me?
She's your aunt, Ted. Take over.
Aunt Martha, now be calm a minute.
Oh, you're a spineless, weak jellyfish, Ted Mulberry. Yes, and no telling what else. I said get out.
Aunt Martha, don't talk like that. I might get mad.
Mad? You? Oh.
Oh, I can get mad, can't I, Deborah? Tell her.
Take it easy, Aunt Martha. Now listen, you two. The officer in this neighborhood is a friend of mine. If you're not started in 2 minutes, I'm going to call him.
And get your poor nephew arrested?
I don't care what happens to him. He's a sneak, a lying little sneak.
I always thought you were a lady.
Get out.
Deborah?
You calm enough, Ted?
Completely.
You realize now I was right?
Perfectly.
If he talks to that policeman, it's 15 to 25 years for the both of us.
Naturally. I should have acted before.
Oh, stop this chattering and get out of
I'll
here.
get the gun, Ted. I have it much first.
Let me have it, Deborah. Quickly.
Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? What gun?
This one. Here, Ted.
Thank you.
Theodore! What's come over you? Theodore!
You don't know your nephew in a crisis, Aunt Martha. He's a riot.
There's no need to explain to her, Deborah. I see it quite clearly. Aunt Martha?
Ted, no, Theodore, no. Heavens. You shot me. You didn't have to.
I shall have a reaction quite soon, Deborah. I'll need a small brandy.
I know.
It's the only thing to do, of course. You agree about that?
Completely. There's just one thing.
Yes?
Are you still thinking clearly? We need the nursery for the cover-up, you know.
I was aware of that when I shot.
Who's going to teach the kids?
I am.
You.
I shall use the Montessori method, I think. The accent on free play. And now my brandy, Deborah. Oh, I really do feel quite faint.
All right, Jerry. Put him back in the cooler.
Let's go back to the office, Harrington.
All right.
How long were we talking to him?
Martindale? Good 3 hours, Chief.
Yes, not very profitably, I'd say. Now, let's take the back stairs.
Oh, that guy sure is stubborn.
There isn't a doubt in my mind that he knows where Deborah Hawkins is.
Oh, sure. Every time you mentioned her name, we got a reaction out of him.
Yes, a reaction, but no information. Well, we can't hold him, Harrington. We'll make out a charge upstairs.
Right. Possession of marijuana?
Well, that's about all we can do, I'm afraid. We'll have to release the stories to the papers, too.
Yeah, I know. Brother, wherever Deborah's operating, it sure is terrific.
We've got to find it, Harrington. I want to put a stop to her for good.
Ted.
Huh? Oh, Deborah, I asked you not to disturb me when I'm in the nursery.
Where are the kids?
In Humpty Dumpty Land.
What?
In the next room. It's nap time. After that, they get their milk. Fortified, of course.
Listen, teacher, will you wake up? Did you see the afternoon papers?
But hardly. I've been busy here at the blackboard since noon. You like it?
Like what?
Well, good heavens, Deborah, don't tell me you don't recognize it. All this colored chalk. It's a turkey.
You drew that?
I traced part of it, I must admit. It's good, though, don't you think?
I'm trying to tell you.
The tail feathers just delight the children. Tell me what?
Martindale is in stir.
Martindale? Our Martindale?
Our Martindale. And get this, the DA charged him with possession of marijuana.
Oh.
Our marijuana, in case you don't get it.
That could be very serious.
Could be. Suppose he tells where he got it.
That's what I meant.
That and your Aunt Martha lying out in that ditch, my friend, that don't add up so good.
Oh, don't mention her, Deborah. I've told so many mothers she went to Florida, I almost believe it.
I don't care about the mothers. Just believe this, Montessori. If Martindale starts talking, this whole act may turn into a turkey.
This woman's body was found in a ditch, you said?
Yeah, this morning, Chief. She's up ahead on slab 9. Yeah, I heard about Martindale.
About getting released on bail?
Well, Guess we kind of expected it.
Well, there wasn't any way to hold him pending trial. All I'm banking on now, when we do try him, he'll talk.
Well, maybe. Yeah, here's the woman. Slap.
There's been no autopsy?
No, nobody's even touched her, Chief. There's no identification.
Nice-looking woman.
Mm.
One shot?
Yeah.
In a ditch, you said?
That's right, Chief. What?
Nothing. I was just looking at these smudges on her dress here. Some sort of chalk, isn't it?
Chalk?
Yes.
Wasn't any in the ditch.
Well, we'll have a test taken. It seems like...
What's the matter, Chief?
Oh, it's strange. There's an odor on these clothes. Still quite strong.
Let me smell.
That familiar?
Huh. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle, Chief. That smells like marijuana.
Yes, that was my impression, too. Now, there's the phone.
Yeah, that may be for me, Chief. I told Brophy we were coming down to the morgue.
Yes?
Chief, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Can you come back to the office?
Well, I'd rather not right now, Miss Miller. Harrington and I have just stumbled onto something important.
I'll say we have.
Well, this is important, too, Chief.
Yes?
The report just came in. Martin Dale's been killed.
The way we tie our shoe, tie our shoe, tie our... No. This is the way we brush our hair, brush our hair,
Will you
brush our
please
hair.
keep still? I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, my dear Deborah, you told me yourself the nursery is important. If I'm to run it, I want it run right.
Will you please?
The children learn through these songs, Deborah. I must say I've learned quite a bit myself.
Great. Now, will you listen to me?
Later.
You're really feeling your muscle lately. You know it, little man?
Why not? Things are going extremely well. The children adored my turkey.
Oh, dear. All right, we'll talk quietly. Light me, will you?
Why don't you carry matches, Deborah? I'm busy.
Listen, egghead, I spent all afternoon trying to find Martin Dale, and I couldn't. Suppose he's talking.
He isn't.
What do you mean he isn't? Stop smirking at me.
I killed him.
You did what?
He was here while you were out. Seems he needed a supply.
Give me this slow.
It was quite simple. I offered to drive him home, and when we got there, I shot him. I borrowed your gun.
You shot Martin Dale? It's just like that?
My dear Deborah, you said yourself if he talked, we'd have to move again.
Yes, but
and it was the only thing to do. I'd simply hate giving up the nursery.
Oh, good Lord.
So you'll see, there's nothing to worry about at all. Now, heavens. This is the way we tie our shoe, tie our shoe. In heaven's name, how do you tie a shoe?
Come on, clear out, will you, fellas? The DA will see you in a minute. That's it, that's the boy. Come on, give us a chance to work, huh? That's it, outside.
Chief, the examiner's on his way for the body.
Good. You may start on the apartment, Miss Miller, and
All
just
right.
list everything you see.
Sure thing.
This Martin Dale sure wasn't neat, Chief. Look at this dump.
Well, at the moment, Harrington, I'm more interested in his body. Do you notice anything?
He shot once.
On the coat sleeve here.
Huh? Say. Hey, that's funny. Looks like chalk.
Exactly. And that was chalk on that woman in the morgue.
Hey, Chief. This begins to make sense.
Yes, a lot of sense. A woman and Martin Dale, both shot once, chalk on both bodies, and the odor of marijuana on both.
Marty's got more than odor. His pockets are full of cigarettes.
Oh, gee.
Yes, Miss Miller.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I found this engagement calendar.
This what?
On Martin Dale's desk, Harrington. The page for today is still here.
Yes, what about it, Miss Miller?
Well, the name seems so strange. Martin Dale didn't have any children, did he?
My dear Deborah, I must ask you once more to remain calm.
Calm? No?
You're simply putting a series of circumstances together, my dear. It's what we call basic association.
What?
Basic association. For example, take one of the children. I say dog. He answers bow wow. I say snow, and he says Santa Claus. It's really most interesting.
Yeah, well, I say murder, Bob. First Aunt Martha, and now Martin Dale.
Still association. There's no reason in the world to connect us to any of it. Now, would you like to help me? I'm doing the nursery in crepe paper.
Ted,
Yes, Deborah?
what's the matter with you? You used to be so easy, so gentle.
Why, I'm the soul of gentleness, Deborah.
Then will you think? We got to get out of here, Ted, now, before things get any hotter.
I say no.
Oh, you fat-headed... No, so help me, Mother Goose, I'll make you see it. Ted.
Yes, dear?
Please, can we go?
You're really very selfish, Deborah. I enjoy the nursery immensely.
I see. Okay, that does it. You won't listen to me. Maybe you'll listen to this. Just happen to have here in my purse.
I'd put away the gun if I were you. They make me extremely nervous.
I only wish they did. Now, will you get started? We're checking out.
Put it down, Deborah. You know my temper.
Who's that?
One of the mothers, I'd imagine. She'd hardly expect firearms, Deborah. Put it away.
Get rid of her, you hear me?
But I enjoy their problems. I really do. Enter.
This is the Mulberry Nursery School?
Yes, I'm Mr. Mulberry. Can I help you?
Yeah, in here, Chief.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, just gonna... Hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll be darned if it ain't Debbie Hawkins.
What?
I'm more interested in this one, Harrington. That's interesting chalk on your suit.
I beg your pardon?
Ted, you fool, they're cops.
Deborah, quickly, the gun. No, you don't.
Debbie, old kid. I'll take that.
Go on.
Keep that gun, Harrington. We'll need it. All right, both of you. This school is out for good. Let's go.
This is a United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Once ever so often, we take for our subject a case which is not really one of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Today's subject, for instance, which we call the case of the kindly doctor. To begin with, it took place some 90 years ago, in 1859. By the way, Percy, how old is Scotland Yard?
It's a good deal older than that, Clive. In fact, you can trace its history right back to the Bow Street Runners. One of these days, we might tell the story how Scotland Yard began.
That's a good idea, Percy. But Scotland Yard didn't come into the case of Dr. Thomas Smethurst. In fact, from the point of view of the police, the case of the kindly doctor was all too simple. However, when the trial began, or rather the trials, the fur really started to fly.
You're right, Clive. The trials of Dr. Smethurst are among the classics of English legal history.
When you hear his story, I think you'll agree that Dr. Smethurst was the kind of doctor whose bedside manner was certainly quite unique. Such a nice, kind doctor. The Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey, London, Thursday the 7th of July, 1859. Dr. Thomas Smethurst is charged with the willful murder of Isabella Banks. Mr. Sergeant Valentine makes the opening speech for the Crown.
The charge I am about to prefer is one of the most serious character. The allegation is that the accused at the bar took away the life of a fellow creature by poison. The accused is a man of information and learning, and he availed himself of the knowledge he possesses and made use of a slow and irritant poison, which he administered himself. Probably you will be of opinion, when you have heard the evidence, that every means was taken by him from the beginning to shroud the whole affair in the deepest mystery.
When our story begins, the romantic Dr. Smethurst is living with his wife, a woman considerably older than himself, at a very respectable lodging house, number 4, Rifle Terrace, Bayswater. It was while he was living there that Miss Isabella Banks first met the doctor. Miss Banks was a lady of respectable family and possessed property to the extent of £1,800. She also had a life interest in £5,000, which on her death went to the other members of the family. This is rather an important point, as you'll realize later. A friendship soon sprang up between Dr. Smethurst and Miss Banks. Friendship is perhaps rather a mild word for it, because some weeks later their landlady found it was necessary to have a word with them both.
Now, Dr. Smethurst, I've been waiting for a chance to speak to you for some time, and I think it's just as well that Miss Banks should be present. Well, really, Thomas, if you'll excuse me.
No, dear, I think we should hear what she has to say.
I haven't got much to say, but it's to the point. I simply will not allow such goings-on. There's your dear wife upstairs, Dr. Smethurst, And you downstairs up to I don't know what.
And what do you propose to do about it?
Just this. Miss Banks has got to go. I'll give her till the end of the week, but after that I shall be obliged if she'll find fresh lodgings. I'm not going to ask you to leave, Dr. Smethurst. You and Mrs. Smethurst have been here some time. But these are my final words to you, Miss Banks. You've got to go.
And so she went. But a fortnight later, Dr. Smethurst made his departure too. And if you and I had visited a church in the neighborhood of Battersea on the 9th of December that year, you might have been present at a touching little ceremony.
Repeat after me. I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part. Well, as matters turned out, Dr. Smethurst had only some 6 months in which to concentrate his loving and cherishing, because by May the 2nd, Isabella Banks was dead. But we're going a little too fast. The so-called marriage took place in December, and in April, Louisa Banks, sister of dear Isabella, had a letter from Dr. Smethurst. It was marked
private and confidential. Dear Miss Banks, your dear sister wishes me to request the favor of your calling upon her as early as convenient, as she is very, very ill and desires to see you. She also wishes me to say that you will greatly oblige by coming alone. Row from Waterloo Station about every half hour, and Richmond buses from the White Horse Cellar, Piccadilly, about as often. Yours sincerely, T. Smethurst, 10 Alma Villas, Richmond Hill.
When Sister Louisa arrived, she found Isabella in bed, in a very feeble state.
Isabella, my dear, what's the matter? Oh, don't say anything about it. It'll be all right when I get well, won't it, dear?
Yes, it'll be all right soon.
But what has been done about it?
She is having the very best medical attention.
Yes, Dr. Julius from Richmond comes to see me every day, and now there's another doctor coming as well, Dr. Bird. But I'm afraid I'm still sick, sometimes several times each day. But when I get well, all will be right, won't it, dear?
Yes, my dear. It's just a matter of time.
Time was running short. On the 30th of April, a Saturday, Dr. Smethurst visited a solicitor of Richmond, Mr. Senior, taking with him a draft in his own handwriting of a document of some importance.
Mr. Senior? That's my name. I've come to see you, Mr. Senior, to find out whether it would be possible for you to come up the hill to the lodgings at which I'm residing in order to make a will for a lady. Why, certainly. I could, if necessary, come at once. No, not today. Today would not be convenient. It would have to be tomorrow. I'm afraid the lady will be too ill to see you this afternoon.
But today is Saturday. I presume you mean you would like me to come on Monday?
No, I mean tomorrow.
I must say,
Dr. Smethurst.
I must say, Dr. Smethurst, I don't like doing business on Sunday. And for that matter, the law doesn't like wills being executed on a Sunday. But I suppose if it's a question of necessity, I shall have to do it.
I have with me a draft of the will. It was drawn up by a barrister friend of mine in London. As a matter of fact, the lady wished to write it herself. But I thought it would be better to be done by a professional man.
Right. Let me have a look at it, will you?
This is Mr. Senior, my dear. The gentleman who's come to make your will.
Yes, my dear, of course. I have the paper here.
Let me give it to Mr. Senior, Isabella, dear.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the document we drew up on Saturday.
It is?
It will be necessary to have another witness.
I'll ring for the daughter of our landlady. Meantime, perhaps you'll read the will. Would you like to hear it, dear?
It's not really necessary. I've read it.
Nevertheless, I think you should hear it again.
This is the last will and testament of me, Isabel Banks, now residing at number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, in the county of Surrey, spinster. I give and bequeath to my beloved friend Miss Jenkins of Walthamstow, Essex, my brooch set with brilliants and pearls, and containing the hair of my late father. And as to my real and personal property, estate and effects, whatsoever and wheresoever, and of what nature or kind soever the same may be, I give, devise, and bequeath the same and to my sincere and beloved friend Thomas Smethurst, Doctor of Medicine, now also of number 10 Elmar Villas, Richmond, aforesaid, for his own use absolutely forever. I hereby appoint the said Thomas Smethurst sole executor of this my will.
By this time, Dr. Julius had started to become a trifle suspicious. Miss Banks showed no signs of improvement. She was constantly sick, and the doctor suspected that some irritant poison was being given to her. He mentioned this to his partner, Dr. Bird, and as Miss Banks still did not improve, decided to call in Dr. Todd, a well-known consultant attached to King's College Hospital. He agreed with the diagnosis of poisoning, but no trace of poison could be found. A second examination was made, and arsenic was discovered. Dr. Smethurst was arrested and charged with
feloniously administering poison to one Isabella Banks.
Your worship, I protest. I've been arrested in my own house and brought before you on this ridiculous charge.
Be silent.
But this lady is in the gravest condition. I've been forced to leave her at a critical moment. I must ask to be allowed to return to her at once, this evening.
And, strangely enough, the magistrate granted Dr. Smethurst's request. He was allowed bail and hastened back to the bedside of Isabella. He was not, however, allowed to interfere in any way with her treatment. On the following morning, she died. It was in these circumstances that Dr. Smethurst faced his trial at the Old Bailey on the 7th of July, 1859. From the very start, it was dramatic. On the second day, one of the jurymen fell ill, and the first trial had to be abandoned. In August, Dr. Smethurst came up for trial again. One after another, the doctors gave their evidence.
I am physician to King's College Hospital. Dr. Julius told me the nature of the case before I saw the deceased, but he did not tell me his suspicion that irritants were being administered to her. When I saw the deceased, I noticed a peculiar expression of countenance, an expression of terror, as though she was under the influence of someone, and that was not in accordance with the appearance of a patient suffering from an ordinary disease.
During my practice, I've seen many cases of acute dysentery of an epidemic character. In my opinion, none of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased was a proof that she died of acute dysentery. I am of the opinion that her death was the result of some irritant poison having been administered to her.
Witnesses were called to tell the whole sordid story of the doctor's relationship with Miss Banks. The solicitor gave evidence concerning the rather unfortunate circumstances in which her will was made. Everything seemed to tell against Dr. Smethurst. Louisa, her sister, for instance, told of her first visit to Richmond.
I went upstairs and found she was very much altered, but she knew me, and she put out her hand and tried to speak, but was unable to do so. I only remained in the room a few minutes. Dr. Smethurst was there all the time. I'd taken some soup with me for my sister, but the accused said it was too strong for her, and he mixed some warm water with a portion of it. Dr. Smethurst then said he'd take it downstairs to cool, and he left the room for about a minute. When he returned, he gave the soup to my sister, and she was very sick. I only saw her once after this. As Dr. Smethurst told me, she could not bear me in the room.
A critical moment of the doctor's trial occurred when Dr. Taylor, the analyst, was giving evidence concerning the first discovery of arsenic.
I next examined the medicines that had been supplied by Dr. Julius and found that they contained the ingredients of which they were represented to be composed. I examined another bottle, number 21, which appeared to contain a clear watery liquid of a saline taste, and I tested a portion of the contents by a Ranch's test. And upon first trying the copper, it was entirely consumed. I made a further test, which led me to suppose that there was arsenic present in the solution.
Which led you to suppose?
Yes.
And this was the evidence you gave before the magistrates when Dr. Smethurst was first charged?
That is correct.
But since then, you have made a further statement.
Yes. It turned out that I was mistaken, and that it did not contain either arsenic or antimony, but that the arsenical appearances originally produced came from the copper galls.
That little mistake over bottle number 21 was the first hint that perhaps things were not quite as black as they looked for Dr. Smethurst. If ever a man was confronted by damning evidence, it was the nice, kind doctor. But as yet, little had been said in his defense. By the third day of his trial, all London was consumed with interest to learn the outcome, for by the third day, evidence of a strange and unexpected kind was to be brought forward. Dr. Smethurst, it appeared, might still have the ace up his sleeve. On the third day of the trial of Dr. Thomas Smethurst, counsel for the defense, Mr. Sergeant Parry, rose to make his speech.
After having undergone the agony of a double trial, and having endured for a long period the accumulation of prejudice that has been cast upon him, the unfortunate gentleman at the bar has at last the opportunity of laying before a jury of his countrymen the defense he has to offer upon this most serious charge. What is the charge against the accused? It is that he inveigled the unhappy lady into his power, and that he basely and cruelly murdered her for the sake of her property. I believe that the will made by the deceased was the entire foundation for this charge, and that no charge would have been made against the accused if this will had not been executed. Supposing, however, that the will was to be taken as evidence of a motive, what was that motive? It was that he had perpetrated this crime to obtain possession of about 17 or 1800 pounds. But he would equally have come into possession of it if the deceased had lived, for it was clear she was deeply attached to him, and that she had handed over to him the dividend that she received in April. While she lived also, she was entitled to a life interest in £5,000, and the accused would have had the benefit of that also. And therefore he had a much stronger motive for her to live than he had to destroy her.
Having disputed the motive, the defense now moved on to even more controversial ground, for just as the prosecution had called one medical witness after another, the defense retaliated.
I am a doctor of medicine, a licentiate of the College of Physicians, and professor of anatomy at the Grosvenor Place School of Medicine. I have heard the evidence as to the symptoms of the deceased, and in my opinion, they are not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I'm a doctor of medicine and a lecturer on practical and experimental chemistry. I've heard the evidence of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased and the appearances presented upon the post-mortem examination, and according to my opinion, all these symptoms are consistent with the deceased's having died a natural death. And, in my opinion, she died of dysentery.
There was a further complication when the medical witnesses revealed that Miss Banks was expecting a child. One way and another, the doctors managed to contradict each other with alarming frequency. All the circumstances were against Dr. Smethurst, but the medical evidence, on which the case really rested, was not conclusive. Dr. Smethurst could have poisoned Isabella. In fact, it very much looked as though he had. But, and it was a big but, it seemed equally possible that he hadn't. The judge, in his summing up, went very fully into all the evidence given in the case, occupying some 9 hours in his address to the jury. He pointed out to the jury the basis on which they must consider their verdict.
Gentlemen, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
How say you? Is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
It is my painful duty to record him guilty.
I swear to God that I'm perfectly innocent.
Dr. Smethurst was then called up for judgment. Before being sentenced, he spoke from the dock for over half an hour. His speech contained a number of inconsistencies to which the judge drew attention before saying,
I think you must be perfectly aware that if the whole of it were true, it could not interfere with the painful and awful duty I have to discharge. And it remains for me only to pass the sentence of the law, which is that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution, and that there you be hanged by the neck until you be dead, and that your body be afterwards buried in the prison in which you were confined previous to your execution. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The execution of the judgment of the court is committed to the sheriff of the county of Surrey, where the offence was committed.
I declare Dr. Julius to be my murderer. I am innocent!
But this was not the end of the story, for the sentence of Dr. Smethurst brought forth a fresh wave of interest and indignation. The Times was full of letters from doctors, lawyers, and people from every walk of life, including even a letter from Dr. Smethurst's legal wife, who protested his innocence. There was no doubt about it. Whether you believed the doctor was guilty or innocent, there was quite a lot of evidence to support your story. Too much evidence to make the verdict as clear-cut as a verdict should be in an English court of law. All the letters and all the petitions poured into the office of the Home Secretary, and surrounded by so many conflicting opinions, the Home Secretary decided to rest his case on one opinion. He sent all the evidence and all the documents to a personal friend, and the foremost surgeon of his day, Sir Benjamin Collins Brodie, who, after considering the case, replied,
My dear sir, having carefully gone over the papers which were forwarded and relating to the trial of Thomas Smethurst, I send the conclusions at which, using my best judgment, I have been able to arrive. Smethurst's indifferent moral character rendered him a just object of suspicion. 2. There is really no trustworthy evidence of Miss Banks having taken arsenic, and indeed, many of the symptoms which it is well known arsenic produces were absent in Miss Banks's case. 3. Since his conviction, nothing has been found to show that Smethurst had purchased poison at any chemist's, or that he had taken any other means of procuring it. 4. It is rather in Smethurst's favour that although the period of her death was uncertain, the will under which he inherited Miss Banks's property was not made until within a very short time from the fatal termination of her illness. Taking into consideration all that I have now stated, I own that the impression in my own mind is that there is not absolute and complete evidence of Smethurst's guilt. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, B.C. Brodie.
For a great many years, Monday had been the day upon which executions took place in the county fair. But as this meant the erection of the scaffold on the top of the jail on Sunday, adverse criticism led to the alteration of the day to Tuesday. And, according to the custom of the time, Tuesday fortnight was fixed for the carrying out of Smethurst's sentence. Time went by, and only 48 hours before the appointed day, the Home Secretary received the reply from Sir Benjamin Brodie. The Home Secretary made his decision.
After a very careful and anxious consideration of all the facts, I have come to the conclusion there is sufficient doubt of the prisoner's guilt to render it my duty to advise the grant to him of a free pardon, which will be restricted to the particular offence for which he stands convicted. It is my intention to institute a prosecution against him for bigamy. The necessity which I have felt for advising Her Majesty to grant a free pardon in this case has not, as it appears to me, arisen from any defects in the constitution or proceedings of our criminal tribunals. It has arisen from the imperfection of medical science, and from the fallibility of judgment in an obscure malady, even of a skillful and experienced medical practitioner.
And thus the Home Secretary managed to get himself out of a dilemma by annoying the medical experts on both sides, who were at last unanimous on one point. They deeply resented the Home Secretary's remarks. The law didn't waste any time, and in point of fact, Dr. Smethurst was brought up on a charge of bigamy before his pardon had been confirmed. In the course of his defense, Dr. Smethurst's counsel alluded to this pardon.
I am sure the jury will agree with me that the prisoner ought to be now treated upon the footing that he is perfectly innocent of the crime of murder. And I cannot help expressing my opinion that the Home Secretary has done himself great honor by the investigation he has made, and which has resulted in his advising Her Majesty to grant the prisoner a free pardon.
If I may interrupt, I must say that the learned counsel is hardly justified in making the observation he has done with regard to the innocence of the prisoner of the crime of murder. A pardon is no more a certificate of innocence than a verdict of not guilty. Silence.
Throughout these proceedings, Dr. Smethurst didn't utter a single word. After all, there was very little for him to say.
You have found the prisoner guilty on this charge, and I have consulted with the officers of the court upon the subject, and they have concurred with me that the sentence I am about to pronounce is a proper one, and that is that you be imprisoned and kept to hard labor for 1 year.
And that, you might think, would be the last appearance in the court of law of our friend, the doctor. Far from it. Having had so much trouble over the little matter of Isabella Banks's will, Dr. Smethurst was not likely to forget it, and having completed his year's vacation at Her Majesty's expense, he returned to the battle determined to get his dues. He produced the famous will and endeavored to prove it. Sister Louisa claimed that it had been procured by undue influence and control of the plaintiff, and that her sister had not been of sound mind. Once again, the old story was told in court.
After Dr. Smethurst was taken into custody for the first time, I went immediately to my sister. She thanked me for my kindness and wished me to be with her. I was with her until just before she died. Except on that occasion, I never had any private communication with her.
I am not able to assign any natural cause for her death. I had ordered medicines principally of a soothing character. None of the medicines I ordered would account for the appearances that were exhibited. Certainly not.
In my opinion, the symptoms of the deceased were not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I believe that her death was occasioned by the administration of some irritant poison, such as arsenic, antimony, or corrosive sublimate.
The old story. But you see, they couldn't really prove it one way or the other. And Dr. Smethurst again had the benefit of the doubt. The court ordered probate of the will to be granted to the plaintiff. In other words, he got the money too. Well, Percy, what do you think about the case?
I know one thing, Clive. It couldn't happen today.
I should hope not. But why exactly do you say that?
Well, you must remember this case occurred in 1859. Since then, the scientific tests for arsenic have been so greatly advanced that any doubt on the presence of the poison would be removed. Today, it can be detected in the hair or the fingernails. Of course, there was the interim period.
You mean, Percy, we might have got away with it? But how?
That's one of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
After hearing Percy Hoskins, I think you'll agree that it may be a very good thing, too, that nice, kind Dr. Smethurst lived when he did, nearly 90 years ago. Well, that's all for now, but Percy Hoskins and I will be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye, and pleasant dreams.
Okay, I see we still have around 130 people listening at 4:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Good morning, all. That pretty much wraps up our Crime Fighters live stream, and I hope you enjoyed the shows. The Crime Cases of Warden Laws is, in my opinion, one of the better crime dramas out there, despite being a lesser-known show. And Secrets of Scotland Yard, like The Black Museum, like Whitehall 1212, is a great show about the London police, despite actually being an American production instead of a British show. Because if it was a British show by the BBC, I wouldn't be able to play it for you because of their copyright laws. But there was some great courtroom drama in that last episode as well. Please be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. And if you aren't already a subscriber, I hope you'll consider doing so. It really helps push our content out to a wider audience. I want to thank all of you for watching and tuning in, and I will see you on the next one.